If you are preparing for JavaScript interviews, then this video is going to be super helpful. I have created this complete video where I have covered 115 important JavaScript interview questions all in one place. From topics like throttling, debouncing, closures, promises, async await, ES6 features, and so much more. Basically, all the stuff that's commonly asked in interviews. If you are someone who does not know where to start and what to revise, just watch this complete video. You will get a quick revision of all important topics, and by the time you are done, you will feel much more confident about your JavaScript skills. And if you want this complete document with all these 115 questions, then you will find the link in the description. If you find this video helpful, then let me know in the comment section. Now, let's get started and all the best for your interviews. First question, what is JavaScript? So here, many students in general terms, what they will tell, JavaScript is used to add dynamic interactivity to our website. Yes, that is true. Using JavaScript, we can easily add dynamic interaction to our website. Like whenever we click on the button, a pop-up will be opened. If we click on submit button, a form will be submitted. So we can easily interact with the website. But in interview, whenever this question is asked, they are not asking what can be done with JavaScript. Instead, they are asking what is JavaScript. So for this, you can tell JavaScript is high level, interpreted, dynamically typed and versatile programming language, which is primarily used in web development. And when you tell this definition, you should be very clear with what is high level, what is interpreted, what is dynamically typed. You should be confident whenever you are mentioning any terminologies, you should be aware what that terminology means, because based on your answer, interviewer is going to proceed with the next question. So, in simple terms, you can tell JavaScript is high level, interpreted, dynamically typed, and versatile programming language, which is primarily used in web development. And now you can continue using JavaScript. We can easily add dynamic interactivity to our website. And additional points you can add as JavaScript is client-side scripting language, and basically it will be running inside the browser. But because of Node.js, we can run JavaScript outside the browser, which means JavaScript can be used both as front-end language as well as back-end language. And using JavaScript, we can create full stack applications. If you give this much of answer, this is very much enough. Now in JavaScript, you have mentioned high level. Next question, interviewer might ask, what is high level and low level languages? For this, you can tell high level languages like Java, JavaScript. In that, manually, developers don't have to manage the memory. Whenever we are having some unused object, we are having something called as garbage collector. Time to time, whichever objects are not used, they will be cleaned. So manually, developers don't have to manage the memory. But in low-level languages like C, C++, manually memory has to be managed. But in high-level programming language, all that work is abstracted or all that work is taken from the developers. So this is the basic difference between high-level and low-level programming language. And when I talk about high-level programming languages, they are easy to read and write. So easily human can understand the language. For example, I will be creating one variable A. For this, I will assign the value. Then I will create the variable B. For this, I will assign this value. Another variable sum. Here, I will do A plus B. And after this, I can display sum. I can do whatever I want. So this is very easy to read, because what I am doing, I am creating two variables. I am adding the variables and assigning to sum. So this is easily understood. But when it comes to low level languages, let me consider example of assembly language. This is also low level language. Here in this way, I have to write move AX. I will give the value 5. Then I will be creating move BX. I will give the value 10. If I want to add, I will be writing add ax comma bx. So in this way, we will be using some keywords and accordingly, we will proceed with writing the code. So whatever code we are writing in these low level languages, they will be very close to hardware resources. So here manually you have to tell how memory will be managed and which register has to be used. So this is the basic difference between high level and low level. For this you can simply tell in high level programming languages, memory don't has to be managed by developers. All that work is abstracted away, but low level languages are very close to hardware, so manually memory has to be managed. One of the most common question, what is the difference between Java and JavaScript? If you are a beginner, maybe in some interviews they will be asking you this question. Let us write Java and JavaScript. First and most basic difference is Java is compiled language. But when it comes to JavaScript, JavaScript is interpreted programming language. In modern browsers, we will be using just-in-time compilation. And as I mentioned, whenever you are working any terminologies, you should be aware of that terminology. Maybe next question, interviewer may ask, what is compilation? What is interpretation? So you should be prepared for that. If you're not aware of those terminologies, do not mention those terminologies in your interview. In Java, what happens? Whatever code we are writing, that will be compiled into bytecode and it will be running on JVM, that is JavaScript virtual machine. Whereas coming to JavaScript, where it will be running inside the browser. And when we talk about server, using Node.js, JavaScript can also run outside the browser, that is inside servers. And third difference you can tell, Java is strictly typed, which means if I'm creating any variable and if I want to assign any number, then manually I have to tell the data type. For numbers, I have to give integer. For floating point numbers, I have to give float. So here I have to mention data types. But in JavaScript, as it is dynamically typed language, whenever we are creating any variable, we don't have to specify any data type. Directly for declaring the variables, we are having let, var and const. Using these three keywords, we can declare our variables without specifying any type. So that is the reason JavaScript is dynamically typed, but Java is strictly typed language. Fourth point, Java will be supporting multi-threading. Okay, using multiple threads, operation will be performed, whereas JavaScript supports single thread. As JavaScript will be running on single thread, whenever we are having any long running task, that will be running in the background. So whatever code or whatever execution will be happening, that is not going to be blocked. Even if it is working in single thread, whatever long running task we are having, that will be running in the background. Whereas Java is multi-threading, which means it will be supporting multiple operation at once. And last and final difference, you can simply tell, if you remember that time you can tell, it was developed by Sun Microsystems. Now it's called as Oracle, and JavaScript was developed by Netscape. These 5 points, if you're able to tell and if you're able to explain, that's fine. So Java is compiled, whereas JavaScript is interpreted. In modern, we are having just-in-time compilation. So whatever JavaScript we are writing, that will be compiled into bytecode and it will be running on JVM, that is Java Virtual Machine, whereas JavaScript will be running inside the browser as well as it will be running outside the browser using Node.js. Java is strictly typed, whereas JavaScript is dynamically typed. Java supports multiple threading, whereas JavaScript uses single thread, which means we will only have one main thread. And Java was developed by Sun Microsystem and JavaScript was developed by Netscape. Next question can be, what is compilation, interpretation and just-in-time compiled language? Why? Because in these differences, you have mentioned about compilation and interpretation. So if you're mentioning those terminologies, might be they will be asking you this question. In oversimplified way, I will be telling you, as we all know, whatever code we are writing, computers will not understand because we are humans And for communicating, we will be using the language. And languages can be English, Hindi, Kannada, Tamil. Languages can be anything. And why we are using language? For communicating, we are using those languages. So, same thing when we want to communicate with computer, whatever instructions we are giving to computer, if we want to communicate to computer, we need some language. So those languages are called as programming languages. Programming languages like Python, JavaScript, Java, C. Using those programming languages, we can communicate with a computer. So each and every programming languages will be having different syntax, different rules, and using that syntax and rules, we will be writing the code. Whatever code we are writing, this can only be understood by human. So using these programming languages, we will be writing the code based on the rules and based on the syntax, but still computer will not understand this code. So what it will be doing, whatever code human has written or whatever code we has written, it will be converting to machine code. And inside this machine code, we will only have zeros and ones. Why? Because computer can only understand zeros and ones. And this conversion can happen using compilation or interpretation. And in modern JavaScript, we are having just-in-time compilation. So this conversion can either happen using compilation process, it can happen using interpretation, or in JavaScript, we are having just-in-time compilation. So when we consider compilation, what happens? Whatever source code we are writing, at once it will be converted to machine code and it will be generating one binary file. And this file can be executed way after its compilation. Okay, this is oversimplified version of compilation. Whatever source code we are writing, at once it will be converting to machine code and it will be generating one binary file, that is portable file, and that can be executed way after its compilation. But when we talk about interpretation, here what happens? Whatever source code we are writing, line by line code will be interpreted. After that, execution will be happening. So here, line by line code has to be interpreted. So this makes JavaScript very slow. So in modern browser, instead of using compilation, interpretation, we are having just-in-time compilation. So here what happens, whatever source code we are writing, entire thing at once, it will be converted to machine code and immediately it will be doing its execution. But in compilation, what happens? Source code will be converted to machine code and it will be generating one binary file. But coming to just-in-time compilation, it will not be generating any binary or portable file. Immediately after conversion, it will be executing the code. So this is the oversimplified version of compilation, interpretation, and just-in-time compilation. You don't have to by heart and you don't have to memorize a lot of things. In simple way and in simple terms, you can tell in interview. Next question, what are the data types supported by JavaScript? In JavaScript, we are having two types of data types. First is primitive data type and then second is non-primitive data type. So in primitive, we are having number, we are having null, boolean, big int, undefined, string and symbol. And in non-primitive, we will have objects, we are having arrays and we are having functions. But most of the time, what happens in interviews, we will forget this type. So how you can remember? You can simply tell we are having n bus. You can see from n we are having two types. Then from b we are having two, from u1 and from s2. So in this way, in any order, you can tell in interviews. And non-primitive, we are having objects, arrays and functions. Inside number data type, we can assign any number. Then null means intentionally we are telling absence of value. For example, I will be creating the variable and intentionally I am telling there is absence of value. Then next boolean, we can either have 0 and 1, that is true or false. Then begin, inside this we will be having large integer value. Then undefined, If we directly declare the variable without assigning any value, then in JavaScript engine, it is just going to be assigned as defined. Then we are having string. Inside this, we can assign group of characters. Inside this object, we will have unique and immutable value. So whenever we are creating any variable, unique thing, we will be having ID. So here we will be creating symbol, and inside this, we are going to pass ID. So in this way, we can store immutable and unique values. When it comes to non-primitive data, inside object, we can store key value pairs. Inside arrays, we can store collection of data. And using functions, we can write reusable blocks of code. Whenever you want to check type of any data, we are having type of operator. So using this operator, we can check what is the data type of the value assigned. So if I write type of 10, what data type? This is nothing but number. So its data type will be number. So in this way, you can answer this question. Next question, what is data types and type coercion? Data types we have already seen. Let us understand this concept. As we all know, JavaScript is dynamically typed language, which means whenever we are assigning any value, we don't have to define any data type for the variable. Instead, we will either use let, var or const to declare the variables. I will be creating one variable, let a is equal to 9. Here specifically, I don't have to mention this is integer data type, or if I want to assign any string, I don't have to tell this is string data type. As JavaScript is dynamically typed language, during runtime also we can change type of the variable. So now I have assigned number. Later on, I can assign string. This is also possible in JavaScript. Now coming to type coercion, we are having two types of type coercion. First is implicit type coercion, and second is explicit type coercion. Coming to implicit type conversion, here what happens? Automatically, one data type will be changed to another data type. Automatically, it will be happening inside the JavaScript. Now here, for example, if I just write here string 5 plus 3, whenever we are doing addition of string and number, what it will do? It is just going to concatenate, and this 3 will also be converted to string, and I will be having the result 5 3. And this result will also be in string data type. So here automatic conversion will be happening and number will be converted to string. But here, if I do 5 minus 2, when I am subtracting, what happens? This string will be converted to number and I will have the result 3. If I am doing multiplication, then also this string will be converted to number and I will have the result 15. If I am having true plus 1, so this true value, it will be converted to 1. 1 plus 1, I will have 2. This is how automatic conversion will be happening. Sometimes you will also be asked as what is null plus 1. So here automatic type conversion will be happening. Null will be converted to 0. Here I am having 1. So my answer will be 1. But if I am having undefined plus 1, undefined, we are not aware of anything. Okay, simply we are declaring the variable without assigning any value. So we are not aware of any value. So undefined will be converted to NaN, that is not a number, plus 1. And whenever we are adding not a number plus 1, our result will be not a number. So in this way, in implicit conversion, automatic conversion will be happening and accordingly calculations will be done. Now coming to explicit conversion, here manually we have to convert one data type to another. I am having number, I just want to convert to string. For that we can use the string method, and inside this we will be passing 100. So my result will be string 100. And whenever we want to check data type of any variable, we are using this type of operator. We are having number function as well, and inside this I will be passing string. Now this is the string. When I convert to number, I will have the result 102. Next we are having boolean function as well. Boolean, Inside this, if I pass 0, 0 will be indicating false. So my output will be false. If I give 1, my output will be true. So manually, we can also convert one data type to another. This is called as explicit type conversion. Let us see some examples. I will be writing string 2 greater than 1. So here, automatic implicit conversion will be happening. 2 will be converted to number 2 greater than 1. Our result will be true. And whenever we are using this comparison operator, we will either have true or false as the result. Next, let me write null is greater or equal to 0. So null will be converted to 0. 0 greater or equal to 0 condition is true. Then false, false equal to 0. Here what happens? False will be converted to 0. 0 equal to 0. Yes, the condition is true. But here directly if I give null equal to 0, this time you will be having false. Why? Because null is the special case and it is indicating absence of value. So while implicit conversion, it will be converted to 0, but this will be the special case. Whenever we are comparing null to 0, this time we will have false. But if we are doing greater or equal to in special cases, we will have the result true. Always remember this. Each and every time when we are doing this, we will have the result false. But for this, we will have the result true. Because null is not exact 0, as I mentioned, it is indicating absence of value. Then last, we are having undefined. When this is converted, it will be converted to not a number. Undefined greater than 0, this will also remain false. Next question, difference between double equal to and triple equal to operator. And why these operators are used? These are used to check equality. But now what we have to tell? We have to tell difference between double equal to and triple equal to. When we are using double equal to, what happens? Automatically type coercion will be happening and it will be ignoring the data type. Suppose I am having number 2 equal to I am having string 2. Here automatic type conversion will be happening. This string will be converted to 2 and I will have the result true. So here type coercion will be happening. Doesn't matter what the type is. If the values are same, simply it is going to return true. Using this, we will only check value equality. But talking about triple equal to, if I am having 2, triple equal to string 2, then in this case, it will be returning false. Here, type quotient will be not happening. And whenever we are using triple equal to, it will be checking both for value and type. But in double equal to, we will only check for value. So here we are having number, here we are having string. So that is the reason this will return false. The simple answer would be double equal to will only check for the value and automatic type conversion will be happening. But coming to triple equal to, type conversion will not be happening and it will be checking both for value and data type. Let us see some examples. I will be writing string 5 equal to 5. So here data type is different but values are same and we are using double equal to. Double equal to only values will be checked, so this condition is true. Then next I will write 0 equal to false. Here also false will be converted to 0. 0 equal to 0 condition is true. We are not checking any data type, we are only checking the value. Next we are having null is equal to undefined. If we consider this null, what it will be converted? It will be converted to 0, special case. Undefined, it will be converted to NaN and both are special cases. So special case equal to special case, the condition is true. Next, I am having empty array equal to false. So here empty array becomes 0 and false also becomes 0. 0 equal to 0, the condition is true. Then we are having empty string equal to 0, condition is true. This empty string will be converted to 0. 0 equal to 0, the condition is true. Last example, true equal to string of 1. True will be converted to 1 and this string 1 will be converted to 1. final result will be 1 equal to 1, the condition is true. Now same example, if we consider with triple equal to, for first it will be false because value is same but data type is different. Here also you can see both are different. So triple equal to, it will return false. Null equal to undefined. In double equal to it will be same, but in triple equal to it will be false. Here also both are different. We will have false. Empty string equal to 0. Here also we will have false. And finally true equal to 1. Here also it becomes false. But if I write null triple equal to null, then in this case, this will be true because both values are same and whatever data type we are having for this data type will also be same. So this is the basic difference between double equal to and triple equal to. Next question, what is the difference between null and undefined? Here I will create one variable a. Below this, I'm just going to print A. I will write console.log. I will be printing A. Then I will create another variable B, and for this, I'm just going to assign the value null. And here, I will simply log B. Console.log, and inside this, I will be passing B. When I am assigning null to any variable, what I am doing, intentionally, I am doing absence of value. So this is intentionally, I am not assigning any value, which is indicating absence of value. But here, when we print A, we will have the result undefined. We will not assign any value, and when we print the variable after declaring it, we will have the result undefined. But if we are assigning null intentionally, okay, by knowing that this variable will not be having any value, intentionally we are performing this operation. And when we check type of B, for B, what value we have assigned? We have assigned null. So type of B will be object. Type of B is object, but as I mentioned, object is non-primitive data type. So inside non-primitive data type, we are having arrays, we are having object, and we are having functions. And what is this null? Null is nothing but primitive data type. And when we check type of null, we are having the result object. And this is nothing but bug in JavaScript. So you don't have to worry why we are getting object. Every time you will have data type as object for null. But when we consider this undefined, data type remains undefined. There is no change in any data type. We will have the data type as undefined. And when we have to use this null, whenever you want to clear any variable or if you want to reset the value of the variable, then you can use this null. And when you want to use this undefined, if you simply want to declare the variable without assigning any value, then in that case, you can use this undefined concept. So using double equal to, if we do null equal to undefined, both are special cases. In this case, we will have the result true. But if we do triple equal to, for this data type, you can see for undefined, we are having undefined, and for null, we are having object. So in this case, it will be doing strict comparison, but here data types are different. So our answer will be false. Next question, what is the type of null and why it is a bug? And also interviewer might ask why this bug is not getting fixed. Here I will create the variable a, and for this I'm just going to assign null. Null means intentionally we are telling absence of value. And here if we do type of a, our answer will be object. And as we all know, object is non-primitive data type and null is primitive data type. But here type of null we are getting object, and this is nothing but bug in JS. Now why this is not getting resolved in JavaScript? As JavaScript is high level language and now many developers use JavaScript, and also we are having large community, but still this bug is not fixed in JavaScript because of historic reasons. What reasons? Let us write. When JavaScript was implemented, first it was implemented in 1995. And what JavaScript was doing, internally values were represented using type tags. And that type tags we were having as bit patterns. And inside bit, we will only have zeros and ones. Okay, internally, whatever values we were having, that we tag to different type tags. So during this time, all object types had type tag starting with 0. Okay, all object types had type tag starting with 0. And also, what happened? Null was also assigned as bit pattern which was containing all zeros. So objects were also tagged to zeros and null was assigned all zeros. So internally, when JavaScript checked the type, it mistakenly identified null as the object. This was the mistake which was done earlier, but still it is not fixed due to historical reasons because millions of lines of code is dependent on this behavior. So that is the reason it is not been fixed. But now if they fix, maybe millions of websites would be crashed. Some way or the other, they will be using this behavior. So that is the reason. For historic reasons, it is not been fixed. 10th question, difference between let, const and var. Let me write here var. I will write let and then I will be writing const. First and basic difference is var is function scoped. Let is block scope as well as const is block scope. Means if I am creating any function and inside this function, if I create variable using var, then whatever value is assigned, I will be able to access that value inside the function. Outside of this function, I will not be able to access it. I will have error. Why? Because var is function scope. So only inside the function, I will have access to this var. But coming to block scope, if we create if this is one block and normally if we pass this curly braces, this is also block. So whatever variables we have created inside the block, we will not be able to access that variable outside the block. So let and const both are block scope and var is function scoped. Same thing goes for const as well. Const is also block scope. So whatever variables are created inside the block, they will be accessible only inside that block. If we access outside, we will have reference error. So this is the first difference. Var is function scope and let and const are block scope. Second is if we are using var, redeclaration and reassignment is possible. For example, if I use var, I will create the variable a. For this, I will assign the value 10. Below this, I can also redeclare. Now I will be assigning the string. This is possible if you are using var. As well as later on, we can just reassign the value. I will assign to false. So in this way, if you are using var keyword, we can redeclare as well as we can do the reassignment. But coming to let, redeclaration is allowed but not in the same scope. And reassignment of the value is possible. Reassignment is possible. Redeclaration is assigned but not in the same scope. Here I will create the variable a. For this I will give 10. Below this I will be creating one block and inside this we can create the same variable a. So redeclaration is possible but not in the same scope. Here I cannot do redeclaration. This is wrong. And also reassignment is possible. So in the same block also I can reassign the value. But coming to const, redeclaration and reassignment both are not possible. We cannot redeclare as well as we cannot reassign any value to const. So first difference, var is function scope, let and const and block scope. In var, redeclaration and reassignment is possible. In let, redeclaration is possible but not in the same scope and reassignment is possible. But coming to const, no redeclaration and reassignment can be performed. Third, whenever we are creating any variable with var, if we don't assign any value, no problem, we will not be having any error. Using let, and if we are not assigning any value, then also no problem. Later on, when we print A, we will have undefined. When we print B, then also we will have undefined. But if we are using const, I will create the variable C. And here, if I don't assign any value, then that is wrong. Whenever we are creating any variable using const, it is important we assign the value. For var and let, we will not have any error. But if we are creating the variable using const, it is important that we assign the value. I cannot do this one const c and c is equal to 10. This is wrong. Var will be used in legacy code and it was introduced in ES5 and earlier. So long back it was used. Now also in legacy code it is used, but mostly if you're working with modern applications, if you're creating any large scale application, you should always avoid var. But let and const both were introduced in ES6. This is block scope as well as this is block scope. And when you should be using let, if you're creating any variable and later on if you think that variable will be changed, that time you should be going with let. But const, if you're confident that this variable will not be changing in the future, then you should be going with const. Last and most important point here, I will create the variable a. For this, I will assign the value 10. And above this, I'm just going to log a. So if you are creating the variable using a, these variables will be hoisted and we will have the result undefined. And if you are accessing that variable before initializing the value, then we will have the result undefined because var variables will be hoisted. Same thing, it will be happening for let and const. Both are hoisted, but instead of getting undefined, we will have reference error because they will go into TDZ, that is temporary dead zone. So here I will create the variable let b is equal to 10 and above this if I try to access b, here I will be having reference error. Same thing I will be having for const. If I are just accessing the variable without initialization, let and const will be hoisted, but they will be in temporary dead zone. And once the variable is initialized, only then we can access the values. So these are the basic differences you can tell in interview. First, var is function scope, let and const are block scope. If you are using var keyword, redeclaration and reinitialization is possible. For let, redeclaration is possible but not in the same block, as well as reinitialization is possible. Coming to const, both redeclaration and reinitialization is not possible. Third point, whenever we are creating any variable using var, if we don't assign any value, we will not be having any issues. Same for let, but for const, if we do, we will have the error. So whenever we are creating any variable using const, it is important we initialize the value. Then var was introduced in ES5 and earlier, and now it is used in legacy codes only. You should not be using in modern applications. For modern application, you should go with let and const, which was introduced in ES6. And var variables, if you just access before declaration, then you will be having undefined because var variables are hoisted. But coming to let and const, we cannot access the variables before initialization because they will be in TDZ, that is temporary dead zone. Next question is, what is TDZ? TDZ stands for temporal dead zone. Here I will create one variable using let. For this I will assign the value b. And above this, if I just try to access b, here I will be having reference error because let variables will be hoisted but they will be in TDZ zone, that is temporary dead zone. So TDZ is nothing but the time between variable hosting and actual initialization, where whenever we are accessing any variable, we will have reference error. In simple terms, you can tell if we try to access let and const variable without initialization, then variables will be hoisted and it will be in temporary dead zone. And once the variable is initialized, only then we can access the values. And above initialization, if we try to access that variables will be hoisted and they will be in temporary dead zone and we will not be able to access that variable. In that case, we will have reference error. Below this, if I try to access B, then I will have the output 5. But above this, it will be in temporary dead zone. I will not be able to access, so I will have reference error. But this is not applicable to var. If I create the variable using var, and above this, if I try to access A, here it is not going to be in temporary dead zone because var variables are hoisted and if we try to access, we will have output as undefined. Another example, I will be creating one block and inside this, I'm just going to access X. Below this, I will create the variable X and for this, I'm just going to assign the value 5. So here, from where temporary dead zone starts, it will be starting from here. TDZ will be starting here and here we have initialized the value. So it is just going to end here. It will be starting here and it will be ending here. So in this time, if we try to access this variable, we will have reference error for let and const. Now, this might be one tricky interview question. I will create the variable x is equal to 100. I will create the block and inside this, I will access x. Below this, I will create the same variable x and then I'm just going to close the block. So in this case, what will be my output? Will I have the value 100? Will I have 200 or will I have reference error? As I mentioned, let is nothing but block scope. So this is outside the block. So here variable is already initialized. So we are not having any temporary dead zone. But inside this block, we are having the same variable. As I mentioned, in another block, we can do redeclaration. So here for this variable, we will have temporary dead zone. It will be starting here and it will be ending here. So here if I try to access, I will have reference error. So TDZ is nothing but it is the time between variable hoisting and actual initialization, where if we try to access the variable, we will be having reference error. Next question, what is scope? And in total, we are having three scopes: global scope, block scope and function scope. And if the interview is asking, there is another type of scope, that time you can tell we are also having module scope. But mostly they will be expecting this answer: global scope, block scope and function scope. Now let us talk about scope. Scope is nothing but it is the region where variable can be accessible. So inside this region, we can read the variable as well as we can modify the variable. For example, if you just take an hostel, inside hostel, you will be given one room. So this is the room where you can keep all your things. Outside of this room, you cannot bring your bed, you cannot bring your study table. Only inside this room, you can use all those things. So similarly, scope is nothing but if the variable is created, we will have one region where that variable will be accessible. Outside of that region, we cannot access that variable. So what is scope? Scope is the region of the code where a variable is accessible. And there are three types of scope: global scope, block scope and function scope. So let us start with global scope. Global means a variable is created outside of any function. Here I have created the variable a and for this I have assigned the value khanam. Then I will be creating one function greet, and inside this we are having some blocks of code. So global scope is nothing but variable which is created outside of any function will be having global scope, and global scope variables will be accessible anywhere inside the code. So inside this function, if I write log a, I will have the result khanam because they are global scope and they can be accessible anywhere. And also if I just access outside, then also I will have the result khanam. So this is our global scope. Next, coming to function scope, as we all know, var is nothing but it is function scope. If we are creating any function name, I will be passing greet, and inside this function, we are going to declare the variable as well as we are going to initialize the value. I will write hello, and inside this function, this message will be accessible because this is function scope. Message is created inside the function. I will call the function. I will have the output, but outside the function, if I try to access message, I will be having error. I will have the error like message is not defined. Why? Because in function scope, whatever variables are declared inside the function, they will be accessible only inside that function. Now coming to block scope, which variables are block scope? Let and const variables are block scope. I will create one function hello, And inside this, I will be creating another variable, let a is equal to 5. Okay, string 5. I will create one block. Inside this, I will be creating let b is equal to 7. And inside the block, if I print b, I will have 7. Outside the block, if I print b, I will have error. Why? Because in block scope, this is one block. Okay, this is one block. So outside the block, if I use b, I will be having error. Outside the block, if I use a, then it will be working. I will have the result 5. But inside the block, if I just use log a, then I will have the result 5. Why? Because this a is present inside the function scope. So this is nothing but function scope variable. And inside this function itself, we are having the block. So this a can be accessible inside the block because block is the part of function. But whatever variables are created inside the block, that we cannot access outside. But whatever variables are created inside the function block, and in the same function, if we are having the block, then that variables can be used inside that block. So this is the main difference between global scope, function scope, and block scope. So in interview, you can tell global scope, it is accessible anywhere. Then we are having functional scope where it will be accessible. It will accessible only in that function. Then coming to block scope where it will be accessible. It will be accessible only inside the blocks if the variables are created using let and const. And here inside this function, if I am having var variable inside the block, then that variable can be accessed outside because var is nothing but function scope. So inside this block, if I create var a is equal to 5 and outside if I try to access a, I will have the output. Let me just give C. Here I will be passing C. In this case, I will have the output as 5. I will not be having any error because var is function scoped. Next question, what is lexical scope? Scope we have already understood. Scope is the region where our variable will be accessed. But what is lexical scope? So in this, variable's accessibility is determined by its position in the source code. For example, I am having function greet, and inside this function, I will create the variable a. Here I will assign Khanam. Then inside the block, I will be creating let b is equal to 7. Here I will be printing b and then I will be printing a. I will close this block and also below this I will be printing a. I will close this function. How many scopes we are having? We are having two scope. This is our block scope and this is our function scope. So whatever variables are declared inside the block using let and const, they can be accessible inside the block. So here I will have the result 7. So this is the scope of B. But coming to A, this is nothing but var variable and var is having function scope. So here I can access A. I will have the result Khanam. Outside of this block, if I print A, then also I will be having the result Khanam. So for this variable B, what is the scope from where it will be starting? It will be starting from here and it will be ending here. But for variable A, it will be starting here and unless and until my function completes, I can access this variable A. And throughout this function, I can access this variable A. Okay, this is nothing but lexical scope. Variable accessibility is determined by its position in the source code. So here, variable A is declared outside the block, but we are trying to access inside the block and we are able to access and we are getting the error. So its position will determine we can access the variable. Now here, instead of var, if I am having let A is equal to, will I able to access A or not? Definitely yes. Why? Because of lexical scoping. Whatever blocks we are having and inside that if we are trying to access any variable, they will be having access to outer scope and whatever value we are having for that variable, we will have access to that variable. So this is nothing but lexical scoping. Lexical scoping means variables accessibility is determined by the position in the source code. So, basic difference between lexical scope and scope. Let me write lexical scope. So it is more related to how the code is written. Doesn't matter if I'm having var let or const here. Inside this block, I will be having access to that variable. Now, scope is nothing but where the variables are accessible. Actually, where the variables are accessible. Lexical scoping is all about position of the variables in source code, and scope is where the variables are actually accessible. Let us use another example, multi-level lexical scope, so that you will have better understanding. Multi-level lexical scope. I have created function. Function name, let me pass a. Inside this function, I will create the variable x. For this, I will give the value 10. Inside this function, I will create another function b. Here I will create the variable y. For this, I will assign 20. Then again inside this function b, I will create function c, and inside this I will create the variable z. For this I will assign 30. Now inside this function c, I will log x and also I will be logging y. And finally I will be closing function c. Here I will call function c, close. Then I will be calling function b, close. And at the end I will be calling function a. So how it will be started? Function a will be called. I will come inside the function a. Then what I am having x is equal to 10. Then inside this function, I am having another function. So this function will be having access to this x. So this function will be having access to both x and y. Outer function will only have access to this x. Then again inside this function, I am having function c. Inside this function c, I am having z. And this function will be having access to this y as well as it will be having access to x. So when we print here x value we will have 10 and y value we will have 20. And why? Because this is because of lexical scoping. This is the position where the variables are placed. Inner functions are able to access the variables from parent functions. But inside this function B, I cannot access C because parent functions cannot access the variables from child functions. But child functions can access the variables from their parent function. Very, very important. This is all about lexical scoping. So, variables accessibility will be determined by the position of the variables in the source code. Next question, what is NaN and how to check for it? NaN stands for not a number. So 12 is number, 34 is number. If I write hello, hello is not a number. Because this is string, this is not a number. That is what it indicates. NaN stands for not a number. But in programming, it will be taken as the number because if we check type of NaN, we will have the result number. Not a number is not a number, but it is a special kind of number. So that is the reason type of NaN is number. For example, here I will divide 0 by 0. I will be having some infinity result. For this, I will have the output NaN. That is not a number. Another example, I will create a variable name. For this, I will assign my name Khanam. And below this, I will create another variable num. And here what I will do, name minus 5. Name, what is name? Name is nothing but Khanam. Khanam minus 5. So here you can see I am having string. From string, I am just trying to subtract this number. So in this case, I will be having not a number because might be this is generating some random result. If we divide 0 by 0, we will have NaN. If we subtract string and number, then we will have NaN. But if we add string, okay, number string, here I will be passing 5, then what it will happening? Type coercion will be happening and this 5 will be converted to string and we will have the result 5, 5. And what will be the data type? Data type will be string. When we just add string number and normal number, we will have the concatenation of the string. It is not going to give the result as NaN. And also last example, if we just try to find negative square root, then also we will be having NaN. What is type of NaN? It is nothing but number. We are having one method to check NaN, that is nothing but is NaN. So using this, we can check whether whatever operation we have performed, whether it is NaN or not. Here, what it will happen, first, it will try to make number and only then it is just going to perform the check. Is NaN, inside this, I will be passing hello. First, what it will do, it will try to convert this to number. This is possible. No, this is not possible. It will be returning NaN. Is NaN NaN? So in this case, it will be returning true. Why? Because first, it will try to make hello as number. It will fail and it will give the result NaN. So is NaN NaN? Yes, this is true. If you are using this method, first it will be doing type conversion and after that it will be returning the result. Next, let me pass is NaN 10. So 10 is already number and this is not NaN. So in this case, we will have the result false. 10 is not a number. Instead, it is a number. So we will have the result false. Always remember this we will be avoiding. Instead, we will be using number dot is NaN. So if we are using this method, type portion will not be happening. As soon as we check for the values, immediately we will have the result. Now inside this, I will be passing hello is NaN. Now it will not try to convert this to number. This is not NaN. So here I will have the result false. Okay, but here if we are using only is NaN, first it will try to convert to number and if it is fails, it will convert to NaN. Is NaN of NaN? Yes, this is true. But here type question will not be happening. Is N hello? The condition fails and we will have the result false. This is the basic difference between is NaN and number dot is NaN. So in interview, if this question is asked, you can tell NaN stands for not a number and it is used to check whether the number is not a number or not. If we are dividing any number with 0, then our answer will be NaN. To check whether the number is NaN or not, we are having is NaN method, but this is avoided because first it will try to convert to number and only then it is going to check. But if we want strict result, then we will be using number dot is NaN. Here type quotient will not be happening and whatever value we have passed, based on that it will check whether this is NaN or not. If it is not, we will return false. If it is yes, we will return true. And what is type of NaN? It is number. And one more important tricky question could be NaN triple equal to NaN. NaN is not a number and this is also not a number. So it can be any number. So if we check triple equal to, our answer will be false. This can be any number, this can be any number. So both are not equal. Our answer will be false. And when we will be using NaN, whenever we are having invalid or failed numeric operation, that time we will be using this NaN. Next question, what is the difference between undeclared and undefined variables? Simple answer could be undeclared variables are those variables which are not initialized and which are not declared. So here I have not declared any variable and directly I'm just doing console log p. I have not initialized, I have not declared and directly I am trying to access B. So in this case, I will be having reference error. So this is called as undeclared variable. Now coming to undefined variable, we have created the variable A, but for this, we have not assigned any value. So when we log A, we will have the result undefined. So this is the basic difference between undeclared and undefined variable. Undeclared variable is the variable which is not declared as well as which is not initialized and directly we are trying to access that variable. Undefined variable is we have declared the variable without initializing any value. But if we consider undeclared variable and below this if we create the variable using var, I will assign the value 10. In this case, instead of having reference error, I will be having the result as defined. Why? Because of hoisting. Because of hoisting, I will be having undefined. But if I am not having any declaration and any initialization, this is called as undeclared variable. But here, If I declare the variable using let or const, then here I will be having reference error because from here till here I will be in TDZ, that is temporary dead zone. This is all about undeclared and undefined variables. Next question, what is type inference in JavaScript? As we all know, JavaScript is dynamically typed language, which means whenever we are creating any variable, explicitly we don't have to tell what is the data type of that value. By looking at this, it will get to know we have assigned number data, and during runtime, we can also change type of the data. Here I have assigned string. So that is the reason JavaScript is dynamically typed language. Explicitly, we will not be telling data type for any variable. But now, what is this type inference? Type inference will be happening during the assignment of the value. Here I will create a variable x, and for this I will assign 10. So here what we can tell, we can simply tell it is inferred as number because we are assigning number data. So it is inferred as number. Then I will change this to string. Here I will be passing Khanam. Now this x becomes strings, and this is possible. As we all know, whenever we are creating any variable using let, we can easily reassign the value with another data type as well as with another value. So first, JavaScript infers x as the number, and later it will infer x as the string. So this is nothing but type inference, and type inference will be happening during the assignment of the value. And in interview, you can simply tell JavaScript uses type inference to automatically determine a variable's type based on the value which is assigned to it. But as JavaScript is dynamically typed language, these types can be changed later, and this is allowed in JavaScript. But this exact same thing is not allowed in statically typed languages like TypeScript. When we consider TypeScript, we will focus more on the data types, what value is assigned, so that if the value is assigned with number, later on we cannot change with string. But as JavaScript is dynamically typed language, easily we can change the data type during the runtime. And when this inference will be happening during the assignment, automatically based on the value, variable data type will be determined. Next question, what is hoisting in JavaScript? We have seen difference between var, let and const, block scope, function scope, global scope, and also we have seen what is TDZ. There is one important concept in JavaScript, that is hoisting. And this is JavaScript default behavior of moving declaration to the top of the current scope. Current scope that can either be function scope or it can be global scope. Function or global scope. Okay, let me tell you. Hoisting is default behavior of JavaScript using which all the declarations will be moved to the top of the current scope. And that scope can either be function scope or it can be global scope during compilation phase. You can also tell in JavaScript, variables and functions can be accessed before declaration, but we are having some rules. And always remember, hoisting will only happen for declaration. It will not be happening for initialization. If I create the variable a, and for this I will assign the value 10, here I have initialized the value. So for this, hoisting will not be happening. When hoisting will be happening? Hoisting will only be happening for the declaration. Here, if I write log b, and below this, if I just write var b is equal to 10, var is hoisted, and for var variable, I will be having the value undefined. By hoisting definition, we got to know variable declarations will be moving to the top of the current scope. So here, var is hoisted, and we will have the value undefined. Why we are having undefined? Because behind the scene, JavaScript will be writing something like this. First, we will declare B, then we are going to print B, and after that, we are going to initialize the value of B. So here you can see we are not having any value for this. So that is the reason we will have the result defined. So for var keyword behind the scene, in this way it will be working. So that is the reason when this is hoisted, we will have the result undefined. Second, let and const are also hoisted. Let and const are also hoisted. But if we access the variable before initialization, then we will have reference error and this variable will be in temporary dead zone. And as soon as we initialize let b is equal to 10, temporary dead zone ends. And when we log b, we will have the result 10. Same thing, it will be happening for const. And as I mentioned, variables and functions both will be hoisted. We have talked about variables. Now let us see about functions. So here directly I will call greet function and below this I will be creating this function greet. And inside this I will be printing something. So what this concept is called? This is called as function declaration. Function declaration will be hoisted before creating the function. If I call this greet function, whatever content we are having, that will be executed. For example, inside this log, just imagine I am having hello. So my output will be hello. Function declaration are also hoisted. When we call the function before declaration, then successfully we will be able to call the function and we will have the result. But in the same way, we are having function expression. And as I mentioned, only declarations will be hoisted. Function expression will not be hoisted. Will not be hoisted. Here, directly, I will be calling the function without using any function expression. So here, I will be having type error and it will tell greet is not defined. And after that, I will be creating the function. I will use var keyword and for this I'm just going to assign the function and inside this I will be printing some data. Let me write hello. Now here, as we all know, whenever we are creating any variable using var, it will be hoisted and we will have the result undefined. So here this greet will be hoisted and we will have the result undefined. And for this undefined, we are initializing this complete value. So that is the reason we will not be having any output. And before using function expression, if I call this greet function, I will be having type error because function expressions are not hoisted. So in interview, you can simply tell hoisting is a JavaScript mechanism where variable and function declarations are moved to the top of the scope before code execution. Var is hosted and initialized as undefined. Let and const are hoisted but in temporary dead zone and function declarations are fully hoisted. Before declaring the function, we can still access the value of the function if it is declared later. But function expressions are not hoisted. If we try to call the function before initialization, then we will be having type error. Next, very similar question, you will be having which declarations are hoisted or interviewer might ask how to let const and var behave in hoisting. As we have already seen, var will be hoisted and we will have the result undefined. Let and const are also hoisted but they will be in temporary dead zone. Now coming to which declarations are hoisted, var variables declared with var are hoisted and we will have the result undefined. Then variables declared with let and const are also hoisted but they will be in temporary dead zone. Then next function declarations are hoisted and as soon as we call the function we will have the output. So function declarations are also hoisted. Then function expression, this is partially hoisted. Why? Because if we are using var, in example we have already seen greet will be hoisted but for let and const it will not be hoisted. Let and const it will not be hoisted. Okay, and here instead of var if we use let, again we will be having reference error. Why? Because as soon as we create any variable using let and const and if we try to access the variable before that, it will be in temporary dead zone and we will have reference error. But if we are creating using var, then we are going to have type error as greet will be hoisted and we will have the value undefined. Next last, we are also having classes. Here classes are also hoisted but like let and const they will also be in temporary dead zone. For example, here I will be creating the class person and inside this person I will be passing this constructor. And here simply let me just log hello, and then I will be closing this class. And above this, I will be creating the object. I am using const obj is equal to new person. Here I am creating the object as we are creating using const. So in this case, what happens? We will be having reference error. So which declarations are hoisted? Var is hoisted with the value undefined. Let and const are hoisted, but they will remain in temporary dead zone. Function declarations are hoisted. As soon as function calls, we will have the output. Function expressions are partially hoisted. For var, it will be hoisted and we will have undefined. For let and const, it will be giving reference error. Then classes, they are also hoisted, but they will be in temporary dead zone. First, we can create the object, and after that, if we are creating the class, then definitely we will have reference error because here we are using const and we will be in temporal dead zone. So in interview, you can tell all declarations like var, let, const, functions and classes are hoisted in JavaScript. However, only function declarations are accessible before their definition. Let const and class declarations are hoisted, but it will be kept in temporal dead zone, which will be causing reference error if the variables are accessed earlier. 19th question. What is shadowing in JavaScript? Shadowing happens when a variable declared inside a certain scope has the same name as the variable in the outer scope. Example, here I will create the variable name. I will assign the value Khanam. Below this, I will be creating one function. Function name I will be passing greet. And inside this function, again, I'm just going to create the variable name. And for this, I will assign the value Seema. Now below this, if I log name, what will be the output? I will have the output Seema. And here, this is the concept of shadowing. You can see inside this function, I am having the same variable name as it is mentioned outside of the function. So here, the inner variable name, it is just going to shadow or hides the outer variable name, which simply means the outer variable becomes inaccessible inside the function. Doesn't matter, wherever I log the name inside the function, I will always have the result Seema. But outside of this function, if I log name, I will have the result Khanam. So this inner variable has simply shadowed that outer variable. So this is the concept of shadowing. Let me create another variable x, and inside this block again I will be creating x. I will give 20, and now if I log x, I will have the result 20. So this inner variable has simply shadowed this outer variable. Whenever we are having the same variable name inside any other block, and if the variable name is already present in the outer scope, we will not be able to access that value. So this is the concept of shadowing in JavaScript. But we are also having illegal shadowing. Here I will create the variable using let. I will assign the value 10. But inside this block, I will be creating z is equal to 10. Now below this, if I print z, I will be having syntax error because normally let we can access and var is not block scope, it is function scope. Now at this point, it will be confused which value it has to take. Let me assign 30. And in this case, we will have syntax error. So this is called as illegal shadowing of variables. When this shadowing will be legal, whatever variables we have declared inside and the variables which it is shadowing, both either has to be block scope or both either has to be function scope. The scope should not be overlapping or else we will be having this illegal shadowing of the variables. So in interview, you can simply tell shadowing in JavaScript happens when a variable in an inner scope has the same name as the variable in an outer scope. And here, the inner variable will be taking the precedence and temporary, it will be hiding the outer one in that scope. As I mentioned, shadowing is legal in JavaScript, but it will be causing bugs if you are not handling it properly. Always be very careful whenever you are using let, const and var. Next question, what is a closure? And you have to explain with real world use case. Most of the students, if they are not aware of how call stack will be working, what is global execution context, maybe explaining closure will be difficult. But in simple term, in interviews, you can tell manually nobody will be creating closures. Closures will be automatically happening in some situation, like how we implement arrays, how we implement object. Same way, we cannot implement closures. In some situation, closure will be automatically happening, and we simply have to know that situations. Here, first, let us write the example, then in depth, we will understand. I will create the function outer, and inside this function, I will create one variable a. For this, I will assign the value 10. And what is special about this function is this outer function is going to return another function. Function name I will be passing inner. And inside this function, what I will do, I will just increase the value of a by 1. Below this, I'm just going to log a. I will close inner function and then I will be closing outer function. I will call outer function. As soon as I call outer function, what it is returning? It is returning another function. So this entire data, I'm just going to assign to one variable result. Now what this outer function is returning? It is returning function. So automatically this result also becomes function. So here I'm just going to call result. Now what happens if you're aware of call stack? Let me write here. I will write call stack. So first thing inside call stack, we will be having global execution context. And globally, first we are having this outer function. As soon as this outer function is called, for each and every function, we will be having own execution context. So here we will be having execution context for this outer function. And inside this execution context, we will have three major things. First is variable environment, second is scope chain, and third, we will have this keyword. Now talking about variable environment, inside this execution context, we are only having variable a for which we are having the value 10. Now coming to scope chain, for this function, what are the things we will be having? Whatever data we are having inside the parent execution context, we will have all that data. As of now, we are only having this outer function. Okay, this is the variable environment and this is the scope chain. This keyword, as of now, you do not have to worry. And after that, once this function is executed, we are just returning function. As soon as this function is returned, this execution context of this outer function will be removed from the call stack. Now, no longer we are having access to this variable a. And this return we are storing inside the result. So here for this inner function, we will be having another execution context. Again, inside this, we will have variable environment. We are not having any variables and we will be having scope. So this is for outer function. Now, when we talk about inner function, inside this, we are not having any variable and this result is also available inside the global. So here we will be passing result. Now outer function will also have access to this result and inside this inner function we will be having outer function as well as we will be having this result. But nowhere inside this function we are having access to this variable a. But still if we call this result function our output will be 11. Previously it was 10. Inside inner function value will be updated and we will have 11. But how this is possible? This is possible because of closures. So in simple terms, you can tell the function which is created inside another function will be remembering all the variables which are declared at the birthplace. So here, what is the birthplace of A? Birthplace of A is this outer function. So this inner function is going to remember all the variables which are used at the birthplace. Doesn't matter when this parent function got executed, and even if the execution context is removed from the call stack, the inner function is going to remember all the variables at the birthplace. So automatically here closure will be happening and we will have access to this variable A And when we call the function, we will have the result 11. So manually, we will not be creating closures. Automatically, it will be happening in situations. In interviews, in more formal way, you can tell closures will be giving access to outer function variables even after the outer function has returned. Let us see one real world use case where closures are commonly used. Closures are commonly used for encapsulation and data privacy. Let me create one function. Function name I will pass create bank account. Inside this, I will create one variable balance, and for this, I will assign the value 1000. Inside this function, what I will do, I'm just going to return another function. So in this way, I will be returning deposit. I will pass one parameter amount, and here what I will do, whatever amount user is depositing, that amount I just have to add to this balance. So here I will write balance plus equal to amount. Then I'm just going to print something console.log, and inside this I will write deposited amount, deposited, deposited. This is the amount which user has deposited, and then total balance. Total balance will be stored inside this variable balance. Close this deposit function, close this return, and then I will be closing this outer function. Below this, I will be calling this function create bank account. In short, I am writing, and this one I'm just going to store inside the variable my account. Create the variable const my account. Now here you can see inside this function what variable we are having. We are having balance, and after that function has returned. So this function will be removed from execution context. But inner function is going to remember all the variables present in the outer function. Create bank account will be returning function. So in return, my account is the function. So in this way, I'm just going to call. And inside this function, we are having this method dot deposit. How much amount I have to deposit? Let me just give 500. As soon as I do this, I will have the output deposited 500 and total balance is 1500 because we are doing addition, and this balance will be remembered and we will have the output. Using closure, we are able to access this balance, but outside of this, if I simply try to access that, here I will be writing my account dot balance. In this way, if I try to access balance, I will be having cannot access directly because balance is available inside the function and only inner function is going to remember the variables which are declared in the outer scope. But outside of the function, if I try to access the balance variable, I will be having error because closure is going to hide internal data balance and it is safe from external code. So that is the reason nobody will be able to access the balance outside, but using closures, we can easily access the balance. So in real world example, whenever we want to do any encapsulation or if you want to perform some data privacy, then in that case, you can go with closure. Next question you might get if you tell the interview for data privacy, we can use closures. Then they might ask, can closures lead to memory leaks? The answer is big yes. Closures can lead to memory leak if they are not handled properly. So what was the closure? The inner function is going to remember all the variables which are declared in the outer function. You can also tell closure happens when a function remembers its lexical scope even after the outer function has finished its execution. But now the question is how closure can cause memory leaks. We all know how JavaScript code will be executed. It will be executed because of JavaScript engine. And inside this JavaScript engine, we will have two things. First, we will be having call stack and then we will be having heap. First, we will have call stack and then we will be having heap. And as I mentioned, JavaScript is high level programming language. So in JavaScript, variables and objects which are no longer used, automatically they are garbage collected and time to time they will be cleaned. And if you are having any data inside the call stack, automatically Once the execution is complete, they will be removed from the call stack and memory will also be cleared. But when it comes to closures, closures will be happening automatically in JavaScript. Manually, nobody will be creating closures. Automatically, it will be happening. So if any function, if it is leading to closure, whatever variables we are having, that will be moved inside the heap. And inside the heap, they will be staying forever. Unless and until functions are not performing closure, no problem. But if the function is leading to closure, then whatever variables or objects, whatever we are having, that will be moved inside the heap. And inside this heap, they will be staying forever. Even if the variables, objects or nodes, if they are no longer needed, then also they will be present inside the heap, which will prevent garbage collector from freeing up the memory. So what garbage collector will be doing? Garbage collection in JavaScript, it is simply going to free up the memory when something is no longer referenced. But when it comes to closure, this is holding the reference, so memory stays occupied. Even if we don't need it, then also memory stays occupied. For example, here I will be creating one function. Function name, let me write create leak. And inside this function, I will create one object, let huge data, and this is holding some large object. And this function, what it is doing, it is returning function. So definitely in this case, closure will be happening and this huge data will be having reference and they will be holded inside the memory. Even if this huge data is no longer needed, then also they will be holded inside the memory. Here simply, I'm just going to log hello. You can see inside this function, we are not using this huge data, but still as this leads to closure, this entire variable will be remembered and this will be present inside the heap forever, due to which memory leak can happen. And if we are having large data and if we are not having enough space, then definitely our program will be crashed. So some of the best practices to avoid this memory leak, we should use closures only if it is needed. If you write the function and if you think closure is happening, try to optimize the code. If it is holding larger data which is not used in future, then try to avoid closure and try to optimize the code. Second, avoid unnecessary reference to large objects. So here, if I am having large object, then definitely it will be taking larger space in the memory. Then third, whenever you are using timers or if you are using any listeners, always try to clean or clear that up. So what all can cause memory leaks using closure? We are having unused event listeners, then we can have timers, and also we can have global closures which will hold large data. So that is the reason whenever we are using closure, sometimes it leads to memory leaks if it is not handled properly. But if you're following best practices, you can simply avoid memory leaks. Next question, what are first class functions? So in JavaScript, functions will be treated like normal variables, which means functions can be assigned to any variable, function can be returned from another function, and finally, function can be passed as an argument in another function. Let us see the example. Assigning to the variable, I will create one variable greet, and for this greet, I'm just going to assign one function. Okay, you can see functions will be treated as normal variable and this entire function we can assign to one variable. Second, we can return function from another function. So here I will create one function. Function name, let me write here outer, and inside this function I can simply return another function. First example, second example, and third, function can be passed as an argument in another function. Here I will be using set timeout, and inside this we can pass the function as the argument. You can see we can pass function as the argument and then we will be passing the time. In this way, functions will be behaving in JavaScript. So that is the reason JavaScript follows first class citizen, which means function can be assigned to variable, function can be returned from another function, and function can be passed as an argument in another function. If you want to show the example function where it is passed as an argument, you can use map method. I will create one array nums, and inside this I will assign the values 1, 2, 3, 4. Below this, create the variable squared. Inside this, I will assign nums dot map method, and inside this map method, we will be passing function as the argument. Function, and here argument I will be passing num. Okay, for this function I am passing num as the argument, but inside this map method, this complete function I am passing as the argument. Open this function. What this will be returning? It is simply going to return num multiplied by num. Close this function, and then I will be closing map method. And below this, if I just log this squared, what will be the output? I will have the output as 1, 4, 9, 16. So one by one, when map method is iterating, first time num will be 1, 1 multiplied by 1, I will have 1. Second time it will be 2, 2 multiplied by 2, 4, then 3 multiplied by 3, 9. It keeps on going. So here in this one function, we have passed as argument in another function. So in interview, you can simply tell in JavaScript, functions are first class citizens. They can be assigned to variables passed as an arguments as well as returned from another function just like any normal value. Next question, what is higher order function? Previously, what we have seen first class citizens where functions can be assigned to variable, function can be passed as an argument, and function can be returned from another function. But higher order functions are those functions which will accept function as the argument and which will return function from another function. So last example, we have seen about map method. Inside this map function, we are passing another function as the argument. So, what is higher order function? Which will be accepting function as the argument. So here, map is the higher order function which is accepting function as the argument. Let us see another example. If you are having multiple examples, whichever you remember in interviews, you can provide that example. Here, I will be creating one function. Function name, let me just write here, process user. In short, I will be writing PU. And inside this, I will be passing parameter as callback. Open this function. I will create one username, const username. Username, I will be passing my name, Khanam. And what I will do, from this function, I'm just going to return this callback. So here I will be writing return callback, and inside this whatever username I have passed, that I'm just going to pass. Okay, in this way I have created this normal function. Above this I will create another function. Function name, let me write greet. Parameter, I will be passing name, and inside this I simply want to return hello name. I will be using this template string, and after that I just want to access this name, hello name, then close. Below this I will call this function process user, and inside this I'm just going to pass greet as the argument. You can see inside one function I am passing another function as the argument. First, this function will be called process user function, and inside this callback I'm just passing greet function as the argument. Now I will come, username is Khanam, and what I am returning? I am returning another function. What this callback is? This is nothing but greet, and inside this I will be passing Khanam. Again this function will be called, I will have output hello Khanam. So here, what is higher order function? Higher order function is the process user which is accepting or which is taking function as the argument. Now let us see another example where we are returning another function. I will create one function. Function name, I will write multiplier. And inside this, I will be passing the parameter as factor. Here, what I am doing, I am just going to return another function, and inside this I will pass the parameter as number. This inner function, it is going to return number multiplied by factor. And after that, I will close this inner function and then I will be closing this outer function. Now here I will call this function multiplier, and inside this factor I will be passing as 10. And now you can see previously we have seen this leads to closure. So whatever variables we are having, that will be remembered, and here also we will have access to factor. And this multiplier function is returning function. So we are going to store inside one variable name, let me write double. Now this double is also function because it has return function. In this way I'm just going to call double of 5, and this one I'm just going to log. If I do this using this multiplier function, factor I am having 5, then it will be returning function. And when I call this double with 5, number is 5. This factor will be remembered because of closure. 5 multiplied by 5, our answer will be 25. And some of the examples of higher order functions are, we are having map, this is higher order. We are having array filter method, this is also higher order. Reduce method, this is also higher order. For each method, this is also higher order functions, inside which we will be passing another function as the argument. So in interview, what you can tell, higher order function is a function that either takes another function as an argument, or it can return function, or both. And maybe in some interviews, they will be asking where it is commonly used. You can tell in React inside HOC, it is commonly used. That is higher order components. As well as when we talk about functional programming, there we are having something called as Lodash, which will help us to do deep shadowing. And also we are having Ramda. In this kind of libraries, we will be using this higher order functions. Next question, what are pure functions? Okay, pure functions are those functions, doesn't matter what input user is giving, each and every time we will have the same output. And these functions is not going to affect outer variables, global variables. It is not going to touch any global environment. It will not be displaying anything inside the console. These functions are very sincere. Each and every time for same input, they will be giving the same output. And also using this pure function, we will not be having side effects, which means whatever outer environment we are having, that variables or that content, we will not be able to change. Okay. For example, if you go to one shop and here if you ask for 2 kg potato, each and every time they will be giving you 2 kg potatoes. They will not increase the kgs and also they will not decrease the kg. Each and every time if you're asking for 2 kg, they will be giving 2 kg of potatoes. I will write one example. Function. Function name, let me pass at a comma b. And inside this, what I will do, I am simply going to return a plus b. Now, each and every time when I call this function add with 3 and 2 as the argument, every time I will have the result 5. Again, if I call the function with same argument, again I will have the result 5. So, each and every time if I am passing the same input, I will be having the same output without any effect. So, this function is called as pure function. But same thing, if I just do like this, function get random. Okay, I just want to get random number, and inside this function what I will do, I'm just going to return math.random. So here what happens, whenever we call this greet random function, I will be having some random value. Again, if I call this greet random function, I will be having random value. So for same input, each and every time, I will be having different answer. So definitely, this is not pure function. Pure function is those function, if we are giving the same input, each and every time, we should be having the same output. Okay, this is the first case. Second case is, we are not having any side effect inside pure function. No side effect, which simply means we will not display anything inside the console. We are not changing any global variables. Okay, whatever global variable values we are having, we will not be changing that. We cannot modify DOM API or we cannot modify DOM nodes. And finally, if we are having any array or object, it is not going to break that array or object. Here, let me write one example. Let count is equal to 0. Create the function name increment, and inside this, I'm just going to increase the value of count. Now you can see each and every time when I call this increment function, this global variable is getting affected and value of count will be increased. So this is not pure function because we should not be having any side effect, which means we should not change any global variable or we should not change any content of any variable inside the pure function. So in interview, you can tell pure functions are those functions which will be returning the same output for the same input. And also they will not be having any side effect, which means they will not be affecting any outer environment, as well as we are not going to display anything inside the console. Next question, what is function currying? And we have to implement by showing one example. Function currying is one of the technique in JavaScript where we will take one bigger function and divide into smaller function, and each function will be taking arguments. Okay, in more simple term, if one function is taking multiple arguments, then what we will do, we will divide this function into smaller function so that whatever multiple arguments we are having, that will be taken by those smaller functions. If I take one example, you are going to juice shop and there you are telling you want mango juice, medium size glass, and then you want less sugar. Okay, you can see at the end what you want mango juice. To get this result, what you are telling, you want mango juice, and then you are telling the size, and then you are telling I want less sugar. So after calculating all this, we will be having mango juice. So one function we are dividing into different function, and each function will be accepting arguments. Let us take normal function example. Normal function. Inside this, I will create the function sum. Function sum, pass the parameters a, b and c. And then here what I will do, I'm just going to return a plus b plus c. Now inside the console, if I log this sum, I will pass 2, 3, 4. My answer will be 9. 2 plus 3, 5, 5 plus 4, 9. So this is nothing but normal function, and this function is taking multiple arguments. So now what we can do, this function we can divide into smaller functions and each function will be accepting arguments. So here let me take example of curried function. Function name, I will write curried sum, and inside this I will only pass a as the argument. Then here this function is going to return another function. Inside this I will be taking b as the argument. You can see this function I am dividing into smaller function and each function will be accepting argument. Then I will return another function where I will be passing c as the argument. And at the end, I'm just going to return a plus b plus c. Close this return, then close this b return, and then close this curried sum. Call this curried function. We will write this function name curried sum. First, we will pass the argument for a. I will write 2. Then we will be passing for b, and then we will be passing for c. In this way, function currying will be working. And how this will be working? First step, let me write. First step, we are having curried sum of 2. Curried sum of 2, and this is nothing but a. And what this function is returning? This function is returning this complete value. So here I will have return function. Okay, till now we are not having value for b. I will be writing return function c. Here what we are doing, return a plus b plus c. A value I am having, so 2 plus b plus c. Close and close. Then second step, I will write carried sum, carried sum 2 of 3. Now here I am passing b. So inside this function, I am having this complete value. So what will be my output? Here I will write function. Till now I am not having any c value. Inside this we are having a plus b plus c. A is 2, b is 3 and c as of now we are not aware. Then finally third step, it will be calling with third argument carried sum 2, 3 and 4. After calling this, what we are returning? A plus B plus C, our answer will be 9. Okay, this is how function currying will be working in JavaScript. But if the interviewer is asking where this concept is used, then you can tell it is used in event handlers. So in event handlers, you can give the example. When I click on this, when I click on the button, first I should access the type and then I will access the ID and then whatever data I'm having, I'm just going to access that. So you can tell this example, it is used in event listeners as well as inside functional programming or functional libraries like Lodash, Ramda, it is used. Next question, what is function composition? Function currying, what was function currying? One function we will be dividing into smaller function and each function will be accepting argument. But here function composition is we will take smaller function and we will combine into one bigger function. If I take real world example, you want to edit photo. So first step, what you will do, you will add some brightness. Okay, maybe you will add some brightness. Then you will be doing some cropping. Then you will add some filters. And final result, what we are having? Final result, we are having edited photo. You can see smaller functions we are taking and at the end, after combining, we are having one result. So adding brightness to photo, that will be one function. Cropping the photo will be one function. Adding filters, that will be function. And after combining all, we will have our edited photo. So this is nothing but function composition. Smaller functions we will combine into one larger function. Mathematically, this is how we will represent function of g of x. So here first, this g of x will be executed and after that, whatever value we are having, based on that, this function will be executed second. Let us see one JavaScript example. Const, I will create the variable double. And for this, I'm just going to assign this callback function. What it will be doing, whatever number I am passing, it is just going to multiply by 2. Then again const, I will create the variable. Okay, I am creating simple function x is equal to x multiplied by x. So here in total, I have created two functions. First, it is just going to double the value and second, it is just going to square the value. And this is nothing but simple one line functions. Then here, I'm just going to apply function composition. So what I will do, what I want, first, I just want to run this double and inside this I will be passing this x and after that based on this value I just want to run this square, so this will be f and this double will be g of x and this square will be f. For this I will create one variable result, assign the value square and inside this I will be passing double of 3. So first this will be calculated, 3 multiplied by 2, I will have 6. So square of 6. Inside square, what I have to do? X multiplied by x. So 6 multiplied by 6, my answer will be 36. So here, this is very simple example. Let me write example 1. I will write example 2. Here, we can combine multiple functions and we can make one larger function. Let me write the example. You will understand. Function. Function name, let me write compose. And inside this, I will pass f and g as the parameter. This will be function and this will be one function. Both we will combine and then we are going to generate result for this compose function. And inside this, what I will do? First, I'm just going to return this function. Return function I will be passing x, and after that I'm just going to return f of gx. When I call this function, I will be having this result where first this g of x will be calculated, and after that it will be calculating f, and final value we are just going to return. Now let me call the function. I will create the variable const compose, and inside this I will call this function compose. Here for f I will be passing square, which we have written earlier, and for g I will be passing double. And what this compose function is returning? It is returning one function. So now this compose become functions. Below this I'm just going to call this compose, and inside this x I will be passing 3. If I call this, what I am returning? I am returning f of g of x. So f is this square of double of 3. Double of 3. Again, using this, if I calculate 3 2s are 6, 6 6 are 36. My answer will be 36. In this way, we can combine multiple function into one single function. So in interview, you can tell function composition is a technique of combining two or more function so that the output of one becomes the input of the next function. In JavaScript, this will allow us to write clean and reusable logic chaining. Next question, what is memoization? How would you implement it? Memoization is also one of the technique in JavaScript which is going to remember our function results. So whatever result we will have, it is just going to cache. So again, if the user is passing the same input, it don't have to calculate because function result is already cached and it is just going to remember that result. Let me tell you one simple analogy. You want to complete your homework and you will ask your brother to tell 12 ones are table. Your brother will tell and you are simply listening. And after 5 minutes, again you will ask the same question, tell 12 ones are table. But now what your brother has done, he has written entire data inside one paper. Now instead of repeating the same thing, your brother will be handling that paper and you can see the complete table and you can complete your homework. So here your brother has used this memoization technique. Instead of repeating the same thing, your brother has written complete 12 ones table and simply he has handed over to you. Same thing, it will happen in JavaScript. Once the result is calculated, it is simply going to cache or it will remember that result. Again, if the user is going to give the same input, then it is not going to recalculate. Let us write one example, then you will understand. I will create one function. Function name, let me write slow square. Parameter, I will be passing n. And inside this, I'm just going to do console.log and here I will print calculating. And inside this function, what I will do, I'm just going to return n multiplied by n. Now, if I just do slow square of 5, what I will be having, I will have the output calculating and then I will have 25. Again, I will be doing slow square, calling the function. I will write 5. Again, for same input, again it is just going to execute. I will have the result calculating. Again, it is just going to return 25. So here, what it is happening, each and every time, it is just going to calculate the result. So this is not memoization. But now, using memoization, let us write the same code. Create the function. Function name, let me write mem square. Okay, memoization square. And inside this, we have to remember the variable. So we will be creating one box. And that box is nothing but cache. So here, I will create the variable cache. And inside this, I'm just going to assign empty object. So this cache is the box which is going to remember our calculated value. And we will store the value in the form of object. Now this function is going to return another function which is going to accept one parameter. And here I will check if cache, whatever value we are passing, if that is already present inside the cache. And how we can access object values? We can access using dot operator or we can access using this square bracket. So if this value is already present inside the cache, then what we will do, we will simply tell fetching. Here I will write, just think I am logging this fetching inside the console, and what I have to return, this exact value I just have to return from the cache. Again, I don't have to recalculate. If the value is present in the cache, then directly from cache, I'm just going to return that value. Else, if the value is not present, only then I'm just going to perform calculation. So here I will write calculating. What I have to calculate? I have to calculate n multiplied by n const result. I will store inside the variable, and after this what I will do, this entire result I'm just going to store inside the cache. Cache of n is equal to result. For example, if the user is giving 6, 6 multiplied by 6, 36. So 36 will be stored inside the cache. And at the end, what I have to do, I just have to return the result. So in this way, using memoization, if the user is giving the same input again and again, we don't have to calculate. Directly, we will be storing inside the cache, and before calculating, we will check whether that value is present inside the cache or not. If it is present, return the value from cache. If it is not present, directly calculate, store the value inside the cache, and then print the result. Now I'm just going to call this function mem square, and this entire thing I'm just going to assign to variable square. And this mem square, what it is returning, it is returning function. So here I will be writing square of 5. So square of 5. Now initially my cache is empty, so it will check cache of 5, it is not there. I will come inside the else part. Now I'm just going to calculate 5 multiplied by 5. I will have 25, and this 25 I'm just going to store inside the cache. So now inside the cache I will have 25. Then I will be doing square of 6. Square of 6 I will have 36. This is not present inside the cache. Again it is just going to recalculate. But now again I'm just going to call for 5. So first it will check cache of 5. Yes, it is there. So directly it will fetch from the cache, and I will have the result 25. Again, it is not going to recalculate directly inside the cache. Now what values we are having? We are having 36 and 25. So directly from cache, it will fetch this 25 and it will give the result. And why memoization is used? Very important. And in most of the interviews, they will expect this answer. You can tell whatever you understood, you can tell. Apart from that, you can simply say memoization is a performance optimization technique where the result of a function is cached based on its input, so that next time when the same input is passed, the cached result is returned instead of recalculating it. So from this example, I hope you have already understood, but in this way, you can give the definition. And where we can use memoization, we can use in recursion. So what is recursion? One big problem we will be dividing into smaller sub problems. And if we solve one problem, rest all it will be automatically solved. So in this case, we can use memoization technique. One result we can store, and accordingly we can perform calculation for another values. Example, we are having Fibonacci, we are having factorial. In that, okay, in recursion problems, we can use memoization. Then we can also use in API calls. Very, very important. Using this memoization, we can avoid repeated calls with the same data. If we are already having the data, again we do not have to call the API because we are already having the data. So we can simply avoid repeated call which is having same data. And if you're aware of React, there for UI performance, we are having use memo and memo. So using this technique also, we can just remember previous data, and accordingly, we can optimize our UI performance. Next question, we have to solve this problem. क्वेश्चन देख के which technique you can remember? We can see यहाँ पे हमारे पास है function करीम. तो फर्स्ट जब भी हमें कोई भी क्वेश्चन पूछा जाता है, फर्स्ट वी हैव टू फाइंड द पैटर्न. कौन सा टेक्निक यूज हुआ है, किस तरह से इस क्वेश्चन को सॉल्व करेंगे, बेस्ड ऑन दैट पैटर्न वी हैव टू सॉल्व द प्रॉब्लम। जस्ट पहले हमने फंक्शन करीन को पढ़ा था, देखो, एंड दिस इज वन टेक्निक इन जावास्क्रिप्ट जहां पे एक बड़े फंक्शन को हम छोटे फंक्शंस में डिवाइड करेंगे एंड एवरी फंक्शन विल बी एक्सेप्टिंग आर्ग्यूमेंट्स। तो यहाँ इस तरह से नॉर्मल फंक्शन एंड दिस इज आवर करीट फंक्शन। देखो वी आर फाइंडिंग द सम। तो एग्जैक्ट सेम लॉजिक की मदद से वी कैन राइट द कोड फंक्शन। तो हमें सम फाइंड करना है अप टू n टर्म्स। मान लो here I am having sum of 1 2 3 4 5। तो हर एलिमेंट्स को हम ऐड करेंगे 1 प्लस 2 3, 3 प्लस 3 6, 6 प्लस 4 10 एंड 10 प्लस 5 15। तो हमारा आउटपुट होगा 15। तो फर्स्ट इसके लिए वी विल क्रिएट फंक्शन सम। इनसाइड दिस हम पैरामीटर पास करेंगे a एंड ये फंक्शन क्या रिटर्न करेगा, इट विल बी रिटर्निंग अनदर फंक्शन, रिटर्न फंक्शन। एंड इस फंक्शन के अंदर वी विल पास द पैरामीटर b। फिर ये क्या करेगा, इट विल बी रिटर्निंग अनदर फंक्शन, रिटर्न फंक्शन। एंड इनसाइड दिस हम पास करेंगे c एंड इट कीप्स ऑन गोइंग। एट द एंड जब ये फिफ्थ टाइम रिटर्न करेगा वी विल बी डूइंग a प्लस b प्लस c प्लस d प्लस e। तो इस तरह से we will be adding all the values and we will return the result। but definitely मान लो अगर मुझे sum of 1 2 up to 20 terms find करना है then 20 times I will not be writing this function। तो यहाँ पे हमें इतना पता है we will be using function करीन। एंड अगर एक फंक्शन के अंदर एक और फंक्शन होता है then we will also have the concept of closures। एंड यहाँ हर एक फंक्शन चेन्ड है, सो वी आर ऑल्सो हैविंग फंक्शन चेनिंग। ये सारे टेक्निक्स आर यूज्ड इन दिस प्रॉब्लम। सिंपल वे में अगर हम इसको लिखे, यहाँ पे देखो हर काम रिपीट हो रहा है एंड जब भी कोई भी काम रिपीट होता है व्हाट वी विल डू, वी विल बी यूजिंग फंक्शंस। बट यहाँ पे हर एक प्रॉब्लम को हम छोटे प्रॉब्लम्स में डिवाइड कर रहे हैं, तो इसलिए वी कैन यूज रिकर्सिव फंक्शन। अभी हम इस सॉल्यूशन को रिकर्शन की मदद से सॉल्व करेंगे, क्योंकि हर बार एक प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट रिपीट हो रहा है, तो वो पर्टिकुलर प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट को हम टुकड़ों में तोड़ेंगे एंड वी विल बी सॉल्विंग द फर्स्ट प्रॉब्लम एंड बाकी के सारे प्रॉब्लम इट विल ऑटोमेटिकली सॉल्व। तो रिकर्शन की मदद से वी आर जस्ट गोइंग टू सॉल्व दिस प्रॉब्लम। फर्स्ट हम फंक्शन क्रिएट करेंगे, फंक्शन का नेम हम पास करेंगे सम, पैरामीटर आई विल बी पासिंग ए। ये फंक्शन क्या रिटर्न करेगा, इट विल बी रिटर्निंग अनदर फंक्शन। लेट मी जस्ट राइट द नेम एज fun। बट ऊपर ये कैलकुलेशन परफॉर्म करने के लिए आई विल बी क्रिएटिंग वन एरो फंक्शन कॉन्स्ट fun इज इक्वल टू, अभी पैरामीटर हमें पास करना है नेक्स्ट, दैट इज b। एंड व्हाट वी हैव टू डू, वी हैव टू डू सम ऑफ a प्लस b। तो यहाँ फर्स्ट जो भी a की वैल्यू है दैट वी हैव टू असाइन टू फंक्शन वैल्यू। तो यहाँ पे वी विल राइट फंक्शन डॉट वैल्यू इज इक्वल टू जो भी a की वैल्यू है दैट वी आर जस्ट गोइंग टू असाइन। तो यहाँ पे ये किस तरह से काम करेगा, आई विल राइट सम ऑफ 1 2 3 एंड 4। ओके, लेट मी जस्ट राइट 3। तो फर्स्ट यहाँ पे a की वैल्यू क्या है, a की वैल्यू है 1। तो जब हम सम 1 को इस तरह से कॉल करेंगे, व्हाट वी आर डूइंग, फंक्शन के अंदर वी आर असाइनिंग द वैल्यू एज 1। फंक्शन के अंदर हमारे पास वैल्यू होगी 1 एंड इट इज रिटर्निंग अनदर फंक्शन। तो अनदर फंक्शन के लिए हमारे पास नेक्स्ट पैरामीटर है जिसकी वैल्यू है 2। तो फर्स्ट हम इसको रिटर्न नहीं करेंगे, क्योंकि जब हमारा फंक्शन रिटर्न होगा ओनली देन वी आर गोइंग टू कॉल दिस फंक्शन। तो यहाँ पे वी आर हैविंग फंक्शन ऑफ 2 नेक्स्ट पैरामीटर इज इक्वल टू सम ऑफ 1 प्लस 2। तो अभी यहाँ पे क्या होगा, सम ऑफ 3। नेक्स्ट हमारा फंक्शन रिटर्न होगा एंड अभी इनसाइड द वैल्यू वी विल हैव द रिजल्ट 3। जो भी a की वैल्यू है वी विल हैव दैट रिजल्ट। नेक्स्ट फंक्शन 3, नेक्स्ट आर्गुमेंट है 3, वी विल बी कॉलिंग b होगा 3, देन वी विल राइट sum of a plus b, that is 3 plus 3, we will have the result sum of 6. तो अभी हमारे पास ऑलरेडी वैल्यू है, सो व्हाट वी विल डू, एंड उसके बाद वैल्यू को हम असाइन करेंगे 6, जो भी a की वैल्यू है, एंड देन वी आर गोइंग टू रिटर्न द फंक्शन. बट यहाँ पे वाइल कॉलिंग इसके बाद हमारे पास कोई डेटा नहीं है, सो वाइल कॉलिंग द फंक्शन फर्स्ट आर्गुमेंट होगा 1 2 3 एंड आफ्टर दिस वी विल राइट डॉट वैल्यू. तो जैसे हम वैल्यू को कॉल करें, आफ्टर फिनिशिंग दिस जो भी वैल्यू का रिजल्ट होगा दैट विल बी द आउटपुट. ओके, दोबारा से हम इसका ड्राई रन देखेंगे. लेट मी राइट सम ऑफ 1 2 3 एंड 4. द फर्स्ट स्टेप सम ऑफ ए, एंड हम इस तरह से कॉल करेंगे डॉट वैल्यू. तो जो भी वैल्यू है वी आर जस्ट गोइंग टू एक्सेस दैट वैल्यू. यहाँ पे a क्या है, a इज 1, एंड फंक्शन के वैल्यू के अंदर हम इस a को पास करेंगे, वी विल हैव 1, एंड ये सम फंक्शन क्या रिटर्न करेगा, इट विल बी रिटर्निंग फंक्शन. तो नेक्स्ट फंक्शन में वी हैव टू पास दिस एज द आर्गुमेंट. तो फंक्शन, तो अभी b विल बी इक्वल टू 2 इज इक्वल टू सम ऑफ a प्लस b, हमारा आंसर होगा सम ऑफ 3. दोबारा से वी आर कॉलिंग दिस फंक्शन, तो वैल्यू के अंदर वी विल हैव 3 एंड हम फंक्शन को रिटर्न कर रहे हैं, तो नेक्स्ट आर्गुमेंट वी आर हैविंग 3. सो फंक्शन ऑफ 3 इज इक्वल टू सम ऑफ a इज 3, 3 प्लस 3, हमारा आंसर होगा सम ऑफ 6. दोबारा से इस फंक्शन को कॉल करेंगे, वैल्यू के अंदर वी विल हैव 6, then next argument function of 4 is equal to sum of 6 plus 4, हमारा आंसर होगा sum of 10. फिर इसको कॉल करेंगे, वैल्यू के अंदर we will be having 10, फंक्शन को रिटर्न करो, बट अभी we are not having any arguments, directly we are accessing the value. तो वैल्यू के अंदर हमारे पास रिजल्ट क्या है, we are having 10, so this will be the output. तो इस तरह से फंक्शन करी, फंक्शन चेनिंग एंड क्लोजर्स की मदद से वी आर जस्ट गोइंग टू परफॉर्म दिस लॉजिक. इफ यू डू नॉट वांट टू यूज रिकर्शन, आपके पास बहुत सारे ऑप्शंस होंगे, देन अकॉर्डिंगली जो भी आपको सही लगे यू कैन एक्सप्लेन इन इंटरव्यू. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, डिफरेंस बिटवीन कॉलिंग बाय रेफरेंस एंड कॉलिंग बाय वैल्यू. First, let us understand what is call by value, and then we will proceed with call by reference. Call by value. Just take one example. You are having photocopy. Okay, you are not having the original photo. You are having photocopy. And this photocopy, if you give to someone, and if they are tearing that photocopy in pen, if they are writing something, all the changes will be happening inside the photocopy. This changes is not going to affect in original photocopy. This is called as pass by value. Whenever we are passing one value to another function, we are just passing the copy of the variable. We are not passing original variable. So whatever changes will be done, that will be happening inside the copied variable. It will not be affecting our original variable. So this is called as call by value. Now coming to call by reference. Call by reference. Here in this, what you are doing, you are just sending original link, okay, original photocopy link to your friend. And what your friend is doing, he will open the link and he will be doing some changes. As you have sent original thing, whatever changes your friend is doing, he is doing in the original link. You have not sent any photocopy, you have sent original link, and changes will also be affected in original link. So same thing, it will happen whenever we are calling by reference, we will be passing reference of the variable. Means we are passing address of the variable. Whatever changes will be happening for that variable, it will also affect in original variable. Very simple. This is the simplified example which you can also explain in interview. So in JavaScript, how many data types we are having? We are having primitive data type and we are having non-primitive data type. So in primitive data type, we are having 7 types, that is null, we are having number, boolean, it keeps on going. In non-primitive, we are having object, we are having arrays, and we are having functions. So from here, doesn't matter for which data type we are passing the data, we will always be doing pass by value. That is, we will be sending copy of the variable. Now coming to non-primitive data type, here when the value is passed, we will be doing using call by reference. Technically, it will be like pass by value of reference. Now many people will be thinking primitive data types are passed by value and non-primitive data type are passed by reference or call by value or call by reference. But this is the myth in JavaScript that objects are passed by reference in JavaScript. Okay, this is only the myth. This is not the fact. Objects are passed by reference in JavaScript. Using this data type, we will use the concept of call by reference, but technically it is like pass by value of reference. So this is the myth that everybody thinks objects are passed by reference in JavaScript. Definitely, this is wrong. Why? Because everything in JavaScript is passed by value. Okay, always remember everything in JavaScript is passed by value, and whenever we are passing objects and arrays, okay, whenever we are passing objects and arrays, we are passing reference. By reference, I am telling we are passing address, but this address will be passed in the form of value. Always remember everything in JavaScript is passed by value, and whenever we are passing object and arrays, we are simply passing address but in the form of value. Let us see some examples. I will create the variable a. For this, I will assign the value 10. Below this, I will create one function. Function name, I will write change value. Inside this, I will be passing the parameter a. And inside the function, what I will do, I will write a plus 5. I'm just updating the value of a. And then I will do console.log. I will be printing a. Then outside the function, I will be printing a. Console.log, I will print a. Below this, I will call the function change value. Argument, I will be passing a. Okay, whatever variable I have created, that variable I will be passing. Below this, I'm just going to log a. Now what data I have assigned to a? I have assigned number data, and this is nothing but primitive data type. So this value will be passed using pass by value, which means we are creating copy of the variable. Now here, what is the value of a? Value of a is 10. Let me write the boxes. A, and inside this I am having 10. Function is called value of a is passed. Now I will come to this function. This is local variable. So inside this function, I will create another box, and for this I will assign the value 10. This is function A and this is our global A. Now I am just updating A plus 5. This function A will be updated. I will have 15. Now when I log a, for this I will have 15. After executing this function, for this log, I am having the result 10. So in this way, we will be passing by value. Whatever changes we do for the copied variable, it will not be affecting in original variable. But now let us see about pass by reference or call by reference. Arrays an object, whenever we are passing by reference but in the form of value. Here, if I create variable x, for this I will assign 10. So inside memory, we will have one box x. Okay, just assume only for illustration. We are having the value 10, and for this box, we will have some address. Let me write the address 100. I will create object, person, and inside this key, I will be writing name, and value, I will be passing Khanam. Then I am creating one function. Function name, I will write update person. Parameter, I will be passing obj. And inside this obj, I will access this name property, and then I'm just going to update Seema. Below this, I'm just going to log obj.name, close the function. I will call update person function, and inside this, I will pass complete object as the argument. And below this, I'm just going to log person.name, person.name. Now what happens, what we are doing, whenever we are passing object and arrays, we will be passing as a reference, which means we are going to pass the address. So here I am having person, and inside this person we are having name property, and for this I am having the value Khanam, and this is our person object. And for this, just assume we are having the address as 1AX. Then here I am having function. Below this, we are calling the function inside which we are passing complete person object. And here, when we pass this, instead of passing complete object, we will be passing the reference, means we are just going to pass the address. So whatever address we are having, that address we will be passing. Now here inside the function obj.name, so wherever I am having this object, there I am accessing name property, and for that name I am assigning the value Seema. So inside obj we are having this address, so it will come to memory, we are having address, and in the same address for this name property we are updating the value and we are writing Seema. And now here inside the function, if we display the name, what name we are having? We are having Seema. And outside of this function, if we display this, we will be having Seema. You can see whenever we are doing pass by reference, it will be affected in original variable and we will have this result. Only thing, we can update the properties in this way. We can go to same address and we can update the properties. But here, instead of doing this, if I have done this obj name is equal to Seema, then what happens, for this object new memory address will be created, and in that memory address value will be updated and it will not be affected in original object. This is the new object, and for new object we will be having new address, and in that address this value will be updated. Remember this in interview, JavaScript is always pass by value even for objects. So for objects, whatever value we are passing, that is the reference, which means we are passing memory address so that we can mutate the objects. But directly, if we are reassigning the object, then in this case, it is not going to affect our original object. I hope you understood how you have to answer in interview. Next question you might get, how you can think in recursive way, or what is the procedure of thinking in recursive way, what is recursion, or how do you solve complex problems. Next question, thinking recursively. For this you might get different questions like what is recursion, how do you think in recursion manner, if you're having one function which is doing the same task, then how do you solve that problem? In different ways, you will be having this question. For each and every question, doesn't matter in what way they are asking, you should be answering in this way. Recursion is a function which is going to call itself. Here, I am having one function sum, and inside this, let me write one log. Log, I will write addition. And below this, I'm just going to call the same function. So recursion is a function which is going to call itself. So I will come inside the function. Below this, let me call. Come inside the function. I will be printing addition. Then again, I am calling the same function. I will print addition. Again, I am calling the same function. I will be printing addition. But it keeps on going, and at one point, once my memory is full, I will have segmentation fault error, because now I am not having enough space and there is no way this function can be stopped. So whenever we are thinking in recursion manner, first we have to think of the base case. This simply means when this function has to be stopped. Whenever we are using recursion pattern, we should keep in mind when this function has to be stopped and at what value we have to stop this function. So how we can stop the function? Using base case, we can stop the function. And using recursion, what we will do? One bigger problem, we will be dividing into smaller sub problems. And then we will only solve one problem and rest entire thing automatically it is going to solve. And to stop this function, we will be using base case. That is, we have to pass base condition, and it is mandatory base condition should be having return keyword. It should be returning something so that we can proceed with the solution. Let us take one problem. My problem is I have to find sum of 5 digits. If I pass sum of 5 digits, how I will be writing 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1. So in this way, I have to find sum of all digit. What is this? This is nothing but n. So here we are having n plus, in n term if I write n minus 1, then we are having n minus 2, then we are having n minus 3, then we are having n minus 4. And when I have to stop, as soon as I get 0, I have to stop. So my base case will be, as soon as I have 0, I have to stop this function. So for this, can we write sum of n is equal to whatever n value we have given, n plus sum of n minus 1. So in this way, if you are just calling the function n minus 1, first time, what is n? N is 5. 5 plus sum of n minus 1, I will have 4. So now for 4, it will be calling, I will have 5 plus 4 plus sum of n minus 1, that is 3. Now n is 3, so I will have 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus sum of 3 minus 1, I will have sum of 2. Now for 2, I am just going to calculate 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus sum of 1. Then for 1, I will calculate 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1. 1 minus 1, I will have 0. Now as soon as I have 0, what I will do? I am just going to return 0. And after that, I will add all the values. I will have the result 15. Now you can see one problem I have solved into smaller sub problem. And after that, only one thing I have to solve, rest entire thing it will be solving automatically. So whenever you want to explain recursion, first what you will do, one bigger problem we will be dividing into smaller sub problems. And after that, we will find the condition where we have to stop. Then we will be finding this recursive relation. So here in n terms, we are writing this recursive relation. Once we have recursive relation, only then we can call this function again. So next, after base case, we have to find recursive relation. This is how you can think recursively, solving a bigger problem by reducing it into smaller sub problems of the same type, and then solving that smaller sub problem unless and until you reach the base case. Then accordingly, we will perform the calculation and we will be generating the output. Next question, find factorial using recursion. Recursion we have already seen. First thing what we have to do, first thing we should get to know about the base case. Then second, we have to find recursive relation. This is what we know about recursion, and recursion is a function which is going to call itself. And to stop this, we will be using base case, and to solve a smaller problem, we have to find recursive relation. But now, what is factorial? If I write 5, for factorial, we are having this not symbol. To calculate, we will write 5 multiplied by 4 multiplied by 3 multiplied by 2 multiplied by 1. Answer will be 120. Then if I write 4 factorial, we are having 4 multiplied by 3 multiplied by 2 multiplied by 1. Answer will be 24. So this is nothing but factorial of any number. Now first thing, we have to find the base case. Here we are doing multiplication. So what will be the base case? If our n value, if it is equal to 1, then simply return 1. We cannot return 0. If we return 0, here we are doing multiplication, our entire answer will be 0. So base condition is, as soon as my n becomes 1, I just have to return. Then we have to find a recursive relation. Let me write f of n is equal to, this is n, and each and every time we are reducing the value by 1. And what we are doing? We are doing multiplication. So f of n minus 1. This is our recursive relation. Now let us write the code. I will create the function. Function name, let me pass factorial. Inside this, I will write n. First, pass the base case. Each and every time I have to check if n is equal to 1, then what we have to do? We just have to return 1. Or else what we will do? We will be returning this recursive relation n multiplied by fact of n minus 1. Close. And below this, I'm just going to call the function fact of 5. Now let us see how this will be working. First time I am calling fact of 5. I will come inside the function. We are doing pass by value. N equal to 1. The condition fails. What I am returning? N multiplied by fact of n minus 1, that is 4. Now for this 4, again I have to do the same thing. N equal to 1, the condition fails. For this, what I have to return? N multiplied by fact of n minus 1, that is 3. Again for this one, n equal to 1, condition fails. 3 multiplied by fact of 2. Then for this, 2 multiplied by fact of 1. Now what is n? N is nothing but 1. N equal to 1, the condition is true. So here I'm just going to return the value 1. So for this function, I will have the result 1. Now I am having the result 2 multiplied by 2. Our answer will be 2. So this answer is for fact of 2. Now fact of 2 is 2. 3 into 2, I am having 6. So fact of 3 is 6. 4 multiplied by 6. Fact of 4 is 24. 5 multiplied by 24, answer is 120. So this is how our recursion will be working. A function calling itself, and to stop the function, we will be using base case, and to solve smaller sub problems, we have to use recursive relation. Next question, reverse a string using recursion. Example, if I am having the string as A, B, C, then my output has to be CBA. In this way, I have to reverse. First, you should think of the base case, and second, you have to think of recursive relation. We are working on string, so whatever string methods we are having, we can easily use that methods. So base condition is first we will have C, then we will have B, and then we are having A. This C we are bringing here, B we are bringing here, and A we are bringing here. So what we can tell, once our string is empty, okay, once our string is empty, then what we will do, we are just going to return empty string. Okay, after shifting all these values, I am not having anything. So once this becomes empty, I will just return empty string. So this is my base condition. Okay, for example, let me just write here A, B, C. First, I will move C, then I will move B, then I will move A, and after that, I am not having any value. It is empty. So during that time, this is my base condition. If I am not having any value, I am just going to return empty string. Here, whatever string value I am having, that value should be at the end. So here, string of 0. So last, I will be passing that value. But here I have to find recursive relation. Let's say my function name is reverse. And inside this, after removing this value, I need only these two characters, B and C. For that, we are having slice method, string dot slice. And from where I have to access? I have to access from first index. This is 0th index, first index and second index. After adding this first element here, I am just accessing only B and C. So this is my recursive relation. First time when it is called, my string value will be A, B and C. So base condition, it will check if our string is empty. No, it is not. Then for this, we are just going to use this recursive relation, reverse. Inside this, I will access from first index. I will only have B and C. And here I'm just going to add first element, that is A. Then for this, I'm just going to call here what is the first element? First element is B, and remaining what element I am having? Remaining I am having C. So first element is B. Now here, first element, what is first element? First element is C. After removing C, I am not having anything, empty string, I will be passing C. Now once we are having empty string, what we have to return? We have to return empty string. Empty string plus C, we will have the result C. So for reverse C, we are having the result C. C plus B, we are having CB. So for this one, we got the answer as CB. CB plus A, we will have CBA. You can see successfully we are able to reverse the string. Now if you want to write the function, you can simply write function reverse. Inside this, pass the parameter string. Check the base condition. If string equal to empty string, then what we have to do? We simply have to return empty string. Below this, I'm just going to return reverse. Inside this, str plus slice of 1 plus str of 0. Close the function, and below this, we are just going to call this reverse of ABC. And this one you can lock or you can assign to any variable. In this way, if you want, you can explain and you can write the logic. Next question, what is an IFI? IFI stands for immediately invoked function expression. By looking at this full form itself, we can tell this is a function which is defined and executed instantly at the same time. This is the syntax. To create IFI, first we will be writing this parenthesis, and inside this parenthesis, we will be creating the function. So here I will write function. It is like we are defining the function. Here I will close function, and inside this I can print anything. But to execute this function, immediately we have to pass this parenthesis. If I take normal function, we will write function name, and then to call the function, we will be passing this function name and parenthesis. But for this IFI, inside this wrapper, we have to write the function definition, and immediately we have to call the function. And this IFI will be executed only once. Okay? As soon as our program starts, this IFI is going to execute only once. After giving this explanation, maybe interviewer will be asking why to use IFI. What is the use of using this IFI? First advantage of using IFI is it is just going to avoid populating global scope. Okay, it is simply going to avoid that. We will see the example. And second, it is used to encapsulate variables. So using IFI, we can easily create private data, which simply means we can create the variables which will be holding some private data which cannot be accessed from outside. And third, major use of IFI is if you want to do any setup of a code, then IFI is very useful because only once it will be running. So it is very much perfect for one-time logic and one-time setup. Now without IFI, here I will create the variable message, and inside this I will be passing hello. Below this I will create the function. Function name, let me write greet, and inside this function I will create the variable message, and for this I will assign the value hi. Now here I'm just going to log message, and below this function I'm just going to call this greet function, and after that again here I will be calling this message. So when this function is called, inside this function I am having one variable message. For this I will have the output hi, and below this I am logging this message. For this I will have the output hello. But here if we are not using IFI, what it is happening, we are doing shadowing of variable. We have created same variable in the global scope, as well as we have given the same name inside the function. So here shadowing is happening. Whatever outer scope variable we are having, that is simply going to hide, or it is just going to be shadowed out. But same example, if we just write using IFI, here I am going to create the variable message. For this I will assign the value hello. To create IFI, first we should be writing this parenthesis. Then I will be passing function. And inside this function, I will be creating message. Message, I will be writing hi. Below this, I'm just going to log message. I will close function. I will close IFI and immediately I'm just going to call. Okay, this is how we are going to call IFI. Below this, I'm just going to log message. Now here, whatever outer variable we are having, that is not going to be affected because it is just going to avoid populating our global scope. So here also, I will have the message hi and hello. But the major difference is here, outer variable we have shadowed out. But inside this IFI, we will not be affecting our outer variable. We will not have any connection to outer world. Only thing, whatever we are having inside this IFI, only that will be executed. Common mistake which you might be doing, directly we will be creating the function and maybe after this they will be calling. So definitely this syntax is wrong. This is exactly similar to function expression, and this function expression we can store inside one variable. But if you want to create IFI, you should always wrap function definition inside parentheses. If you are not doing this, then definitely you will be having error because it will think as function declaration and it will be expecting function name. But here we are not having any function name, so it will be generating error. So in interview, you can tell IFI is immediately invoked function expression and it is a function which is going to run as soon as it is defined. And using IFI, we can create private scope and avoid global population. And this IFI syntax involves wrapping the function in parenthesis and immediately invoking it with another parenthesis. Okay, we are having two parentheses. Inside first parenthesis, we will have the function code, and using the second parenthesis, we are just going to call IFI. Next question, what are arrow functions and why they are used in higher order functions? Higher order functions we have already seen, a function which is accepting another function as the argument as well as function which is going to return function, those are called as higher order functions. Now we already know this. Let us understand what is arrow function. Using arrow function, we will be writing simple and one-liner code. And this arrow function was introduced in ES6. Normal function, if I write function name, I will write at parameters a, b, and then I will be doing return a plus b. Now same thing, exact same function. If I just want to convert to arrow function, here I will create the variable, okay, at, and inside this I will be passing parenthesis a comma b. Then we will be using arrow function, and immediately if we are having only one line of code, directly we can return a plus b. You can see when compared to normal function, arrow function is very simpler and also it is very easy to read. Now for example, if I am having only one parameter, then here I do not have to use parenthesis as well. Directly I will be passing and I'm just going to return a. But inside arrow function, if you are writing block of code, add is equal to, I will write parenthesis. If you are writing block of code, then it is mandatory we have to return something. But always remember, use arrow function only if you want to perform single one line of operation, so that again you do not have to use the blocks and you do not have to use return keyword. If you want to use multiple lines of code, then you can go with normal function. Some of the characteristics are, it is having shorter syntax compared to our normal function. This keyword, we are not having any disbinding to arrow function, and it cannot be used to create constructor. And finally, arrow function will not be having argument object. But all this we will be having in normal function. But inside arrow function, we will not have this binding. It cannot be used as constructor as well as we are not having any argument object. Now, why arrow function is used in higher order function? Higher order function, if I take an example, We are having map method, we are having filter method, as well as we are having reduce method. Okay, these are some of the examples of higher order functions. So here in all of these higher order functions, we will be using arrow function. Why? Because we will have simple and shorter syntax, and also it will be more readable. Now let us take the example of map method. I am having one numbers array, and inside this I will pass 1, 2 and 3. And this is nothing but my numbers array. Let me write num. Now what I want, for every number I just want to double. So here I will create one variable double. For every number I have to change, I will be passing num.map. First, let me create normal function. Inside this function parameter, I will be passing n open function, and what I have to return, each and every time I have to return n multiplied by 2. And after that, I will close function, and I'm just going to close map method. Now you can see inside this higher order function, if we are using normal function, this is very messy. Instead, what we can use arrow function. For arrow function, we are having shorter syntax. Double is equal to num.map, and directly here you can see we can pass arrow function. Inside this, I will pass the argument n, and we are having only one line of code. So directly here I can pass this n multiplied by 2. That's it. Compared to this one, this is very easy. And if we are having only one argument, we do not have to pass this parenthesis. Directly we can pass this argument. So in interview, you can tell arrow function will be having concise syntax for writing functions in JavaScript. They are commonly used in higher order functions like map, filter, and reduce. And arrow functions do not have their own this keyword, which will definitely avoid scoping issues. This makes them ideal for one-liner callbacks or inline functions, which is used in higher order functions. Next question, function overloading in JavaScript. Now, before explaining, let me tell you, function overloading is not directly supported in JavaScript. If we consider languages like C++ or Java, there what happens if we create a function with the same name but with different parameters. Here, suppose let us consider C++ language. Here I am having int a, then second function same name I will write int a and int b. Now whenever I call this function, if I am passing one argument, this function will be passed. If I am passing two arguments, then this function will be called. So this is about C++. But in JavaScript, what happens? If I am creating function, inside this I am passing one parameter. I am creating another function. Inside this I am passing two parameters. Now here, if I call the function with one parameter, whatever first function we are writing, that will be overridden. Now inside this function, I will print A, and inside this function, I will print A and B. So this function is returned first. So this will be overridden. Doesn't matter if I am passing one argument or two argument, this second function will always be called. So my output will be, this will be given for A. For A, I will have 1. For B, we are not having any data. So what we will have? We will have the result undefined. So each and every time, if I am passing one argument or two argument, only this function will be called. So in JavaScript, function overloading is not directly supported. But if we are creating the function which is having the same name, then first function will be overridden and second function will be taken the priority. Next question, if function overloading is not supported in JavaScript, then how can we simulate this concept in JavaScript? We are having multiple ways. First way, by using argument object. Second way, by using default or optional parameters. Third way, by using REST parameter. And fourth way, by using parameter destructuring with object. So these are the four ways using which we can simulate function overloading in JavaScript. But in interviews, you should also show the examples. So for these two ways, let us write the example. I will create the function. Function name I will be writing greet. Inside this function, I will be checking if argument dot length, okay, argument dot length, if it is equal to 1, then here what we will display? We will display argument of 0, okay. If our argument length is 1, then whatever argument we are having, that we are going to display. Then else if we can check if our argument dot length, if it is equal to 2, in short I am writing. So here what you can display? You can display argument of 0 and argument 1. If both are not matching, then inside else we can simply display hello. Close. Now here I will call the function greet. If I pass Khanam, here, how many argument I am having? I am having only one argument. So this will be passed and I will have the output Khanam. If I am passing two arguments K and then I will be passing H. Here I am having two arguments. So this condition will be matched. So this will be my output K and H. But inside this, if I am not passing anything, both the conditions will be failing and I will have the output hello. So using argument object, we can simulate this function overloading. Now let us see default parameters. So inside this default parameters, let me write function greet. So here I will be passing the parameter first name, and for last name, what I will do, I will simply assign empty string. And inside this, I will be checking if I am having last name, only then I have to log both first name and last name. If I am not having last name, then simply what I have to log, I simply have to log the first name. Okay. In this way, using this optional parameter, we will check if that value is present or not. If the last name is present, print both first name and last name. If the last name is not present, only print the first name. Okay, similar way, we are having rest operator. We will be using three dots. And for object destructuring, inside this function parameter, in the form of object, we will be passing key and value pairs. If you show one or two example, that is fine. You don't have to learn entire thing. So in interview, you can tell function overloading in JavaScript can be simulated using argument object, using default parameter or optional parameter, by using rest operator, as well as by using parameter destructuring using objects. Next question is, what is event loop in JavaScript? As we all know, JavaScript is having only single thread, which means whatever code we are having, that will be executed line by line. Okay, in synchronous fashion, our code will be executed. But suppose imagine in between, we are having some long running task like fetching some data from API or displaying some timer. If we are having some long running task, then what happens? If our code is running synchronously, our entire code will be blocked. So what we will do, the long running task like asynchronous code, we will be pushing inside the queue. And where our JavaScript code will be executed, it will be executed inside call stack. One by one, our code will be executed. But if we are having some long running task, then it will be pushed inside the queue. Once entire code is finished executing inside the call stack, then what event loop will be doing? It is just going to take the task from the queue and it will be pushing inside the call stack and that code will be executed. This is the work of event loop. Let us write one example. Here I will log start. Okay, short I am writing console.log short. Then I will be using this set timeout. And inside this, let's assume we have to display hello and it will be taking 0 seconds to execute. And below this, I'm just going to log end. So here, what is synchronous code? That will be executed first. First, this line will be executed. Second, this line will be executed. This is long running task. Doesn't matter if it is existing in 0 second or 1 second. This task will be pushed inside the queue. Once both the lines are executed, then from queue event loop, what it will be doing? It will take this task and put inside the call stack. And after that, this task will be executed. So here our output will be start then we will have end, and after that we will be having hello. In JavaScript, event loop is like a system. It will be checking whether a stack is empty or not. If it is empty, then whatever pending task we are having inside the queue, that will be pushed inside the stack and our code will be executed. So here in JavaScript, event loop plays a very important role because it will allow us asynchronous code to run without blocking our main thread. Why it is not blocking main thread? Because entire asynchronous code or long running tasks will be pushed inside the queue so that our main thread will not be blocked. Once the current work is finished and once our stack is empty, only then event loop will be taking the task from queue and it is just going to push inside the stack. Next question, what are microtask versus macro tasks? From name itself, we can understand microtask means smaller task and macro means larger task. Now we know importance of event loop. If the call stack is empty, whatever task is pending inside the queue, that will be pushed inside the stack and our code will be executed. But we are having different kind of tasks, that is micro task and macro task. So first, let us see JavaScript runtime. Here, inside JavaScript runtime, we will have heap inside which objects will be stored. Then we will be having call stack inside which our code will be executed. If we are having long running task, then it will be pushed inside the queue. And here we will be having our event loop. But above this, we will have something called as micro task. And then we will be having web APIs. Microtask is, suppose I just want to fetch some data and here I am having some promises. So this is nothing but the microtask queue. So this will be pushed inside this microtask queue. And this microtask will be having higher priority compared to this macro task queue. So first, whatever code it is pending here, that will be executed, and only after that this code will be executed. So first, event loop will be checking whether a stack is empty or not. If it is empty, it will go to micro task queue. It will check whether we are having any task to complete or not. If not, it will continue with macro task queue. If you are having any task, then first micro task queue will be executed, and after that macro task queue will be executed. So whatever asynchronous task we are having, they will be having different priority, and more priority is given to micro task queue compared to macro task queue. Why micro is having more priority? Because it will be doing some smaller urgent work. So that is the reason it is having more priority. Let us write one example. Here I'm just going to log start, and then I will be writing this set timeout, and inside this I'm just going to print hello, and it will be executing in 0 seconds. Below this I will be creating one promise. Directly I will resolve promise. For resolving we are having this then method, and inside this let me write micro task. Micro, close this promise, and finally below this promise I'm just going to display one more log where I will be passing end. So first inside this we are having log and we are having log, both are synchronous code, so my output will be start and end, and both this code set timeout and promises are asynchronous code. So set timeout will be pushed inside macro task queue and promise will be pushed inside micro task queue. And which is having more priority compared to both? This is having more priority, so next answer will be micro, and after that this hello will be executed, and this is the work of event loop. Event loop will be deciding what task we have to push inside the stack. But in micro task, if you are having any work, first this will be executed, and after that we will be having tasks from macro task queue. So in interview, you can tell micro task and macro task are two different types of async queues in JavaScript. Micro task like promises will be running immediately once our current execution is complete. So here what event loop will be doing, it is just going to clear micro task queue before moving to macro task. That's it, very simple, and you can give this one example. 39th question, how does JavaScript handle async operations under the hood? In previous two questions, we have already understood. Now in deeply, let us understand this operation so that in interview you will be having a lot of points to explain. First, let me draw this box. Okay, let's say this is our JavaScript runtime. And what is this JavaScript runtime? To execute a JavaScript code, whatever necessary things we require, it is nothing but runtime. So here, inside this runtime, we will have JavaScript engine. And inside this JavaScript engine, we are having two main important things. Inside JavaScript runtime, we are having JavaScript engine. And inside JavaScript engine, we will be having heap and stack. So inside heap, our objects will be stored, and inside the stack, our code will be executed. So now you can tell where our code will be executed. Our code will be executed inside the stack. You can also call it as call stack. Then next here, we will be having web APIs. We will have micro task queue, and then we will be having our macro task queue. So here, this is our web APIs, web API environment, and this is our micro task queue. And this is our normal queue where our macro task queue will be executed. And inside this web APIs, we will have DOM, we will have fetch function, we will have timers. So accordingly, based on their priority, tasks will be moved inside the queues. And here we will be having event loop, which will be deciding which queue has to be executed and what code has to be pushed inside the stack. So this is all about JavaScript runtime. And as we all know, JavaScript is single threaded, which means one by one our code will be executed. And if you are having any long running task, then in JavaScript, what it will happen based on the priority, different tasks will be moved inside the queue. And then event loop will be deciding which task has to be executed. Here, micro task work will be done like promises, like fetch function result. And here inside this, we will be having callback queue. And this is our callback queue where we will have the events like on click, what operation has to be performed. Only after it completes, it is going to push inside the call stack. This is our callback queue and this is our micro task queue. Okay, let us write one example. I just want to fire this onload event handler. And inside this, I just want to load one image. Definitely, loading will be taking a lot of time. So once this onload event is fired, directly in call stack, we cannot execute or else it will be blocking the code. First, it will come to this environment. It is just going to register onload event handler. Once our image loading is done, this task will be pushed inside our macro task queue, that is callback queue. And once entire stack is completed, using this event loop, tasks will be pushed inside the call stack and image will be displayed. But now imagine I am having one promise using which I just want to fetch some data. So once fetching is done, it will come to macro task queue. And if the call stack is empty, what this event loop will be doing? It is just going to check for micro task queue. If you are having any task, then that task will be completed. And only after that, it will be proceeding with this callback queue. This is how JavaScript is going to handle asynchronous operation under the hood. And event loop is the main thing which will be deciding which task or which asynchronous code has to be executed. Next question, what is callback function? We already know JavaScript is first class citizen, which means in JavaScript, function can be passed as an argument, function can be returned from another function, as well as function can be assigned to any variable. Now, what is callback function? So, callback function is a function which is passed as an argument in another function. For example, here I am having one function and inside this, imagine I am having two parameters, name and then I will be passing this callback. And this can be any function. So this callback function is a function which is passed as an argument to another function. I am having some code. Let me write the function name as well. Remove this. Function name I will be passing greet. Now when I call this function, for this name I will be passing Khanam. Now for this callback function, I am just going to call this function set by. Now what is callback function? Callback function is a function which is passed as an argument in another function. Here I will display log. Inside this, I will be passing hi plus I just want to display the name. When this function is called, I will have the result hi Khanam. Now below this, I'm just going to call this callback function. So whatever parameter I am passing, exact same parameter I will be passing. But while calling this, I am passing say by. I will be creating another function. Function name, I will write say by. And inside this function, I will simply log by. Now what happens when this function is called, I am having argument Khanam as well as I am having this callback function. So both will be passed. I will have the result hello Khanam, and after that this function is called. My current execution will be going here. Inside this say by, I am having the result by. So my output will be hello Khanam and I will be having by. So in this example, what is callback function? Say by is callback function because this is the function which is passed as an argument in another function. Now, after explaining this, maybe interviewer will be asking you why callback functions are used. Why can't we use normal two functions instead of passing callback function? The answer is using callback function, we can make our code more modular. Most important use case, if you want to handle any asynchronous operation, then callback functions are widely used. Okay, for example, let me write this set timeout. Okay, this is nothing but asynchronous operation. And inside this, you can see I am passing callback function. Okay, this is the callback function. Time I will be passing 3000 milliseconds, which is equal to 3 seconds. Log, here I will be writing 3 seconds, 3, 3 seconds done. So here, what is this? This is a callback function because inside this function, we have passed another function. So this entire thing is our callback function. So once our callback will be registered and after that it will be moving inside callback queue. What we are telling, after 3 seconds, whatever code we are having, that has to be executed. So it is just going to wait for 3 seconds and after that it will be checking if you are having any task in the call stack or if you are having any task in the micro task. If everything is fine, then this code will be executed. I will have the output 3 seconds done. It is not always guaranteed. It will be taking 3 seconds. Just imagine if you are having micro tasks and also if you are having some task which is running in the call stack. Once entire thing is completed, only then set timeout is going to execute. So in interview, you can tell callback function is a function that is passed as an argument to another function and it is executed later inside that function. It allows us to control the flow of code, especially in asynchronous operations. Next question, widely asked, what is a promise? In Hindi, promise means vada. When we consider JavaScript, in JavaScript, promises simply means it is going to hold future result. Okay, it will be holding future result. Take an example. You and your friend promised to go for Goa trip. Okay, both have promised that you will be going to Goa trip. Goa trip is the future result. Goa trip is future result. If you are going to Goa trip, that means promise is resolved. Okay, whatever promise you have kept successfully, you are able to complete promise. But by any chance, if the Goa trip is cancelled, then promise is rejected. You have not kept the promise. So in JavaScript, promise is the one which will be holding future result. If the promise is fulfilled, that means whatever result we are having, that is resolved. If the promise is not fulfilled, then it is going to be rejected. Another example, you told your mom to make sandwich. Okay, you told your mom to make sandwich, but your mom tells we are not having that much of gas available to make this sandwich. But still she promises you to make sandwich. So what this sandwich is? Sandwich is nothing but future result. If the gas is available and if you're able to get the sandwich, that means promise is resolved. But in between itself, if the gas finishes and if you're not able to get the sandwich, that means promise is rejected. So in interview, you can tell a promise in JavaScript is a way to handle future tasks Like if you want to fetch some data from server in more cleaner way, JavaScript will be handling that future task. It will either give you success result or it will be giving you error, but it is not going to give you both. Using promises, we can make our asynchronous code easy and readable. To handle successful promises, we are having then method. But if you are having any error, then we are having catch method. You can go for the syntax as well. Next question, what are async await function? If you are using these promises, there for handling success, we are having then method. If you are having any error, then we are having catch method. But if we are having the promises which are chained together, then we are going to have multiple then methods. And ultimately, it is just going to lead to callback hell. One promise result will be dependent on another result promise. So definitely at one point, it is just going to lead to callback hell. So here we are having async await. This is more modernized way of handling asynchronous code, especially when working with promises. So async await are more modernized way of working with promises. So here in async await, we don't have to use then, we don't have to use catch. Instead, we will be creating async function, and inside that we will simply pass this await keyword. Using this, we are telling until and unless we don't have the result, just wait for the result. So inside this async function, let me write. Inside this async function name, let me write greet. Inside this async function, here we will be having try and catch block. We will have try and catch block. And inside this try block, we will be writing our entire code. And if I am fetching any data, I will be passing await keyword. What I am telling, wait unless and until you get the result. If I am having the result, return the result. If I am not having any result, then come inside the catch block, and whatever error I am having, that will be executed. So here we don't have to use then block. We don't have to change the promises based on the result. We are simply going to wait for the result. Once we are having the result, return the result. If you are having any error, then simply come inside the catch block, and whatever error message we are having, simply have to display that error message. Let us write example of old way using promises and also using async await to understand this more clearly. Now what you will do, you will order some food from food delivering app. Okay, you have ordered the food. And what this ordered food will be returning? It is returning one promise. So what promise is? Promise is nothing but it is just going to hold future result. It will be holding future result. So here using promise, let me write the syntax. Order food, it will be returning future result. If it is successful, then we are having this then method. Here what I have to display? I simply have to display food delivered. Food delivered. Close then block. But if the promise is not fulfilled or if my order is not delivered, then here I will pass error object, and inside this whatever error I am having, that I am just going to show. This is our promise. It will be holding future result. If the food is delivered, display this message. If the food is not delivered, display this message. But same thing, using asynchronous code, we will be creating this function, and for this function, we will make as async function. Function name, I will write get lunch. Inside this async function, we will be passing try and catch block. And inside this catch block, if you are having any error, simply going to display that error. Close this catch block as well as close the function. Inside this try block, I will tell wait for the result for this order food. Okay, wait unless and until I get the food. And this entire result, I'm just going to store inside the variable. And inside the log, I will tell food delivered. This is using promises and this is using async await. And why we are able to wait? Behind the scene, async function, it is going to return the promise. And what this await keyword will be doing, it is just going to wait for the promise to complete. Not like promises, it will be holding future result. Using this async await function, await will be waiting unless and until our promise is complete. And this await we can only use in async function. We cannot use in any other functions. But still, in interview, if you're not able to explain this, you can simply tell the example. You have told your friend to order the food. Okay. You simply told your friend to order the food. Until then, I will go and switch on the light. Now, using promises, using old way, you will tell your friend, once food is delivered, you call me. So this is old way. And this is nothing but callback or promise. Once food is delivered, only then you're calling your friend. Second, new way is using async await. What you will do, you will not tell your friend. Instead, you are simply going to wait for the food. You yourself will be waiting for the food. So definition, you can tell us async await is syntax sugar over promises that allow us writing asynchronous code in synchronous looking way. Why synchronous looking way? Because here we are waiting for the promise to complete. Await pauses execution until the promise settles, and async ensures that function returns a promise. Next question, example to demonstrate promise and async await. And with this example, you will understand both promises and async await. And same example, you can also explain in interview. What promise will be doing? It is just going to hold future result. A promise can either be resolved or a promise can either be rejected. And what this async await is, it is new way of writing promises. Let us take the same example of ordering food. I will create one function. Function name, I will pass order food. And inside this, what I will do, I'm just going to return promise. Return new promise. And inside this promise, as of now, I will only handle this resolve. Which means whenever I order, I will be having my food. So here, this function is returning new promise. And inside this, I am only passing resolve. If you want, you can also pass rejected. Inside this, I will be passing set timeout, pass this callback function, and inside this callback function, when my promise is resolved, I want the value as butter masala. Okay, butter masala, I will close. And when my promise has to resolve, after 3 seconds, my promise has to be resolved. Close this, and also I'm just going to close the function. Okay, I have created order food function in which I am returning the new promise, and when my promise will be resolving, after 3 seconds, my promise will be resolved and I will have the result butter masala. Now below this, I will be creating one async function. Let me write here. I will create async function. Function name, let me write eat. And inside this function, I will display log. Here I will write the message ordering food. Then what I will do, I will be using this await keyword. I will wait for this result. Where I am having result, I am having the result inside order food. And this entire result, I'm just going to store inside the variable food. And below this, I will write log food delivered, food delivered. And then I'm just going to display this food variable. Then log, here I will write let's eat. Close this. Below this, I'm just going to call eat function. Now what happens? I will go to this function. This function will be executed. My output will be first line, I am having ordering food. Second line, I am using await keyword. So it is just going to wait for 3 seconds. Unless and until my promise resolve, we will not be proceeding with next line. 3 seconds, it is just going to wait. After 3 seconds, I will have the result from the function, that is order food, and my result is butter masala. Now for this food, butter masala will be assigned. I will come to next line. I will have food delivered. And what is my food? My food is butter masala. And after below that, I am having this line. So here I will be having let's eat. So here you can see, unless and until my promise resolve, we are not moving to next line. Simply whatever result I am having, based on that result, my code will be executed. Next question might be, will async await block our JavaScript execution? In previous question, we have seen what this await keyword will be doing. It is just going to stop the execution unless and until our promise resolves. So now the question is, will async await block our JavaScript execution? The answer is no. Why? Because let me write one function, async function. Function name, let me pass greet. And inside this, we are having some code. And here we are having await keyword. So as soon as this await keyword reaches, here we are just going to stop the execution. Whatever code we are having inside the function, only that will be stopped. But below this, whatever code we are having, that will be executed normally. So execution will be stopping only for this async function. Rest entire JavaScript code will be executed normally. It is not going to affect microtask queue. It is not going to affect macro task queue, as well as it is not going to affect call stack. Everything will be behaving normally, but unless and until our promise resolve, we will not be proceeding with the next line only for this async function. Rest entire thing will be behaving normally. So async await is not going to block our JavaScript execution. And what this async function will be returning? It will be returning promises, and where promises will be handled, it will be handled in microtask queue. So using async await, it will be looking like our code will be executed in synchronous way, but behind the scene, it is not going to block any execution of JavaScript. Let us write one example. Using this example, you can also explain in interview. I will be writing log. Inside this, I will write start. Then below this, we will create async function. Function name, let me write demo. Log, here I will be passing inside async function. Inside async, what this async will be returning? It will be returning the promise. So here, what I will do, I'm just going to wait for the promise. So await new promise, and when my promise will be resolving, it is just going to resolve after 2 seconds. Here I will be passing set timeout, and when this will be resolving, this is just going to resolve after 2 seconds. Close promise. Below this, I'm just going to log complete. Close this async function. Inside this async function, I'm just going to wait for the new promise, and when this promise will be resolving, it is resolving after 2 seconds. Below this, I will call demo function. I will be calling demo function, and after this, I will write log, and then I will be writing end. So here, once my code is executed, first I am having the start, I will have the result. Then next, I am calling this demo function. So inside this, we are having inside async. Now it is going to wait for the promise to resolve. It will be waiting for 2 seconds, and it is not going to proceed for the next line. And below this function call, we are having another line end that will be printed. After 2 seconds, I will have the result complete. In this way, I will be having my output. Next question, what is top level await? So previously, as I mentioned, await keyword can only be used inside async function. But this top level await was introduced in ES 2022, and using this, we can use await outside of any function directly at the top level of a module. Okay, we can only use in modules, or else if we are having the file with this extension .mjs, then we can use top level await, or if we are passing type is equal to module inside package.json, then also we can use this top level await. Previously, inside this async function itself, we will be using await keyword. And what this async function will be doing, it will be returning promise. And at this point, unless and until our promise resolve, we will not be proceeding with other lines. But inside this top level await, in separate module, we can use this await keyword. Let me write await. And then here, maybe I'm just fetching some data. Behavior is very simple. Unless and until our promise is resolving, we are not going to proceed with other lines. And this await, we will directly use at top level, and we will not be wrapping inside any function. And await is not going to return any promise, but whatever promise result we are having, unless and until it is resolved, we will not be proceeding with other lines. And inside this script also, inside HTML, if you are passing this type is equal to module, so here also inside the script tag, you can use top level await. But normally inside .js file, you cannot use top level await. or else you will be having error. So definitely the next question will be, will this top level await blocking our code? The answer is yes. It will be used in separate module. So only that module code will be blocked. Rest entire application will be running as it is. It will not be blocking. Only that particular module where we are using top level await, only there our code will be blocked. Unless and until our promise resolve, we will not be proceeding with other lines, but only that particular module will be blocked. Rest entire application will be working as it is. If we consider the same example, let me just scroll up. If we consider the same example, here I will log start. Then in between, I will be writing this await. I will be waiting for new promise. And inside this, I will be passing this resolve. If it is resolving, what I will do, I will just wait for 2 seconds. Okay, in 2 seconds, my promise will be resolved. And below this, I'm just going to log in. And here where I am using await, I am using in top level. We are not having any function. So first I will have the output start, and after that it is going to wait for 2 seconds, and only after that I will be having end. So this is how top level await will be working. So in that particular module, whatever code we are having below, that will be stopped. Rest entire thing, micro task queue, macro task queue, call stack, everything will be working as it is. And this is the use case of top level await. It is particularly used in scenarios like server side rendering in Node.js. So mostly it is used in Node.js, as well as it is used in modern JavaScript module system. So it is used in situation where our code is dependent on previous asynchronous operation, and only if we get the result, maybe the next lines will be executed. So in that kind of situation, this top level await will be useful. Next question, working of set timeout and set interval. Set timeout simply means whatever time we are giving, after that particular delay, we have to execute the code. And set interval is based on the interval code is going to be executed. If I tell after every 1 second my code has to be executed, then we should be using set interval. Like if you want to display some timer, then you will be going with set interval, because after every 1 second we have to increase the time. But set timeout is if you just want to execute the code after 30 seconds, or after 1 second, or after 1 minute, if you want to execute the code, then you will be going with set timeout. So set timeout is basically delay, and set interval is based on interval our code will be running. So first let us see what is set timeout, how this will be working. Inside this set timeout, we will be passing callback function. Inside this callback function, let me simply pass hello. Close this callback function. Second argument for this set timeout function is the time delay. After that delay, my code has to be executed. I will pass 3000 milliseconds, which is equal to 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, hello will be my output. But to execute this, I have to wait for 3 seconds, and only then I will have the result hello. But now talking about set interval, I just want to display the timer, and as soon as I reaches the timer as 5, I just have to stop my timer. This functionality I just want to implement. First, we will be writing set interval, and above this, let me create one variable count. Initially, I will assign the value 1. Then here also, we will be passing the callback function, display the log, and inside this, whatever count value I am having, that I will be printing. And after every 1 second, I just want to increase the value of count. Close this callback function, and when it should be running, after every 1 second, my code has to be executed. Now it is running, it keeps on going, it will not be stopping. So here I will check for the condition. If my count is greater than 5, then what I will do, I'm just going to clear this interval. So here I will be writing clear interval, and this entire value for clearing I will be storing inside one variable. After this condition is true, I'm just going to clear my timer. Now what will be my output? First time after 1 second when it is executed, count value is 1. count is increased, condition is checked, condition fails. Again, after 1 second, I will have 2, then 3, then 4, then 5. Now it became 6, the condition fails, and what I am doing, I am just going to clear the timer. So after every 1 second, my code will be executed. So based on the interval, whatever we have given, our code will be executed. Set timeout is, this is the delay. After this delay, we have to execute the code. Both this function, browser will be handling. Okay, this is the part of web APIs. So browser is going to handle both the function, and we are having callback function. So callbacks will be registered, and accordingly they will be pushed into queues, and using event loop, once a call stack is empty, this particular code will be executed. Next question, purpose of set timeout with 0 millisecond delay. Most of the time while coding, maybe you have come across this one, set timeout. Inside this, we will pass callback function. Here we will display something, and this will be executing after 0 milliseconds. Doesn't matter if it is 0 or if it is 1, we are having callback queue. So directly it is not going to push inside the call stack. Accordingly, browsers will be handling this web APIs. Once this time completes, this callback will be pushed inside macro task queue. And then what event loop will be doing? It is just going to see whether call stack is empty or not. If it is empty, only then this task will be pushed inside the call stack and our code will be executed. Let me write the example. Here I am having log. I will print start. Then below this, I am having set timeout callback function. Inside this, I will write hello. Close this 0 millisecond, and again below this I am having end. So first, what will be my output? First, I will be having start. This is asynchronous code. It will be pushed inside the queue. Then below this, we are having end. And only after call stack is empty, we will be having the result hello. Always remember, even though this delay is 0 millisecond, immediately code is not going to be executed. Whatever callback we are having inside this set timeout, that will be moving inside the queue, and only if our call stack is empty, this code will be executed. And always make a point, it is not guaranteed that after 0 millisecond this code will be executed. Just imagine, inside call stack we are having some code. Inside this micro task also we are having some task, and inside this macro task we are having this set timeout. Now first, after call stack is empty, micro task will be completed, and only after that macro task will be completed. So definitely it will be taking more than 0 millisecond. So in this case, definitely it will be taking more than 0 millisecond. It is not like exactly after 0 millisecond our code will be executed. Sometimes based on the task which we are having, accordingly time will be dependent. So now the question is, where this set timeout 0 millisecond is used. If we are having any heavy synchronous code, and only after that, if we need this code has to be executed, then we can use this set timeout, and after that we can pass 0 millisecond as the time, so that our UI will not be freezed. And also what we can do, we can delay the task and accordingly we can run the output. So using which we can avoid race conditions. Let me tell you one bonus tip. In HTML5 specification, okay, in HTML5 specification, 0 milliseconds minimum delay will be 4 milliseconds. But that is internal browser optimization. You do not have to worry. But in interview, if you tell this, they will think, okay, you are having good knowledge on the set timeout. Next question. What is JS promise methods like all settled, raised and any? First, let us talk about all method. So here we will have multiple promises, and it is only going to resolve if all the promises are resolved. Okay, it will only be resolving if all the promises are resolved. And when this will be failing, out of all the promises, if any one reject, then it is just going to fail. Example, here I will be writing promise dot all, and inside this we can pass multiple promises. As an array we can pass promise promise dot resolve, I will be writing 1 separated by comma. Then promise dot resolve, I will be writing 2, close this. To handle successful promise, we are having then method, pass the response, and inside this log, I will write success. If you want to display response, that also you can perform. Then here I will be passing catch method. Inside this, I'm just going to display this error. Okay, what this all will be doing, if all the promises are resolving, only then it will be resolved. My output will be success. But here inside this, if I am having promise dot reject, if any one of the promise rejects, here I will pass error. If any one of the promise rejects, my output will be whatever error I am having, that will be my output. Then next we are having all settled method. All settled method here, what it will do, it is just going to give the report of all the promises. Doesn't matter if it is rejected or resolved, it will always going to give the report of all the promises. And this all settled method, it is never going to fail. Why? Because let it be rejected or resolved, this method is going to be resolved. Okay, let me show you the example how this will be working. Promise dot all settled, as an array I will be passing. Just assume I am having promise dot resolve 1 separate by comma, then promise dot resolve, let me write 3, then promise dot rejected, here I will be passing fail. In this way I'm just passing all the promises. Below this I am having then handler, and it is never going to fail, so we do not have to pass catch handler. So directly I will be passing then. Inside this, I will be passing this response, and here I will print response. So my output will be in the form of array of object. For this first one, I will have status, and this is nothing but resolved promise. Status will be fulfilled. Okay, status will be fulfilled. What value I am having? Value I am having 1. Close this object. Then for this also, status will be fulfilled. Value will be 3. And for this rejected, status will be rejected, status will be rejected, and then reason I am having fail. Instead of value, I will have the reason. Reason is nothing but fail. So in this way, my output will be displayed. And all settled, it is never going to fail, and it will be giving report of all the promises regardless of resolved or rejected. Then third, we are having promise dot race method. Race simply means whoever come first, they are the winner. So here also, whichever promise come first, doesn't matter if it is resolved or rejected. Whichever promise is first, that will be the answer. For both, if the promise is rejected or if the promise is resolved, in both the cases, I will be having the same output. Example, here, just assume we are writing promise dot race, pass this array. I will create a new promise. Okay, I am creating new promise response, and then I will be passing set timeout. Pass the callback function response, and inside this I will pass fast, and time I will pass 100 milliseconds. Now for rejected, again I will be creating new promise. Inside this we will have resolve and rejected. Resolve I do not need, pass underscore. For rejected I will be passing this one. Again set timeout, same syntax, but this will be running after 50 millisecond. Now compared to both, which is faster? This is faster. So my output will be failed. So whatever message I am having inside the log, that will be my output. Because if we compare both the promises, this is the one which will be executed first, and this promise is rejected. Doesn't matter if it is rejected or resolved, whichever come first, that will be the output. Last and final method, we are having promise any method. This promise dot any will be resolving if any one of the promise resolves. Then this is just going to be resolved. And when this will be failing, if all the promises got rejected, that time it is just going to be failed. Here I will write promise dot any, pass this array. Inside this promise dot reject, here I will be passing cross. Then again I will display promise dot resolve. You can see one fail, one success. So definitely this promise will be resolved. And inside this, I will be passing success. Now when I run then handler, whatever result I am having inside the result, that will be my output. If this is also fail, then whatever error message I am having, that will be my output. So summary, promise all method, it will only resolve if all the promises are resolved, and it will be failing if any one of the promise gets rejected. Then promise dot all settle method, it will always resolve based on whether the promise is rejected or resolved. And this is never going to be rejected, so we will not be using catch method. Then we are having promise dot raise. First settle promise, doesn't matter if it is rejected or resolved. During that time, this promise will be resolved. And when this will be failing, it depends on the first promise answered. If the first promise is resolved, then we will have the success. But if the first promise is rejected, during that time, it is just going to fail. Then promise dot any. First, if any of the promise is resolved, then we will have success. If all the promises are rejected, then we will be using this any method. In interview, you can tell promise all waits for all, promise all settle waits for each one to settle, promise raise returns the first settled result, and promise any returns the first successful result, ignoring rejections unless all fails. Here you can see first I am having rejected, and after that I am having resolved. So this will be my output. Next question, how to create a custom promise. Promises, we already know it will be holding future value. A promise can either be fulfilled or a promise can either be rejected. But now it is telling we have to create our custom promise. So for creating custom promise, we will be using this new promise constructor. Okay, this is nothing but a constructor. And whenever we are creating custom promise, we are going to define what asynchronous operation we have to perform. And if the operation is fulfilled, what has to be done. And if the operation is rejected, what has to be done. The entire thing will be defined by us. Let me write the syntax, new promise. And inside this promise, we will be passing this callback function. Okay, function, two parameters. For resolving, we are having resolve, and for rejected, we are having reject. Close this, open function, and inside this function, we will be writing our async logic. Close the function and then closing the promise. Now, if you want to use resolve, we will be writing resolve, and inside this, we will be passing fulfilled value. For reject, we will be writing reject, and inside this, we will be passing rejected value. And this entire result we will be storing inside one variable. In this way, we are going to create our custom promise. But now let me show you real world example to simulate API call. Okay, here I will be creating the function. Function name, let me write fetch data. Open curly braces, and what this function will be returning, it is going to return new promise. So I will be creating custom promise, new promise. Here we have to pass callback function, and inside this we will write resolve and reject. Open function. If fetching API is successful, only then I want to resolve. If I am having any issues, then I want to reject the promise. So inside this, what I will do, I just want to simulate 2 seconds of delay. For delay, what we have to use? We have to use set timeout, pass the callback function, open this. Here, create one variable success, and for this, I'm just going to assign the value true. Below this, I will check if success is true, only then I just want to resolve. So here I will be passing resolve, and inside this resolve, what I want to send, I just want to send some API data. Let me write this. I will be writing Khanam. Close this resolve. Else, if I am having success as false, or if I am not able to fetch the promise, then simply I just want to reject the promise. Here I will be writing reject, and inside this I will write failed. Okay, very simple. Then second parameter, I will be passing 2000 millisecond. Close the function, close the promise, and close the main function. So here what I have done, I have created the function which will be returning new promise. And inside this promise, I am telling after 2 seconds of delay, just fetch the data. If it is successful, give me this result. If it is not successful, give me this result. Now, how do we call this? I will be writing fetch user main function name. This is how we will be calling the function. For fulfill promise, we are having then handle. Inside this, we are having our final result. For that, I will be passing data. And inside the log, I'm just going to display this data. Okay, if I am having any error, then using this catch block, I'm just going to handle that error. In this way, we are just going to call the function. So whatever response or whatever data we are having inside resolve, that we are just accessing. And if we are having any error, whatever message we are having, that we are just accessing. In this way, we can create a custom promise. And how we can create custom promise? Using this new promise constructor, and whatever asynchronous operation we are having, that entire thing has to be performed by us. Next question, what is callback hell in JavaScript? Callback hell, it is one of the situation in JavaScript where inside one callback we will be having multiple callbacks nested at multiple levels. So if this situation happens in one callback, if we are having multiple callbacks, then our code becomes hard to read, and also we will not be able to debug the problems, and definitely it will become difficult to maintain. Let us see one example. You just want to order something from Flipkart. First, what you will do, you are just going to log in. If you have already registered, first thing you will log in, then cart check whatever orders you have added, that you are going to do the check, and after that you will be doing the payment, and finally order confirmation. So these are some of the steps which will be involved whenever we want to order something. Now for this example, we are going to create the situation which will be leading to callback hell. So first I will be login, I will be passing user, and inside this I will be passing another function. Okay, this is our callback function. Now inside this function, next what I have to do, I just have to check the cart. Here I will be passing cart, and then I will pass another function. Then what I have to do, I just have to make the payment, make payment. I will pass the parameter as payment, and again I will pass one more callback function. Last, what I was having, I have to confirm the order, confirm order. Let me write order. Again, callback function, and inside this I will write order placed. Close this function and then close this. Again, close this, close, and here also I will be closing, close, and finally main function close. So in this way you can see whenever you are getting this triangle shape of something, it is called as callback hell. So inside one function we are having multiple callbacks nested at various levels. By looking at this you can tell it is not easy to read, and also at one particular point if we are having any issues we will not be able to debug. Definitely it will be like a nightmare. So now you might be thinking why this callback hell will be happening in JavaScript. As we all know, JavaScript can also handle asynchronous operation. So there we can perform any task like fetching API data, setting the timers, reading the file, and all these tasks can be completed only using callback functions. But if we are having nested callbacks at various level, then it leads to callback hell. It is not any technique in JavaScript. It is just a situation where multiple callbacks will be nested at various levels. After explaining callback hell, maybe interviewer will be asking you how to avoid callback hell. We are having different ways to avoid callback hell. First, not widely used, but in some situation, if you want, you can use. That is using modular functions. So modular functions, in this what we will be doing, we are just going to break one function into smaller named function. So for each and every function, we will be passing the name, and that one particular function we will be breaking into smaller named function. Okay, here let me write function. Function name, as of now, let me pass step 1. Then data, and inside this I will pass callback. Here we will be writing the logic. Then again create function. Function step 2 data. Here also I will be passing callback function. Let me write the last function. Function step 3 data, and then callback function. Now while calling the function, first I will call this step 1. Inside this I will be passing some data. Then I have to pass the callback function. Here I will write function inside which I will be passing the result 1. So whatever result I am having, that result I'm just going to pass to step 2. So here I will write result 1. Then inside this function I will be passing result 2. Then again this result 2 will be the argument for this step 3. Here I will write step 3. Inside this I will pass result 2, and then inside this callback function, I will be passing result 3. Finally log result 3. Okay, definitely might be you will be thinking this is leading to callback hell, but actually it is not, because we have created named function and that functions we are just calling. Okay, this is still better compared to callback hell, but definitely this is not ideal. First, we are creating the function, and after that, we are again calling the functions. This is better, but as I mentioned, it is not ideal. So, second way to avoid callback hell is using promises. So, what promises will be doing? It is just going to flatten that callback hell. What promises will be doing? It is just going to flatten that nested structure, and it will be making our code more readable. Okay, just think I have created the function which is going to return the promise. Now I am calling the function. Then here I am having then handler result 1. Again I will call this do task, and inside this I will be passing result 1. And again directly instead of using callback hell, we can use this then handler and we can just continue with the code. Result 2, again do task, and inside this I will be passing result 2. So whatever operation we are performing, we can use multiple then handlers and easily we can avoid callback hell. And after that we will be passing this catch block. So in this way you can see multiple then handlers can be used instead of nested callbacks. Then last and final way of avoiding callback hell is using async await. Async await is nothing but it is modern way of writing the promise. I will create async function. Function name, let me pass run task. Whenever we are using async function, we will be using try and catch block. Now inside this catch block, create the variable const result. And what we have to do, we just have to wait for the task to complete. Do task. Then next, I will come down. I will create the variable result 2. Let me create result 1. I will be passing await, and inside this do task, now I will be passing this result of result 1. And it keeps on going. Finally, whatever data we have to return, simply we are just going to return. And after that, we will be having catch block using which we are just going to catch the errors. So in this way, instead of nested callbacks, you can use modular function, but not widely used. You can use promises, which is just going to flatten that nested structure, or you can use async await, that is modern way of writing the promise. If one task is complete, only then we will be proceeding with other task. If your code is leading to callback hell, then it simply shows you have done poor async handling. So to avoid callback hell, use promises or async await for cleaner and maintainable code. Next question, what is abort controller or fetch cancellation? Let us take one example. In Flipkart, you just want to order something, and from Flipkart, you just want to order mobile. Now while searching, what you have done, you have written mobile cover, and after that you will cancel the cover and you will be searching for mobile. But as soon as we type mobile cover, API request will be gone. But after that, If I cancel cover and if I only search for this mobile, whatever previous request we are having or whatever previous fetch we are having, that has to be cancelled. And how this can be done? This can be done using abort controller. What this abort controller will be doing? It is just going to cancel our previous fetch request. And let me tell you, abort controller is modern browser API. Using this, we can cancel fetch request or any asynchronous operation that it will be supporting. And before the operation completes, we can simply cancel using abort controller. And also in YouTube also, whenever user is typing rapidly, they can type something. And for that something also, fetch request will be gone. And within milliseconds, they will type another thing. And whatever previous request we are having, that has to be cancelled. So for that, we will be using this abort controller. Okay, where we can use whenever user is typing rapidly in YouTube or Flipkart, anywhere, that time we can use abort controller, as well as whenever we are navigating from one page to another, whatever previous API request we have made, that we have to cancel. And lastly, whenever we are using this abort controller, we are simply going to optimize the bandwidth and also it will be improving the performance. Now, how to create this abort controller? Again, we will be using this new. Then here we will write abort controller. We are going to create the constructor, and this entire result we will be storing inside one variable. Variable name, let me pass controller. Then from this controller, we just have to access signal method. So here I will write controller dot signal, and this entire result I'm just going to store inside the variable signal. Then fetch the data. Fetch, here we will be passing API call, and second argument we will be passing this signal. Okay, whenever we are using the signal, what it will be doing, as soon as we reach abort controller, it is just going to cancel the fetch request. Then here we will have then response, and whatever response we are having, that we will be converting to JSON. Okay, normal way of fetching the data. Again, whatever result we are having, that we will be storing inside the data, and I'm just going to log this data. Then here we will be having catch block. Pass this error object. Inside this, I will be checking if our error dot name, as soon as we cancel the request, if it is equal to abort error, okay, triple equal to, if it is equal to this abort error, then what we have to do, we just have to fetch abort. Okay, basically we have to cancel the fetch. Else, whatever normal error we are having, that we have to display. For creating abort controller, we will use this constructor, and from this controller, we will access this signal, and this entire signal we will pass as second argument inside the fetch. Then we will fetch the data, and inside the catch block, if our error name is abort controller, then we have to log this. Basically, we have to cancel the request, or else whatever normal error we are having, that we have to pass. Now after 1 second, I just want to abort the request. 1 second delay. So here we will be using set timeout. And inside this, what we have to use? We have to use controller dot abort method. Then pass this, which is equal to 1 second. So after 1 second, I just want to abort this request. After 1 second, I will be having fetch aborted. So in interview, you can tell abort controller is ideal for cancelling API request during our component unmount or rapid user input or slow network. Next question, what is the call stack? Let me draw JavaScript runtime, and inside this first component, we will have JavaScript engine. And inside this JavaScript engine, we are having heap and call stack. Okay, this is our heap and this is our call stack. And this entire thing will be making our JavaScript engine. And inside the call stack, our code will be executed. Okay, where our code will be executed? It will be executed inside the call stack. So now, what is call stack? Call stack is one of the data structure in JavaScript which will be following LIFO principle. That is last in, first out. last in, first out, which simply means, for example, if you're just arranging the plates, in this way, you are arranging the plates and this is the first one to be kept. But while taking out, the last plate is the one which will be removed first. So, last in, first out. And why this call stack is used in JavaScript? We will have multiple function calls. So to maintain and keep track of function call, we are going to use this call stack. So one function is called, that function will be present inside the JavaScript. And once the function work is done, that function will be removed from the JavaScript. Okay. Inside the call stack, just assume I have called this A function, then I have called B function. Once the work of B function is completed, this function will be popped out and then we will come to A function. Once it is complete, then this function will also be popped out from the call stack. So it will be following LIFO principle, that is last in, first out principle. Let us write one example. Function name I will be passing greet, and inside this function I simply want to log hello. Close the function. I will create another function name I will be passing intro, and inside this function I'm just going to call this greet function, and then I'm just going to log I am Khanam. Close the function. Below this I'm just going to call intro function. So for this, call stack will be created. First here we are only defining the function, but here we have called the function. So that function will be going inside this call stack. Now I will come to intro function. Inside this intro function, I am calling greet function. So here greet function will be present. Now I will go to greet function. Inside this greet function, I am having this log. So here I will have the output. Now after that, we are not having any lines. So this greet function will be removed from the call stack. Now what is pending? We are having intro function. We will come back. This line is executed. This line is pending. So I will have I am Khanam. And after that, we are not having any lines to execute. So this function will also be removed from the call stack. So my output will be hello. And after that, I will have I am Khanam. Whichever function will be going in the last, that is the one which will be executed, or that is the one which will be removed first. As we all know, JavaScript will only be working on single thread. So at one particular point, if our call stack is empty, then we will have maximum call stack size exceeded error. And when this error will be happening, let me create the function run. And inside this function, I'm just going to call the function again. So here what happens? I will call run function. Inside the function, again I'm calling run function. Again inside the function run function, at one particular time, my call stack will be full. And after that, I will not be having enough space. So during that time, I will have maximum call stack size exceeded error. Why? Because JavaScript can only work on single thread, and in this stack, if one function is taking more time or if it is continuously keep on running, then we will have stack overflow. So in interview, what you can tell, the call stack is a LIFO structure that keeps track of function execution. When the function is called, it is pushed inside the stack, and once the function execution complete, it is just going to pop off. And this call stack will be helping JavaScript to manage execution context in synchronous manner. Next question. What is the difference between set timeout, set immediate and request animation frame? Set timeout, we already know. After particular delay, our function will be called. This is the syntax, set timeout. And inside this, we will be passing this callback function. And here we are going to display the data. And after that, we will be passing the time. And what this set timeout will be doing? It will be going to web APIs. And after that, this callback will be moved inside the callback queue. And once our call stack is empty, event loop is going to push this callback inside the call stack and our code will be executed. So after this delay, our code will be executed. Now set immediate. Before giving this answer, you should be telling this is only used in Node.js environment. In normal JS, we cannot use the set immediate. Instead, it is only used in Node.js. So in Node.js, after current whole phase is completed, we have to run the functions immediately. So during that time, we will be using this set immediate. Exact same thing. Here, we will be writing set immediate callback function, and inside this we will be writing the code and directly close. You do not have to pass any timing. Directly I'm just going to close the function, and this entire callback whatever we are writing that will be executed in check phase. Okay, Node.js will be having many internal phases, so this callback will be executed in check phase. Now last we are having request animation frame. We are having request animation frame. To understand this, let us see the example. You are watching movie which is running at 60 fps, okay, frames per second, which means every second image will be updated for 60 times. Okay, 60 frames per second, which simply means every second image will be updated for 60 times. In between, if we try to update the image by ourselves, during that time, image will be broken or movie can flicker. So exact in same way, browser is also like a movie. We will have web pages, and inside that web pages, we will have animations like change the color of the box, move the box. So inside web page, we will be having animations. And what this request animation frame will be doing, one frame, okay, if one frame is updated, directly in this particular frame we will not be making the changes. When it is moving to next frame, during that time we will be making the changes. And how this is possible? This is possible because of request animation frame. Here I will write request animation frame. In short, I am writing pass the callback function, and here what I want to do, I just want to change the left style. Just imagine I am having box, and for this box I will change the left size, and inside this I will be passing 200 pixel. So here using this request animation frame, what I am telling to my browser, when you will go to next frame, during that time change the size of the box. And how this can be useful, whenever you want to show smooth animation during that time you can use this. Using this, browser performance can also be improved because this is the one who will be deciding when next changes has to be performed, and during that time if the browser is busy it is just going to wait. If we just compare this with set timeout, here I will be writing set timeout, pass the callback function. Here exact same code. Here I will be passing 16 millisecond. I am just giving the fixed time. After 16 millisecond, do the changes. But exact same thing, if we do with request animation frame, this will only work if the browser is moving for the next frame. Using this, our animations will be very smooth. Now, when we talk about differences, set timeout, set immediate, and request animation frame. This can be used both in browser and Node.js. This can only be used in Node.js, and this can only be used in browser. And when this task will be performed, after particular delay, the task will be performed, and set immediate after the current phase, immediately it is just going to run, and this will be running before next frame. Okay, before moving to next frame, this is going to run. And this set timeout, once callback is called, where it will be going to macro task queue. And this set immediate, it will be going inside check phase inside Node.js. And this request animation frame, it will be going inside browser's render cycle queue. Okay, it will be going inside browser's render cycle queue. So in interview, you can tell set timeout delays execution, set immediate executes after the current IO in Node.js, and request animation frame syncs execution with the browser's repaint cycle for smooth execution. Next question, event loop versus callbacks versus promises versus async await. What this event loop will be doing, it is just going to manage our asynchronous operations. If we are having any task inside the callback queue, Or if you are having any task inside the micro task queue, then it will be saying if our call stack is empty or not. If it is empty, then using event loop, micro task will be pushed inside the call stack and it will be executed. And once all micro task is completed, it will be taking the task from callback queue and it will be pushed inside the task. And one by one, our code will be executed. And then coming to callback, inside one function, if you are passing another function as the argument, this is called as callbacks. And promises, it will be holding future value, and promises can either be fulfilled or it can be rejected. Then we are having async await, and this is modern way of writing the promise. Whenever we are creating async function, whatever response we are having, we are just going to wait for the response. And this async function will always return promise. And in promises, for fulfilled, we are having then handler. But inside async await, we will be using try and catch block. In interview, you can tell event loop manages async execution in JavaScript, while callbacks, promises, and async await are ways to handle asynchronous operations. Promises will be solving callback help, and using async await, our code will be looking more like synchronous and cleaner. This is one of the example. You should tell what will be the output. Okay, this is our call stack. Then this is our web APIs, micro task queue, and this is our macro task queue. The first main function is called. Inside this call stack, we will have main function. Then we will come here, and this is nothing but async function. Inside this async function, first we are having start, so that will be printed. So here my output will be one start. Then I am having await and I have to wait for 1000 millisecond. So here we are involving promises plus async await. Why? Because async await is always going to return the promise. So after 1 second, now our code will be stopped. After 1 second, I will be having this output, that is 2 after 1 second. Then we are having set timeout and it will be going inside the web API, and after 0 millisecond, it will be pushed inside the macro task queue. Then we are having promise resolve, and this promise, it will be going inside micro task queue. And after that, we are having synchronous code. So before executing, first this I will be having as the output, end of main. Then we are having one task inside the micro task and one inside the macro task. First, micro task will be executed. I will have promise resolved, and only after that macro task will be executed. I will have the set timeout. Okay, in this order my output will be executed. Now once main function is completed, it will be removed from the call stack. You can see first I will have, after that I'm just waiting for 1 second, and after 1 second I will be having this output. Then we are having set timeout, we are having promise resolve, and this is synchronous code. So this will be executed. Set timeout, this is macro task queue. Promises, this is micro task. So first micro task will be executed, and after that macro task queue will be executed. So this will be your output. Next question, what is the difference between job queue and task queue? Okay, task queue is another name for macro task queue. Task queue is also called as macro task queue, and job queue is another name for micro task queue. So here job queue will be having more priority compared to task queue. So inside task queue we will have set timeout, we will have set interval, set immediate, input output callbacks, UI rendering, etc. Inside this job queue, we will have promises, catch method, promises finally, mutations, queue microtask. We are having lot of things that will be going under microtask queue. If our call stack is empty, what event loop will be doing? First, it will be giving more priority to microtask queue, and it will see if you are having any task or not. If you are having, then that task will be pushed inside the call stack and it will be executed. And only after all micro task queue completes, it is going to macro task queue. That is our task queue. So empty and MJ. So this will be the order of execution, call stack, and then micro task queue, which is also known as job queue. Then we are having macro task queue, which is also known as task queue. So in interview, if you tell micro task queue is like a VIP guest who will be getting the entry before our macro task queue. Very simple. Next question, how browser APIs interact with the event loop. First thing, where we can run JavaScript, JavaScript can be run inside the browser, and using Node.js, we can run JavaScript outside the browser. But whenever we are using JavaScript inside the browser, we will be having extra features. And these features, they are not part of JavaScript, but they are part of browser. For example, we are having set a timeout. Okay, till now, might be you were thinking set timeout is a part of JavaScript, but actually it is not. It is part of our browser. Then we are having DOM events like whenever we are clicking, this is also part of browser. We have fetch, we have XML HTTP request. Then console is also not part of JavaScript. We are having document, it is also not part of JavaScript. We are having location, this is also not part of JavaScript. And we are having lots of other things like geolocation, local storage. All these are part of browser, but we can also use inside the JavaScript, but still they are not part of JavaScript. Let me write one example to see how browser API is going to interact with the event loop. First, inside the log, I will be passing start. Then I will write set timeout, pass the callback function. Here I will write log. Inside set timeout, close the callback function. And below this, I will write another log. And inside this, I will be printing end. And here, let me pass 0 millisecond. So inside call stack, line by line, our code will be executed. First, I will be having start, and then we are having set timeout. And what it will be doing, it is just going to move inside browser API. So we will be having set timeout, and here we will have the call stack, event loop, then we will have micro task and callback queue. Let me write callback queue. When set timeout is found, it will be moving inside browser API. And after that, we are having end that will be executed. As soon as it moves to browser API, it will not be executed. So here, what browser will be doing, it will be starting its own timer outside our JavaScript engine. As soon as this line is found, it will be moving to browser API, and browser will be starting its own timer outside the JavaScript engine. So once the timer is done, whatever callback function we are having, that will be pushed inside the callback queue. Or you can also call it as task queue. And then our event loop will be checking whether this call stack is empty or not. If it is empty, this task will be pushed inside the call stack. And only after that it is just going to execute. So my output will be start, end, and inside set timeout. Next question, what is DOM manipulation? DOM stands for Document Object Model, and this DOM will be provided by browser. So whatever HTML code we are writing, that entire HTML page, it will be converted into tree-like structure. Okay, this is nothing but a DOM. And who is providing DOM? Our browser is providing DOM. So here browser plays an important role. What it will be doing? It will allow JavaScript to interact with this DOM. So using that, we can change the content of HTML, we can modify the content, we can change the background color, we can read the content. Okay, always remember DOM is not part of JavaScript, DOM is part of browser. Browser will be allowing JavaScript to interact with the DOM. And here, when it is converted to tree structure, each and every HTML element will be behaving as an object. So that is the reason we are having object in this full form, document object model. Here we can have body, then we can have h1. Once it is converted to tree structure, it will be behaving as an object. And how we can access object properties? By using dot operator. So this is nothing but document, and inside this document, pass this dot and we can access the body. In this way, we can access body property using document. And where a document is present inside the browser. So to access document, we can write window.document. And whatever properties we are having inside the window, directly we can access only using the property without using window. In interview, you can also explain some DOM manipulation methods. DOM manipulation is basically whenever you are changing something inside HTML, basically we are modifying our DOM. So that is called as DOM manipulation. First, let me write accessing elements. In HTML, if I am having some element with the ID, so to access ID, we will write document dot get element by ID, and inside this we are just going to pass that ID. Whatever ID we have given, we will be passing that ID. Next, we are having get elements by class name. And here if you see, for ID we are having element, but for class name we should be giving get elements. Why elements? Because multiple elements can have the same class name. So here I will write get elements by class name, and maybe I am having the class as my class. Okay. Similarly, we are having multiple properties like get elements by tag name, query selector all. You can just explore that. Next, for changing the content, we are having these two properties, text content and inner HTML. So I'm just accessing one element which is having the ID heading. Inside that, using text content, we can only add the text content. But using inner HTML, we can add HTML tag as well as we can add the content. So if you are using text content, we can only add the content. If you are adding any HTML tag, then that also it will be taken as a text. But using this inner HTML, we can add both elements and content. So this is for changing content. Next here, if you just want to change the styling for this title itself, I will write title dot style dot color. I just want to give the color as blue. So in this way, we can change the styling. If you want to change the background color, title dot style dot background color, and you can change the styling. If you want to change the font size, title dot style dot font size, and whatever size you want to give, you can simply pass the size. We can also add the classes and remove the classes. So for this title itself, title dot class list. Okay, class list you have to pass like how you are passing style. For adding the classes, we are having class list property. Now I just want to add the class. I will be adding the class as highlight. Now then I just want to remove the class. Same thing, class list dot remove. I just want to remove the class highlight. Okay, exact same class name. Then we are having one more property, toggle. Title dot class list dot toggle. So what this toggle will be doing, if you are having the class, it will remove. If you are not having the class, it is just going to add. So basically, it is just going to toggle. Next, we can also create and add the elements inside the DOM. Let me create the variable. I will create the variable new div is equal to document dot. We are having this create element method, and inside this, what element I want to create? I just want to create div. Okay, I am just creating this div element. Now inside this div, I want to add the content. So now inside this div, I just want to add the content. For adding the content, we are having inner HTML and text content. I only want to add the content. So I will be using text content. I will write I am new. Then this div, I just want to append inside the body. So for appending, we will write document dot body dot. We are having this property append child. And what child we have to append? We have to append this new div. And once we append this, whatever content we are having, that will be present inside the div. So in this way, we can create and add the content inside the DOM. We can also remove the elements for this title itself. If I just want to remove, I will write title dot remove. Directly, we will be passing this remove method and this element can be removed. So in interview, you can tell DOM manipulation allows JavaScript to dynamically change the content. structure and style of the web page by accessing and modifying elements of our HTML document. And where this DOM manipulation is useful, live form validation. Whenever you want to perform live form validation, during that time, DOM manipulation will be very useful. And dynamic UI rendering like dark mode toggle, whenever you are doing that, it is very helpful. And menus, whenever you are showing the menus, and when you click on that particular menu, you will be having multiple lists. There also, DOM manipulation is very useful. Interactive games, whenever you are interacting with the games, you will be modifying something. There also, DOM manipulation is very useful. And last and final use case, real-time chat interface. So whenever you are texting or whenever you are chatting, entire interface will be changing. So during that time also, DOM manipulation is very helpful. I have given lot of information. Something if you can remember in interview and you can give the answer, that would be great. Next question. This can be in machine coding round. Add item to list using DOM manipulation. So here we have to perform DOM manipulation and we should be adding the list inside DOM manipulation. So basically here we are creating something and then we are adding. Okay, creating and adding inside the DOM. First, let us think of HTML structure. So here list, I will just assume as unordered list. I will write here unordered list. I will give the ID name I will pass list. Then close this UL. Below this, I will be creating one button. And for this button, I will pass the ID name I will be giving add. Inside this, I will give the content as add. This is all about HTML. Now come into JavaScript. Whenever I click on this add button, inside this UL, I just want to add the list. So my final structure should be here I am having UL. Then inside this LI, let me pass one. I will close. Then LI, I will be passing two. Then close LI. Whenever I click on this button, in this way, my list should be added inside the UL. So first, I'm just going to access the button. So directly, I will write document dot, we are having ID. For accessing ID, we have get element by ID. And inside this, I will be passing the ID name add. Now, whenever I click on this button, I have to perform this operation. So here, I will be passing this add event listener. Okay, we have to listen for the event. Then what listen I have to listen? I have to listen for click event. Now what event I have to listen? I have to listen for click event. Whenever click happens, only then this operation has to be performed. Open this callback function. Inside this, first thing I have to create the element, create the variable const li. For creating the element, we are already having dot create element. What element I have to create? I have to create li. And inside this li, I just want to add the content. So here I will write text content is equal to, let me create one variable, let count is equal to 1. So here using this template string, I will write count plus plus and I am using post increment. So first 1 will be displayed and second click 2 will be displayed and it keeps on going. So in this way, I'm just adding the content inside li. Then this li, I have to append inside the ul. So first I will access ul document dot get element by id. My id name is list. Inside this ul, I just have to append. So here I will pass append child. And what child I have to append? I have to append this li. Then finally close. So in this way, whenever I click on this button, what happens? New element will be created. This text content will be added and then it will be appended to UL. Again, if I click on this, same operation will be performed and my output will be in this format. If you want, you just write this entire code inside editor, run the code and see you will be having the same output. Next question, what is event propagation in JavaScript? So just think of a button. So using JavaScript, we have accessed the button and for this button, we have attached event listener and the event is click. Whenever click event happens on this button, so in JavaScript, that event will be going under three phases. Whenever click event happens on this button, JavaScript will be undergoing three phases for that event. So first phase is capturing, okay, capturing phase. Second is target phase. And third is bubbling phase. Let me repeat. What is this click? This click is nothing but event. And this click event we have passed for this button. Whenever we click on the button, JavaScript event will be going under three phases: capturing phase, target phase, and bubbling phase. This is called as event propagation in JavaScript. After explaining event propagation, definitely the next question could be, what is event bubbling? Always remember this event bubbling, it is one of the process in DOM. Here I have pasted the code. We are having this div container inside which we are having button. Then we are having one document, and again we are having one document. So inside this document, we have selected this button and we have added this event listener click. And whenever we click on the button, we have inner button click. And also we have accessed this complete div. For this also we are adding this click event listener, and inside that we have outer div click. So here inside event bubbling, what happens? Here I am having this div. Okay, just imagine I am having this div here. Inside this I am having button. Soon as I click on this button, event will be starting from this target element. My target element is button, and then it is just going to bubble up to the parent. Here I am having button. Above this I am having this div. So when I click on this button, this event will be bubble up. Okay, event will be starting from this target element, and then it will be bubbling up to the parent. So it will be like event has happened on this parent as well. So if I click on this button, my output will be inner button click, and here also my event will be happening for the parent. So below this I will have outer div clicked. So it is like I am also clicking on the div, but I have clicked only on the button, but still I will be having the both output, because event will be starting from this target element and it is just going to bubble up to the parent and then grandparent, and it keeps on going. So above this, if we are having some another div, and for this div also if we have selected and if we have added the listener, then also that output will be displayed. So inside event bubbling, event will be starting from the target element and then it is just going to bubble up to the parent, grandparent, and so on. And how you can imagine, first we will have button, and inside that button, okay, maybe I am having this div. Above this div, parent will be body, and for body, parent is HTML, and for HTML, parent is document. So in this format, our event will be bubbled up. So event bubbling is whenever we click on the button, event will be happening on the target element. Whichever button or whichever element we have clicked, that is the target element. So event will be happening on that target element, and then it is just going to bubble up to the parents. And if any event listener is attached to the parents, that event listener will also be executed. Next question, what is event capturing? And before that, let me tell you, event bubbling is the default process in DOM. Event capturing is also called as trickling. Okay, maybe in interview, if they're asking what is trickling, then you have to explain event capturing. So here, this is completely opposite of event bubbling. So here, just imagine I am having button. Above this, I am having div. Then I am having another div, body, HTML, okay, all parents, and then I am having document. Now my target element is button. As soon as I click on this button, event will not be happening here inside capturing phase. It will be starting at the top, and this is called as capture phase. And then one by one, it is just going to travel down to all the parents. It will not travel to any sibling. It will travel down to all the parents, and here it is just going to come. And once it reaches here, this is called as target phase. Once the event reaches to actual target element, it is called as target phase. But here, as I mentioned, by default, we are having bubbling phase. Only in bubbling phase, it is just going to react. If we just want to make capturing phase, then we will be passing third argument inside the callback function. As of now, you should only remember event bubbling from bottom to top, event capturing from top to bottom. And this is default in JavaScript and this is not default in JavaScript. To implement this, we should add another argument inside event listener. So in JavaScript, inside this add event listener, if we are adding this third property through, that means we are making this as event capturing. As soon as we click on this button, you can see for button we have inner and for div we are having outer. So here we will have button and then we will be having div above this body, then HTML and then document. Event will be happening here and for this parent we have given through which means capturing phase. So actual event it will not be starting here, it is going to go on top. Our capture phase begins. Now it will travel down to all the parents. So here I am having event listener. So my output will be executed. Outer clicked. Okay, outer clicked capturing. Then again it will travel down. Whatever text I am having, then it will be displayed. So in this way, I will be having the output. First, I will have this output because this is the parent. And after that, I will be having this output. Because here we have passed through, that is nothing but capturing phase. So in capturing phase, from top to bottom, our events will be traveling. But in bubbling phase, from bottom top, our events will be traveling. Next question, what is event delegation in JavaScript? Let us understand using example. Imagine I am having multiple lists inside UL. I am having multiple lists and for each LI I have given some IDs. And in JavaScript I have already selected those IDs using get element by ID. For first LI I have given the variable as LI1. For second LI2 and for third LI3. And for each and every list, I'm just going to add event listener. Add event listener. Here also add event listener. And then here also add event listener. Now here what happens for each and every child, I'm just adding event listener. So now here what happened for each and every child of UL, I'm just adding event listener. So what we can do using this event delegation, it is one of the technique in JavaScript to handle this multiple events. So using this event delegation, what we can do, one single event we can directly attach to the parent. So basically, we can delegate one single event listener to the parent. Instead of adding separate event listener for these children, directly we can delegate one single event to the parent. So directly for parent, we are just going to add UI dot add event listener. My event is click. Now here inside this we will be passing E, that is event object, and then here we will check which child is clicked. Whenever we click on this LI, whatever content we are having, that also we can access. Whenever we click on this, that we can access. Whenever we click on this, that we can access. Okay, I will be showing the example, but this is how using this technique we can handle multiple event listener. Instead of adding separate listeners to children, we can delegate one single event listener to parent. And why this event delegation is used? Because it is just going to boost the performance. We are having less event listeners, which is equal to faster app. And dynamically, whenever you are creating elements, now you are having three lists, and for three lists you have access and you are adding the event listener. But dynamically, later on, if you're adding another list, then for that also you have to access the ID and again you have to add the event listener. But using this event delegation for dynamic elements also, entire thing will be working because event is handled by parent. This is the example. I am having one unordered list inside which I am having three LIs. I have selected parent and directly on parent I am attaching this event listener and my event is click. Then inside the function, I am passing event object. You can also use normal function or you can use arrow function. Now here, inside this event object, we are having target property, and inside this target property, I am checking whichever tag I have clicked, whether it is equal to li or not. We are selecting parent and we are checking which tag we have clicked. If we clicked li, then we are simply going to alert you clicked on event.target.text content. So whatever content I am having, that content will be displayed. So inside this event object also, we will have multiple properties. Whichever target I have clicked, for that target, I am checking for the tag name. If it is equal to li, then I have to alert this, whatever content I am having, that will be displayed. So this is the concept of event delegation. Directly on parent, we are attaching the event listener. Now here for this, what I have done, dynamically, I am just adding one list. I have created the list, and inside this list, I have added the content papaya. And inside this parent, I'm just appending this new list. And again, when I click on this, entire thing will be working and I will have the result. You clicked on papaya. So dynamically, whenever we are adding the list, then this event delegation is not going to stop. It will be working perfectly. So this is the use case. Whenever you are working in larger project, there multiple times you have seen list, you will be adding to dos. So in that case also, we can use this event delegation. Tables, there also we can use menus, drop downs. In all this situation, event delegation is widely used. Whenever your app is adding elements, removing elements dynamically, then that is the best situation to use event delegation. Next question. What is the difference between event.target versus current target? I am having one HTML inside which we are having one div for which ID is outer. Then I am having button, ID is inner, and the text is click me. So in JavaScript file, what we are doing? We are just accessing this outer div, and for this outer div, we have attached event listener, and listener is click, then function event object, and here we are passing target event dot target, and current target we are accessing from this event object dot current target. So from this event object itself, we will have this target property and this current target property. So what this event target will be returning, it will be returning the actual element on which event has occurred. So here we are doing event delegation directly on parent. We have attached the event listener. So here just imagine I am having div and I am having button. This is div and this is button. If I click on this button, what this event target will be returning? The actual element on which event has occurred. So it will return button. Then current target, using this event dot target, what we will get, on which element this event listener is attached, that will be the output. So here for this div, for this outer event is attached. So current target will be my div. Event target, actual element on which event has happened, and this current target on which event has attached. If I click on this, okay, if I click on this div, then event.target is also div and current target is also div, because I have clicked on div and also my current target on which event is attached, that is also my div. And why this is useful, we have already seen inside event delegation. To get to know which child is clicked using tag name, during that time this event target is used. So event target, what it will be returning, actual element on which event has occurred. So there, using the target itself, we are just accessing tag name and we are checking whether this tag name is li or not. If it is equal to li, then we have to display this alert. So this target and current target is mostly used in event delegation concept. Next question. What is the difference between stop propagation versus stop immediate propagation? Both these methods, they are used to stop our bubbling or capturing phase. Before seeing the difference, we have seen event propagation. Whenever event happens, we will be having three phases: capturing phase, bubbling phase, and target phase. Let me write in proper order. Capturing phase, target phase and bubbling phase. So capturing phase from parent to child, target phase on which actual event happened, and bubbling phase from child to parent. And these two methods are used to stop bubbling and capturing event. Okay, both bubbling and capturing event can be stopped using this stop propagation and stop immediate propagation. But there is a small difference now that we are going to understand. Okay, this is the example. First, let us understand what is stop propagation. HTML code. Inside this, we are having one div, and for this, we have given the ID as parent, and for button, we have given the ID as child. Here, we are having JavaScript code. We have selected child. For this, we have given button clicked one, and then again, same child we have selected. We have added another event listener click. So this is also child, same button. And then we are also selecting the parent. And inside this add event listener, we have not passed any third argument through. So by default, this will be event bubbling. So when I click on this button, target element, event is just going to bubble up to all the parents. Normally, what will be the output? Just ignore this. First, I will have button click one. And for the same button, I am attaching another event listener. So I will have button click two. Event will be traveling up to the parent. So this will also be my output. But for this child, okay, for this button, I have given e dot stop propagation. So what it will do, it is just going to stop this bubbling of the event. Now, if I click on this, okay, after stopping this, if I click on the button, I will have button clicked one. But if I am having another event listener attached to the same button, then that will also be executed. Button click to, but it is not going to reach to parent. So I will not be having parent click. So stop propagation, what it will do, it is just going to stop bubbling or capturing of the event. It will not be traveling to the parent. Whichever target we have clicked, only that event will be happening and we will have the result. But for the same element, if we have attached another event listener, then that will also be executed. So in this case, my output will be button clicked 1 and button click 2 if we are stopping the propagation. But exact same thing, let me copy and paste. Okay, this is the basic difference. In place of stop propagation, I will pass stop immediate propagation. So here, stop immediate propagation, what it will do? Definitely, this is also going to stop capturing or bubbling event. But here, if another event listener is attached to the same element, then this is also going to be stopped. So if I click on this button, here, this button I will click, my output will be button clicked one. Immediately, it is going to stop the propagation. If I am having another event listener attached to the same button, then this is also not going to execute and it has already stopped the propagation. So this is also not going to execute. My answer will be button clicked one. But stop propagation, it is going to stop the propagation. But if another event listener is attached to the same element, that will be executed. But this one, stop immediate propagation, immediately it is going to stop the propagation. Even if another event listener is attached to the same element, it is not going to execute. I hope you understood the basic difference. Next question. What is the default behavior of using script tag inside head? Most asked question in interviews. We will have our HTML tag and inside this we will have head and then inside head I am using script. Then closing head, below this I will be having body and then maybe I am having some content. So default behavior is without using any async or defer. Without using any async or defer. So in this way, I am having my HTML structure. Inside head tag, I am having script. So from here, browser starts to read the page and HTML parsing will begin. As soon as it sees script tag, HTML parsing will be stopped. Okay, HTML parsing will be stopped. What this will be doing? First, it is going to download complete JS file and then it is going to execute the JS file, and only after that this HTML parsing will be resumed. So basically it is just going to block our HTML parsing. So the main disadvantage is whatever UI we are having, that will be rendered very slow, because first JavaScript will be downloaded and after that it will be executed. So our UI rendering will be very slow. And one more main disadvantage is inside JavaScript, if we have accessed any HTML elements, definitely JavaScript is already executed, but till now our HTML parsing is not completed. So during that time, if we try to access the buttons or if we try to access the div containers, we will be having error. So this is the default behavior of using script inside the head. Complete HTML parsing will be stopped unless and until a JavaScript file is downloaded and executed. And we are having lot of advantages. So the best practice could be you can use the script tag before ending body. So here we will have closing body, and above this you can use the script tag without using async or defer, because below this if we are having script tag, entire HTML will already be passed, and only after that we are having the script tag, and then JavaScript can be downloaded and executed. We will not be having any issues. So this can be the best practice if you are not using any async or defer attributes. Next question, async and defer attributes in script tag. I am having HTML tag, then we have head. Inside this head, I am having script tag in which I have passed this async attribute. Then body, h1, paragraph, and maybe some images. I am having this entire content, lot of content. HTML parsing will begin. Okay, basically browser will start reading our HTML page. And once browser sees the script tag along with async attribute, it will start downloading JavaScript file, but it is not going to stop HTML parsing. It is just going to continue HTML parsing. But as soon as downloading is complete, HTML parsing will be stopped and JavaScript code will be executed. Once our JavaScript code is executed, only then HTML parsing will begin. So here our execution will not be guaranteed. So whenever we are using async attribute, our execution will not be guaranteed. Why? Because a JavaScript file is downloaded and parallelly HTML parsing will be beginning. Maybe I am having only few content, HTML parsing is completed. So HTML file complete thing is done, and only after that downloading is complete and we are executing JavaScript. So here first HTML parsing is done and after that JavaScript code is executed. Or maybe I'm having large HTML content and before that itself my JavaScript file is downloaded. So first JavaScript will be executed and later on HTML parsing will be going on. So here order is not guaranteed if we are using async attribute. When you can use this async attribute, if your script is completely independent, it is not dependent on any DOM, then during that time you can use this async attribute. In this way, the order keeps on going. First, HTML parsing will begin. Then it will see the script tag. It will download JS file. Parallelly, HTML parsing will be going on. But once downloading is complete, it is just going to execute. Until then, it is just going to stop HTML parsing. And once execution is complete, it is just going to resume HTML parsing. This is how async attribute will be working. Now coming to defer attribute, HTML, then head. Inside head, we are having script. There we have passed the attribute defer. Then body, HTML, paragraph, I am having some content. So here also HTML parsing will start. Then browser is going to read the script tag. Parallelly again, JavaScript file will be downloaded and HTML parsing will continue. Even after downloading is complete, straight away it is not going to execute the JavaScript file unless and until HTML parsing is completed. Once complete HTML parsing is done, only then our JavaScript code is executed. So if we are using defer attribute, execution will be happening in order. Doesn't matter how long your HTML is. first HTML parsing will be completed. Only after that, our JavaScript code will be executed. This you can use whenever your JavaScript is dependent on any DOM element. During that time, you can use this defer attribute. And in one HTML file, you can use this async attribute if your JavaScript file is not dependent on anything. And also, order of execution does not matter. Then you can go with async attribute. Like if you want to see some analytics or if you want to run some ads, during that time, you can use this async attribute. And in the same file, you can also use the script tag, which is having defer attribute, where order matters. And if the file is dependent on any DOM element, that time you can use this defer attribute. Or directly, if you do not want to use any async or defer, directly before ending of the body tag, you can add the script tag. Next question, this can be one of the machine coding round question. Dynamically load script tag using JavaScript. So here what they are telling, manually they are telling us to create the script tag. Okay, manually they are telling us to create the script tag using JavaScript, and after that inject the script tag inside the page, okay, inside that HTML page. But manually we have to create the script tag. So what will be the advantages? During runtime our script will be loaded, and this concept is mostly used in React, as well as if you are using jQuery, then mostly you will be seeing this concept. And HTML parsing, definitely it is not going to be blocked, because during runtime our script will be loaded, and we will have complete control. We will have complete control to tell when the script has to be executed. So we will have complete control of that. Let me write the example. Here I am having some HTML page. Okay, I am having all the content. I am having paragraph. I am having H1. Below this, I'm just going to pass this script tag. Carefully notice, maybe you would have already seen this. What I want to do, once my entire DOM content or once my entire HTML is parsed, only then I just want to inject the script tag. So directly we will access this window, and on this window we will attach this event listener. Add event listener. Okay, I will write in short. Then here we will be passing the event as DOM content loaded. Once my entire DOM content is loaded, only then this event has to be fired. DOM content loaded, callback function. Okay. Once my entire DOM content is loaded, only then this event has to be fired. Create one variable. Variable name I will be passing script is equal to, now I have to create the element, document dot create element. What element I have to create? I have to create script element. And inside this script, what attribute I have to pass? I have to pass this src attribute, which will be having the file name. File name, let me write main.js. This is my JavaScript file name. When this script is loaded, I just want to fire this script.onload. Here, let me just write one log. I am loaded without blocking any HTML. You can pass the entire message. I will be closing this event. And after that, this script tag I have to attach inside the body. So document dot body dot append child. And inside this, what I have to pass? I have to pass the script. Now you can see I'm having full control. Once my entire DOM is loaded, only then I'm creating the element, I'm attaching the file, I'm just firing this event handler, and after that, I'm just appending the script inside the body. So here HTML parsing will not be stopped, page will be loaded smoothly, and a script is loaded later. Okay, once entire HTML content or once entire HTML parsing is done, only then our script will be loaded. And when this will be useful, if you are doing lazy load scripts, okay, if you're having any lazy loading scripts, there to increase the performance, you can use this concept. This is one of the advanced concept, but one of the most powerful technique. Next question, what is debouncing in JavaScript? Very important question, widely asked in interviews. So just imagine we are having one input field, and inside this input field, you are typing A. As soon as you type A, API call will be going for A. Again, you are typing B, API call will be going for AB. Then again you are typing C, API call will be going for ABC. Even if you type single letter, API call is going to happen. So to prevent this API call happening for each and every single character, we will use the technique of debouncing. So this is one of the technique in JavaScript which will prevent multiple function calls. So using this debouncing, what we can do, user is typing A, B, C, and after this user has stopped for some time. If the user has stopped typing, only after that we are just going to call the function and API will be fetched for A, B, C. If the user is typing A, API call will not be going. If the user is typing B, API call will not be going. If the user is typing C, API call will not be going. But as soon as user stops typing, API call will be going for A, B, C. And how this is possible? This is possible because of debouncing. So in interview, you can tell debouncing is a technique that is going to limit the rate at which a function is executed. Let me write one example. Here we are having simple input field and we have passed on change event handler and we are calling this search API function. So if the user is typing 10 letters, then 10 times API will be called. So definitely this is our bad UI. 10 times if you are calling the API without using that, definitely this is bad practice and we will have bad UI rendering. So what we will do to prevent this, we are going to use the concept of debouncing. Now carefully just notice in interview if they ask, just give an example or write a code to demonstrate debouncing, then you can give this example. We will create debounce function. I will create the variable debounce. I'm just going to create as an arrow function and inside this I will pass the parameter as function and I will be passing the delay. And here this is the function which will be executed after particular delay, which means this will be executed once the user stops typing. And inside this delay, we will tell if the user has stopped typing, like after 100 millisecond, if you're not getting any input from user, only that time call this function, open function. Inside this, we will be creating one variable timer. So whatever set timeout ID we will be having, that we are going to store inside this variable. Using this variable, whatever previous timer we are having, that can be cancelled. For example, user is typing, okay, I will just give 500 millisecond. After 500 millisecond, if the user is not typing something, this function will be called. Now I have typed A. After 200 millisecond, I'm just going to type B. So this timer will be cleared and again my timer will be starting from 500 millisecond. And again after 300 millisecond, user has typed C. So again this timer will be cancelled and again it will be starting from 500 millisecond. So that is the reason to clear the timer, we have to store our set timeout ID. So we will create one variable. Now 500 millisecond has passed. I am not having any input from user. So for this function will be called. And inside this debounce function, we are just going to return this. And here we will be passing all the arguments. We will be using REST operator. Why? Because whatever arguments we are passing, each and everything has to be given. One by one, we will be accessing all the arguments and that we can access using REST operator. After 200 milliseconds, if the user is typing B, then this timer we have to cancel. So here we will be writing clear timeout, clear timeout, and inside this I will be passing this timer which will be holding our set timeout ID. Now I'm just going to assign timer is equal to set timeout, pass this callback function, and now inside this function I will be passing all the arguments. Then whatever delay user will be giving, after that delay I just want to execute this function and this timer will be starting, and accordingly if the user is typing before 500 millisecond, we are going to clear the timer and again timer will be starting from 500 millisecond. Now close this this is how we are going to create our debounce function. Here I am having same input field. I will copy and paste. In place of search API, let me just write handle search. I will create this handle search function, const handle search. Now, whenever I'm just typing something, I just have to call this debounce function. And inside this debounce function, first argument, we have to pass the function. And this is my function which has to be executed. I will be passing this text. Here, let me just log API call with, here whatever text user has given, that text I'm just going to print. And second, what I have to pass inside the debounce, I have to pass the delay. Here I will pass 500 milliseconds. This is how we are going to create a debounce function. If the user is typing A, this function will be called. Inside this, we are having this debounce function. So here what we are telling, we are just returning all the arguments. As soon as user types B, we are just going to clear the timer, and again we will be starting the fresh timer which is having 500 millisecond. I just want to type hello. Okay, my final output has to be hello. First user will be typing H. So this handle search function will be called with the keyword H. My timer will be starting and it will be 500 milliseconds. Then what I will do, after 200 millisecond, I am just going to type E. So this handle search function will be called for HE. Again, whatever previous timer we are having, that will be cleared and we will be starting the fresh timer. So again, timer will be starting from 500 millisecond. Then again, after 150 millisecond, user will be typing L. So this function will be called, here we will have HEL. Previous timer will be stopped. Again, we will be having the fresh timer which is having 500 millisecond. After 100 millisecond, again user is typing L. Function will be called. Inside this, now we are having HELL. Previous timer will be called fresh timer. We will have 500 millisecond. Here, let me write. Again, after 50 millisecond, user is typing O. Function will be called with this word hello. Previous timer will be cancelled and new timer is 500 millisecond. Now here, user has stopped. 500 millisecond has completed, and between this time, user has not given any input. So once this time is completed, this function will be called and I will have the result API call with the text hello. So in this way, debouncing will be working. So in interview, you can tell debouncing ensures that a function runs only after the user has stopped performing the action for a specified time. Commonly used in search bars, API suggestions, and whenever user is typing inside the input field, there you can use this debouncing technique. In interview, after asking debouncing, definitely they will be asking what is throttling. This is also one of the technique in JavaScript and very similar to debouncing, but we are having some basic difference. So in throttling, what happens? Just imagine we are having one button, and if somebody clicks on this button, one notification will be gone. So just imagine in 1 second, if the user is clicking for 100 times, then 100 notifications will be gone. 100 times function will be called and we will have 100 notifications. Or you can also imagine we are having one button and if somebody clicks on the button, one mail will be sent to some user. So in 1 second, if the user is clicking for 20 times, then 20 times one mail will be gone to user. So it is just going to spam that inbox. So to prevent this, we are going to use the technique of throttling. After particular interval, okay, we will set one interval. After that particular interval, a function has to be called. So here I am having the same button. I have set the interval 1 second. So now in 1 second, doesn't matter if the user is clicking for 100 times or 1000 times, only after 1 second my function will be called. So without throttling, if I click on this button 100 times, then 100 times notification will be sent. But after throttling, I have just set the interval as 1 second. In this 1 second interval of time, this function will be called only once. Again, if I keep on clicking, only after 1 second, this function will be called. Again, if I keep on clicking, only after 1 second, this function will be called. In debouncing, what we did, if the user has stopped performing the action, whatever delay we have given, after that delay, our function will be called. But in throttling, we are just going to set the interval. After that particular interval, a function has to be called. If I take a real world example, only to remember, if I take one example, you are having doorbell and some random people continuously, he is just pressing the button. Continuously, doorbell will be ringing. So what you will do, in this doorbell, you have set the interval of 2 seconds. Doesn't matter how many times they press. After 2 seconds, you will only listen one ring. Again, only after 2 seconds, you will listen another ring. So in this way, throttling will be working. So again, in interview, if they ask you to demonstrate throttling, then you can give this example. I will create one function. Function name, I will be giving throttle. Again, we have to give the function and then here we will be passing the delay. Let me give shortcut. We cannot give function name. Here I will be passing delay. Inside this, for debounce, what we did, we have created one variable timer inside which we will be storing our set timeout ID so that if the user is typing next letter, we are just going to clear that timer. But here we will create one variable. Let me write is waiting and initially I'm just going to assign false, which means now our function is ready to execute. So here initially I will be assigning false. Same thing, return function. I will be passing all the arguments. Exact same thing what we did for debouncing. And here I will be checking if is waiting is true. If is waiting is true, then what I will do, I'm just going to return from the function. Again, I will not be calling the function. Okay. If this is waiting is true, then do not do anything. If the time has not passed and if this is waiting is true, do not perform any action. Below this, I'm just going to call the function with all the arguments. If this is waiting is false, then we have to call the function. Once I call the function is waiting, I have to assign to true. As soon as I assign true, it is just going to go inside the wait mode. Here I will be passing our set timeout, pass the callback function. Inside this, what we have to do is waiting. We just have to assign false, which means now our function is ready to execute again. Then delay whatever user is giving that we will be passing. So in this way, we will be creating our throttle function. Initially, we will assign false, which means now our function is ready to execute. Inside this, we are returning the function. If this is waiting is false, which means whatever interval user has given, that is not passed yet. So during that time, we are simply going to return without calling any function. If this is false, we are going to call the function and is waiting, we will assign to true. And inside the set timeout, after that particular delay, we will set is waiting to false, which means again our function is ready to execute. Close the function. Now, just think we are having this code. We are having one button, click me fast. Then inside JavaScript, we are having this function, say hello. Then we are calling this throttle function. We have passed the function as hello. And only after 2 seconds, doesn't matter how many times user is clicking, only after 2 seconds, I will have the result button click. Again, if the user is clicking, only after 2 seconds, I will have button clicked. So in this way, our throttling will be working. Once the interval is passed, only after that our function will be executed. In between, doesn't matter how many times user is clicking on the button, only after 2 seconds our function will be called. And when this is useful, whenever you want to prevent the button spam, during that time you can go with throttling. Next question, they might ask differences between debouncing and throttling. And you can explain the code example which we have seen earlier. Now let us see basic differences between debouncing and throttling. So inside this debouncing, what is the trigger time? Let me write here debouncing and this is for throttling. So using this debouncing, our function will be executed after the delay of last action. After delay of last action. If the user is typing A, B and C, and after that if they have stopped for 500 milliseconds, and that time if we are given inside the delay, only after that our function will be called. But inside this throttling, it is just going to run after every X millisecond. Basically, we will be giving the interval, and only after that interval a function will be executed. So inside this delay, after last action, if we are having some delay, only then debouncing will be calling the function. But inside this throttling, we will be passing the interval, and based on that interval, our function will be called. So when our function will be running, once user stops the action or once user stops typing, only then our function will be running. Okay, only then our function will be called. But here function will be running regularly, but with that particular gaps which we have given inside the interval. So here we will have gaps, but inside this, once the user has stopped the action, only then our function is going to run. Then best for, where we can use debouncing if you are having input field box, or if you want to search something, or live validation if you want to perform some live validation. In all that cases we will be using debouncing technique. If you want to use throttle, if you are scrolling something, okay, if you are scrolling some products continuously and rapidly, we are just going to scroll to the product, and for each and every product, we do not have to call the function. After that particular interval, we just want to call the function and load all the products. So whenever we are doing scrolling, during that time, we can use throttling. Whenever we are doing resizing of the window, that time also we can use throttle and mouse move. So each and every time when our mouse is moving, we do not have to call the function. We will set the interval, and only after that interval, we are going to call the function. And here, using debouncing, whatever previous request we are having, that will be cancelled. But inside this throttle, it is not going to cancel any previous request. It is simply going to skip to next call. And whatever examples we have seen here for both debouncing and throttling, you can give the same example. And these are the basic difference between debouncing and throttling. What debounce will be doing? It is just going to wait until no event happens for X millisecond. What throttle will be doing? It is just going to limit the function to run only once every X millisecond. No matter how many times event has occurred, no matter how many times user is clicking on the button, whatever time we have given, only after that our function will be called. Here I have written four situations. Let us think what technique will be more suitable. When user is typing inside the input field, definitely here we can use the concept of debouncing. Scrolling or resizing of the window, here we will be using throttling. Prevent button spam, here also we will be using throttling. Live search or API suggestion, we are going to use debouncing. Definitely, you have to master this concept to prevent multiple API calls and to prevent multiple function calls. Next question, using debouncing and throttling, you have to give some real world scenarios like how this will be used in Flipkart, Amazon, Walmart. So you have to give some real world scenarios. So whatever concept you know, based on that, you can explain all the possibilities in interview. First, whenever we are using this online shopping website or online shopping apps, first thing we are going to search for the product. So there on search suggestion, what technique we can use? We can use the technique of debouncing. Rapidly, if the user is typing for one letter, we don't have to call the API. If the user wants to search mobile, only after this, user will be waiting for some time. During that time, our function will be called. So in search suggestion, you can use the concept of debouncing. And this same concept you will be seeing in Flipkart, Amazon. So in every other shopping platform, you will be seeing this debouncing concept. You can simply write one query, const. I will be writing one variable search. We have created this debounce function, and inside this, whatever query user is passing, that we will be passing. And this is the function which has to be executed after that millisecond. I will pass the query complete word, and after 1 second, that is after 1000 millisecond, our function has to be called. So this is efficient, fast, as well as very user friendly. Then next, after searching, you will be having multiple list of options. To see all the options, what you will be doing, you are just going to scroll. When you keep on scrolling, our products will be loaded. So here in this situation, for each and every product, we do not have to call the API. At one particular interval, if you have reached that bottom or if your scrolling has completed, after that millisecond, we are just going to load all the products. So here we will use the concept of throttling. So in Flipkart, Walmart, in this kind of platform, this concept is used. If we are not using this concept, if the user keeps on scrolling multiple times, request will be gone and definitely our system will be crashed. So it is very important whenever we are doing scrolling or if the product is getting loaded, we have to use the concept of throttling. You can give this example. Const, I will write handle scroll is equal to, we have to create a throttle function, pass the callback function. This is the function which has to be executed after the delay. Here I will check if bottom is reached. What I will do, I'm just going to load more products. If once the bottom is reached, I'm just going to load more products. For all this, just assume we have already created the function and this has to be done only after 300 millisecond. Before that, this function should not be called and we should not be loading any products. Next, very important, window size. If you just want to check if the platform is responsive or not, for example, let us take Flipkart. If you just want to check if the platform is responsive or not, you will be going into responsive mode. When user keeps on shrinking, for every pixel, we don't have to adjust the layout. Of particular interval, we will be adjusting the layout and accordingly, new interface or accordingly, new adjusted UI will be shown to the user. So we can give here window dot add event listener, and what we are doing, we are just performing resize. Now here I will be using this throttle technique inside which I have created one function adjust layout, and after 200 millisecond I just want to call this throttle. Before that doesn't matter how many adjustment I have done, only after 200 millisecond our function will be called. So here in this case, if you are using throttle technique, definitely our UI remains responsive without any lags. Fourth, very much important, that is button spam prevention. So here also we will be using the technique of throttle. Just imagine you are having buy now button and multiple times if you just keep on clicking this button, multiple times our payment gateway will be opened. Definitely it is not user friendly and maybe user will be irritated. So once if the user clicks on the button, only after 3 seconds, then payment gateway will be opened and we will just set the interval. Only after 3 seconds, maybe that payment gateway we have closed by mistake. And only after 3 seconds, again if the user is clicking on the button, only after 3 seconds, again we are going to open this payment gateway. Without using throttling, in 1 second, if the user is clicking 10 times, so 10 times payment gateway will be opened. So that is the reason to prevent this button spam prevention, we will be using throttling. Example, document dot get element by ID, and just imagine we are having the ID as BTN. Inside this, we will attach event listener, add event listener, click. Whenever I click on this button, I'm just going to create this throttle function, pass the callback function. Inside this, what we have to do, we have to initialize the payment. Then here I will be passing the interval 3000 millisecond, which is equal to 3 second. And only after 3 second again function will be called and we are just going to initiate the payment. So using this, we are having multiple benefits like avoiding duplicate orders, fraud attempts. Okay, if this is happening, multiple fraud attempts will be happening, as well as multiple server hits can be prevented. So these are the benefits if we are using throttle technique in button spam prevention. We are having more multiple use cases. If you explain this much, that is enough. For example, live filtering, sorting, there you can use the concept of debounce. User can apply multiple filters. So for each and every filter, we don't have to call the function. Once all the filters are completed and if the user has stopped the action, only then we can call the API, and based on that filter, we can load all the products. So in real world apps like Flipkart, Walmart, debounce is used in search inputs and filters to delay our API calls, while throttle technique is used in scrolling, resizing, and button events to limit performance heavy operations. This is one of the tricky questions which can be asked in interviews. How can you prevent a function from being called multiple times? So definitely whatever you have learned till now, you can give the answer by using the concept of debouncing or throttling. Apart from this, we are having one more technique, that is usage of closure. You can definitely for this answer, you can give throttling example, debouncing example. Apart from that, we can also prevent multiple calls using closure. And inside this closure, we will be using the flag. First, let me write the example, then I will explain you. We will create one function. Function name, let me write run once. Inside this, I will pass the parameter function. I will create one variable, let called is equal to false. And this called is nothing but a flag. Initially, I am just assigning the value as false. Then what we have to do? We have to return the function, and inside this, what we will be passing? We will be passing this args, this parameter and args. Open this function. If this is not called, if our function is not called, then what we will do? For this called, we will assign true, and then simply we are just going to return the function, return function, and whatever arguments we are having, with that we are just going to return this function. Close this if the function is not called, we are setting call to true and we are returning the function. Else, if the function is called, if the function is already called, inside this log we will write function already called, function already called. Close return and close function. Below this, I will also create one function. Function name, let me write say hello. Log, here I will be passing hello. Now I'm just going to call this run once function. Let me just call here so that I can show you run once, and inside this argument I will be passing as complete function which we have created say hello, and this function is returning something, so I'm just going to assign to one variable sh. Below this I will call this function, again I will be calling the function, and again I'm just going to call the function. So now here what happens, once this function is called with this parameter, I will come here. Initially called is false. So what we are doing, we are returning the function. Till now our function is not called. So here we will come inside the block called, we will set to true, and we are just going to return the function. So here whatever output I am having, that will be my result. If I am not passing any arguments, then also fine. Whatever log I am having, that I am printing. Now called is set to true. Again I am calling the function. I will come here. Not called, this condition is false. So I will have function already called. Next, again we are calling the function and called is already false. So here nothing will be printed. So in this way, using closure along with the flag, we can prevent multiple function calls. But mostly I won't be using closure. Instead, you can use the concept of throttling or debouncing. In interview, you can tell we can prevent a function from being called multiple times using closure with flags like run once, or use debounce or throttle depending on the use case. Debounce is going to wait for the pause, while throttle, it is going to limit calls to fixed intervals. I hope you understood what is debouncing, what is throttling, what is the difference between debouncing and throttling, and where this technique is used. Next question, what is this in JavaScript? Whenever our JavaScript code is executed, we will be having our execution context. And if we are calling any function, each function will be getting their own execution context. And inside this execution context, we are having three things. Variable environment, we will have this keyword, and then we are going to have the scope chain. So inside execution context, we will be having these three things. So now we are going to focus on this keyword. So now question says we have to explain about this keyword. So first thing, whatever value we are having for this keyword, it is not static. For example, if I create one variable x, and for this I'm just going to assign the value 5. So each and every time when I log x, I will have the value 5. But same thing, it will not happen with this. Why? Because the value of this depends on how the function is called, not where it is written. For example, inside global scope, without using any function, if I simply log this, it will be pointing to Windows object. Okay, it will be pointing to Windows object. And same thing, if I do in Node.js, this will be pointing to global object. But now let us talk about browser. In browser, if we are just printing this outside of any function, then it is going to point to Windows object. But if we are using strict mode, then value of this will be defined. Now if I create one regular function, and inside this function, if I just log this, so here also this will be pointing to Windows object, but in strict mode, the value of this will be undefined. Same way, we are having multiple things. If we are using this in arrow function, it will be taking lexical scope value. If we are using this in object, it will be pointing to the owner, that is our object. So this is having multiple reference, and each and every time the value depends on how the function is called, but not how it is written. If it is written in global, it will be pointing to Windows. In strict mode, it will have the value undefined. In regular function also, if you are printing this, it will be pointing to Windows, but in strict mode, it will be undefined. In object, it will be pointing to the object itself. And in arrow function, we are not having access to this. So this will be taking value from lexical scope, that is from parent scope. So in interview, you can tell this depends on how a function is called, not where it is defined. Regular functions will be having dynamic this, whereas arrow function is going to have the value from lexical this. But after explaining, maybe interviewer will be asking you to show the example how are this will be behaving in different contexts for object, functions and arrow functions. So one by one, we are going to see all the examples. First, let us take example of object. Here, I'm just going to create one object. Let me create the variable user. Inside this, I will be passing name. Name, let me pass Khanam. Separate by comma. Below this, I will create one method hello function. And inside this, I'm just going to log hello. Hello plus this dot name. You can see I am using this, and then I'm just accessing this property. I will close this log, close this method and also close the object. Now what I will do here, I'm just going to call this say hello. So from this object, I'm just going to access this say hello. If I do this, my output will be hello Khanam. Why? Because, let me tell you, why? Because here we are using this inside the object, and which object is calling this method? User object is calling this method. So this will be giving me entire object value. So from this, I can access the name. So my output will be hello Khanam. So this will be pointing to this complete user object. Why? Because user is the owner who is calling this method. So this will be pointing to object, and when I call this dot name, from that object it will access the name property and I will have the output hello Khanam. So in object, whenever we are using this keyword, and if that object is calling the method, then this will be pointing to that object. Next, let us use this in regular function. Okay, regular function simply means we will not be using any arrow function. Here I will be passing the strict mode, use strict. I will create one function. Function name I will be passing show. And inside this, I'm just going to log this. Below this, I'm just going to call this show function. Now what will be the output? In strict mode, if I use this in regular function, I will be having the output as defined. If I am not using strict mode, then this will be pointing to window object, but in strict mode, value of this will be undefined. Now let us see value of this in arrow function. As I already mentioned, arrow function will not be having their own this keyword. They will be taking the value from lexical scope, that is from parent scope. Here I will create one object const user. User is equal to, inside this I will pass this key name, value I will be passing Khanam. Create one function greet. Now instead of assigning regular function, I'm just going to assign this arrow function log, and here I will be displaying hello plus this dot name. Close this arrow function, close the object. Now here I'm just going to call this method. For that, user dot greet. So now here maybe you will be thinking user is the object which is calling this greet method, and here this will be pointing to this object. From there we are accessing name property. So might be you will think our output will be hello Khanam. But if you are thinking in this way, definitely this is wrong. Why? Because this is arrow function, and arrow function will not be having their own this keyword. So it will be taking the value of this from their parent scope, that is from lexical scope. And for this greet, user is not the parent. Why? Because this is object. This is not any block, or this is not any function block. This is simply an object. So for this greet, parent scope will be this global one. And inside global, if you are not using strict mode, value of this will be Windows. Okay, Windows object. And from Windows object, we are trying to access this name property, which is not available. So our output will be hello undefined. So from object, if you are accessing the property which is not available, our output will be undefined. So you should be very careful. If you are using normal function inside the method, and if you are calling in this way, then this will be pointing to this object. But if you are using arrow function, this will be taking the value from their lexical scope. So here inside parent, value of this is Windows, and from Windows, if we try to access the name property, definitely it will not be present. So our output will be hello undefined. Let me show you another example. I will be using arrow function inside regular function. Create the variable name person, and for this I'm just going to assign an object. Again let me pass name, value I will be passing Khanam. I will create one method say hi. Now for this I'm just going to assign this regular function. Now inside this function I'm just going to create another function, and this is nothing but arrow function. Here I will just display the log. I will write hi, then this dot name. Call this inner function, close and close. Now I want to call this method. My object is person dot say hi. For this method, what I have assigned regular function. And inside this regular function, we are having one arrow function which is called inside this function itself. Now inside arrow function, value of this we will get from lexical scope. And for this function, who is the parent here? Now this function is the parent scope. Now inside this function, if we try to access this, we are having this method. This will be pointing to the object. So from that object, we are just going to access the name. So here in this case, our output will be hello Khanam. Why? Because now arrow function is taking value of this from lexical scope. This is nothing but the method. And inside this method, we are having access to this keyword. And now who is calling this method? This person object is calling this method. So this will be referencing to this complete object. And from that object, we are accessing this name. And what is the name value? Name value is Khanam. So my output will be hello Khanam. One more example. Let me write this inside event handler. This also you can explain in interview. Just imagine I am having one button with the ID btn. Now I'm just going to access that button. Document dot get element by ID, and inside this I will be passing that ID btn. Now for this button I will be adding event listener, add event listener. What listener I will be adding? I will be adding click listener. Then pass the function. Here I am passing normal function, and inside this I'm just going to log this. So here whenever we are using event listener, and inside that if we are printing this, then this will be pointing to the element for which event listener is attached. So here this will be pointing to this button. Whichever button ID we have accessed, this will be pointing to that button which we have given in HTML. But here, instead of regular function, if we have used arrow function, and inside that if we had print this, instead of regular function, if we have passed arrow function, then here this will not be pointing to button. Instead, it will be pointing to window object. If it is in strict mode, then we will have the result undefined. Why? Because we are using arrow function, and inside arrow function, value of this will be taken from lexical scope. We have seen different behavior of this based on how the function is called. So inside normal function, what will be the value of this? If it is strict mode, the value of this will be undefined. If it is not in strict mode, then value of this will be windows. In arrow function, value of this depends on outer lexical scope. Okay, it will not be fixed, it will not be windows or undefined. It depends on outer lexical scope. Then we are having this inside event listener, and if we are using normal function, here this will be pointing to the element for which event is attached. And inside event listener, if we are using arrow function, then again this will be pointing to outer scope. It is not pointing to element, instead it will be pointing to outer scope. And finally, inside object, whichever object is calling the method, this will be pointing to that object. So object will be the owner of this. So here object will be the owner. Next question, difference between arrow function and normal function in terms of this. They are not asking what is the syntax different. They are asking in terms of this, what is the difference between arrow function and regular function. So first and basic difference is, inside normal function, we will have its own this keyword. If it is in strict mode, the value of this will be undefined. If it is not in strict mode, then value of this will be windows. But in arrow function, it will not be having their own this keyword. It is just going to take the value from lexical scope. That is from their parent scope, it is just going to take the value of this keyword. So this is the basic and one of the most commonly difference between normal function and regular function. So definitely you can go with this example. Normal function example. Here I will create one object. Object name I will be giving user. Inside this key I will be passing Khanam. Then here I will create one method, say hi. I will be passing regular function. Inside this, I'm just going to print this dot name. Close this method and close the object. Now when I call this method, I will be writing user dot say hi. So for this, what will be my output? Inside this method, we are using this. So this will be pointing to this user object, and inside this user, we are having name. So we can easily access this name property and our value will be Khanam. And here we are using normal regular function. But same thing, instead of regular function, if we have used arrow function, here I'm just going to log this dot name. So in this case, what will be my output? My output will be undefined. Why? Because inside arrow function, we will not have its own this keyword. It will be taking the value from lexical scope. And here user is not the parent, user is the object. So definitely this is not block. If you are writing if, okay, this is one of the block, but here this is not going to represent block. This is our object. So inside arrow function, value of this will be taken from the global this, and inside global, if it is not in strict mode, we will have the value window object. And from that window object, we are trying to access name. So we will have the result undefined. But instead of this, if we are using normal regular function, this will be pointing to object. Object which is calling, it is going to point to that object. Here user object is calling, so inside that we are having property name. Easily we can access and we will have the result Khanam. Let us see another example. This also you can explain. Example of set timeout. I will be using normal function as well as I will be using arrow function. I will write the code, pause the video and just think what will be the output. And successfully, if you have got the output, mention the output in comment section. Again, I will create one variable name user. For this, I'm just going to assign object. Let me create the same variable name, and for this value, I'm just going to give Khanam. Same method, say hi. I will be passing regular function, and inside this regular function, now I'm just going to pass set timeout. Here I will be passing callback function. Then inside this, I'm just going to print this dot name. Close set timeout. I will give the timer as 1000 millisecond, which is equal to 1 second. Then close this method and then I'm just going to close the object. Below this, I'm just going to call this say hi method. Just pause the video and think what will be the output in this line. Now using arrow function, I will write the example const user is equal to key. I will be passing name Khanam, method say hi. Here I will be using regular function, but inside this set timeout, instead of this regular function, I will use arrow function. Now I'm just going to print this dot name. Timer, I will be passing 1000 milliseconds. Close method, close object. Now I'm just going to call this say hi. If you have already thought the output, well and good. But now let us see what will be the output. Now I am calling this say hi method. Now who is calling this method? Our user object is calling this method. Now inside this function, if we are having this, then it is going to point to this user object. But inside this function, we are having set timeout. And what this set timeout is, it is part of web APIs. Okay, it is part of the browser. As soon as this function is called, it will be going inside web APIs. And after 1 second, it will be pushed inside our callback queue. So where this set timeout is running, it will be running in global context. So in global, what is the value of this? In global, value of this is window. And from window, we are accessing name. So we will have undefined. Okay. Inside this set timeout, if you are using this normal function, set timeout will be running in global context, and in global context value of this is window. From window we are accessing name, so that is the reason we will have undefined. But inside this set timeout, now we are using arrow function. Arrow function will not be having its own this keyword. From where arrow function will be taking, it will be taking from lexical scope. So from this function it will be taking this. So inside this function, if you are having this, it will be pointing to this user object, and from there we are accessing name. For this we will have the result Khanam. But inside set timeout, if we are using regular function, this set timeout will be running in global context, and inside function value of this will be related to windows, and from windows we are trying to access, so we will have defined. But here inside set timeout we are using arrow function. Value of this we will be taking from lexical scope, so that is the reason we will have the value Khanam. And one more difference you can tell about constructor functions. Whenever we are creating constructor function, to create the object we use this new keyword. And once we use this new keyword, behind the scene we will have some 4 steps. So in one step, empty object will be created, and later on empty object will be assigned to this keyword. So inside constructor function, we can use regular function, but we cannot use arrow function. Why? Because arrow function is not having their own this keyword. Okay, let us write the example, then you will understand. Normal function. I'm just going to create one constructor. Parameter, I will be passing name. This dot name, for this, I will assign the value name. Now I'm just going to create the object. For that, we should be using this new keyword, new person. Inside this, I will pass the name as Khanam. For this, I'm just going to assign one value. I will be writing const p1. Now here, if I just log p1 dot name, what will be the value? My value will be Khanam. Successfully, all these four steps will be given. Empty object will be assigned to this. Inside this, we will have this name property. Entire thing will be working and my output will be Khanam. But if I create the constructor function using arrow function, what will happen? Name, this dot name is equal to name. Again, same thing, new keyword, person, name, let me pass Seema. And this entire thing, I'm just going to assign to one variable p1. And below this, if I log p1 dot name, I will not come to this line itself. Directly on this line, I will have person is not defined as the constructor. Here we are using new keyword, but we are not having access to this keyword. So that is the reason at this point itself, I will have the error person is not a constructor. Always remember this, arrow functions can't be used as constructors. Why? Because know this, so no new keyword can be used. So these are some of the basic differences. In interview, you can tell this. If you want to use any object method, then go with regular function. If you want to take value of this from outer scope, then go with arrow function. Inside set timeout or inside any callback, if you want to use the value of this, again you have to go with arrow function. We have already seen the example. And inside constructor function, we should be going with regular function. So in this way, you can explain in interviews. So any one of the difference, if you are able to explain, definitely you will be able to crack the interview. Next question, what happens to this in event handler? So the value of this inside event handler depends on how our handler is written. And in that case, we will be having three scenarios. Now, one by one, let us understand all the scenarios. So, first, using regular function, I will write document dot get element by ID. Just imagine we are having one ID btn, and this entire value I'm just going to store inside one variable btn. I will attach the event listener, add event listener. I will give the event as click. Now I will be using this regular function, and inside this I'm just going to log this. So here inside this event listener, if you are using regular function, then this will be pointing to the element for which event is attached. So here for which event is attached, it is attached to the button. So whatever HTML button we are having, that will be the output. Okay, if we are using regular function, this will be pointing to the element for which button is attached. So here we will have the output as complete HTML button. Next, using arrow function. Okay, just imagine we are having this button. Now for this button, I'm just going to add event listener, click event. Now here I will be using arrow function. Now inside this, I'm just going to print this. As we already know, arrow function will not be having their own this. It will be taking from lexical scope, that is from parent scope. Now parent is global, and inside global, value of this is window. So our output will be Windows object. If it is in strict mode, then value of this will be undefined. So in arrow function, this will not be pointing to the element. Instead, it will be taking the value from surrounding scope, that is, it is having lexical bonding. Next example, inside object. Okay, I have already accessed the button. Now on this button, I'm just going to add event listener. Add event listener, listener is click. I will create one object, and inside that I will be passing one method handle click. Now let me create this object. Obj is equal to, I will give the property name. For this, I will give the value box. Second, I will pass handle click. Here I will be using regular function. Inside this, I'm just going to pass this dot name. So now here, what will be the output? Inside this object, we have created the method. Whenever we click on this method, we are simply calling this method. So now you might be thinking, this method is defined using regular function, and inside this we will have reference to this object and we will have the value box. But actually it is not. Why? Because inside this event listener, we are passing this object.handleClick. Now, as I mentioned, inside event listener, this will be pointing to the element on which event listener is attached. So here, in this case, this will be pointing to this button element. Now from this button, we are trying to access the name which is not present. So here we will have the result defined. But directly here, we will write obj.handleClick. We will have the result box. But inside this event listener, we are passing. So that is the reason we will have undefined. To fix this, we are having bind method that we are going to see later. But instead, what we can do, we can use arrow function button.add event listener. Carefully, you should master this because you will be having lot of questions related to this. Now I will be passing obj.handleClick. You can see directly I am just calling this method and here I have simply passed this copy. Now, as I already mentioned, inside this arrow function, we will have value from lexical scope. So from here, we will have value and this will be pointing to this object. And when we print this dot name, we will have the result box. So in this way, you can either use arrow function or you can use bind method, which we are going to see later. Next question can be how to manually bind this. Whatever example we have written, for this example, manually we have to bind to this object. So what we can do, we can use bind method. Here we are using in this way. Let me just write. We can write button dot add event listener. Event, I will be passing click. Now manually we have to bind object dot handle click dot bind method. And what object we have to bind? We have to bind with this object. So simply we are just going to pass this object name. So here what we are telling, permanently bind this object. So whenever we click on this, this will be referring to this object. So inside this, now we are having name. If we print after passing or after binding, if we print this, we will have the result box. So using this bind, what we are telling, manually bind this object and this will be referring to the value or this will be referring to this one, what we have defined here. And always remember, whenever you are using bind method, it will always return new function. Next question, what is call, apply and bind method? In JavaScript, if you are having one function and if you just want to execute the function based on another object context, during that time, we will be using these methods. First, let us talk about call method. So what this call method will indicate, immediately call that function. And using this call, apply and bind method, we can use this keyword and we can assign to any object context. I will write the example function. Function name, I will be passing greet. Parameter, let me pass city. Here I'm just going to display one log, console.log. I will write hello. My name is, I will access this dot name from whatever value I give, that value I'm just going to print. Now directly, if I call this function greet, inside this, I will pass the argument Delhi. Now what will be my output? Hello, my name is. Inside this regular function, this will be pointing to undefined. So from undefined, we are trying to access the name. So definitely we will be having error. So instead, what we can do, while calling the function, manually we can give context toward this keyword. So here I will be passing call method and inside this I will be passing context toward this. For that, I will create one object. Okay, just think. Here I am creating one object and inside this object, I will be passing the key name and for this, I am assigning the value Khanam. And below this, I will call the function greet. We will use this call method and inside this, we will be passing this. So this will be pointing to this person object. So instead of passing this context, I will pass person object separate by comma. Then whatever arguments we need to pass, we can simply pass the arguments. So in this way, it will be working. When we are calling the function manually, we are just setting the this context and we are telling this will be pointing to this person, and immediately function will be called. So I will have hello, my name is Khanam and I am from Delhi. So this will be my output. So using this call method, immediately we are calling the function, but we are setting context for the this keyword. Next, we are having apply method. Exactly same as call method. Immediately it will be called, but whatever arguments we need to pass, that we are going to pass in the form of array. Exact same function. Here I will be writing greet.apply. First, context to this keyword, that is nothing but a person object. But here directly we cannot separate by comma. Instead, inside this array, we can pass all the arguments. Now here, let me write Mumbai. So in this way, inside this array, we will be passing all the arguments. Then last, we are having bind method, which is more widely used and one of the important topic in JavaScript. So using this bind method, we are just going to bind the context for future result, and immediately we will not be calling the function. Instead, bind method will be returning new function. Okay, what it will be doing? It will be returning new function. And for this same example, let me write greet.bind method. Again, same thing, context for this, that is nothing but person object. Again, separate by comma. Here I will write the city as Bengaluru. If I am having multiple parameters, accordingly, you can pass multiple arguments. And this is going to return function. So this entire thing we have to assign to one variable. Let me write GB. Now below this, if you are calling this GB, again, we will have the same result. Hello, my name is Khanam and I am from Bengaluru. In this way, we are going to bind the result for future result. Immediately, we don't have to call. Instead, bind will be returning new function, and that function we can call anytime. Bind method is widely used whenever you want to use this kind of event listener. Specifically, to bind any object, you can use bind method, and accordingly, you can have the result. Now let us write the differences. Call method, apply method, and then we are having bind method. If we are using call method, it is just going to run immediately. Apply method will also be running immediately, and bind method will be returning function, and that we can execute later. It will change the context of this. Yes, this will also change and this will also change. Manually, we can tell what are this should be pointing. And whatever arguments we are passing, it will be comma separated. Inside this, we will be passing array of arguments, and inside this bind method, we will pass comma separated, as well as we can pass partial arguments. Partial arguments in the sense, just imagine here I am having two parameters, city and place. Now while binding this, I have passed Bengaluru. Now while calling, this Bengaluru will be assigned to city. Now for place, I have to pass the argument. So in this way, we can pass partial arguments inside the bind. So using this call method, what it will be doing? It is just going to execute the function. Apply method also, it is going to execute the function. But bind method, it will be returning new function. Next question, differences between call and apply method. We have already seen there is only one difference. Whenever we are passing arguments using apply, we will be passing inside the array. But now let us see the example where we are passing multiple arguments. Inside call method, all the arguments we will separate by comma. Inside this apply method, all the arguments we will be passing inside this array. I will write one function. Function name I will be passing greet. Inside this I will write city and country. Here I'm just going to do log console.log. I'm just going to display this dot name, then city, and then country. I will create one object. Object name I will be passing person. Key name value I will write Khanam. Call this greet function. Call method, or this should be pointing to this person object. Why? Because we are using this dot name. Then arguments, city and country we have to pass, and we can separate by comma. I will write Bengaluru and country is India. You can see in this way we are going to pass. But same thing, if I use with apply method, apply, this will be pointing to this person object. Now here we will be passing array. Inside this, we will write Bengaluru and then country, I will be passing India. So this is the basic difference between call and apply method. Whenever we are passing arguments, we will separate by comma if we are using call method. But if we are using apply method, inside array, we will be passing all the arguments. Doesn't matter if you are using call method or apply method, immediately they are just going to execute the function. As I mentioned, bind method is widely asked in interviews. So let us see some of the use cases of bind method. Basically, where bind method will be more useful. So first, why we are going to use bind method? Whenever we want to fix this permanently and if we want to run the function later on, during that time, we are going to use this bind method. And if we are using bind method, it will be returning new function that can be called later. Let us see one example. I will create one object, give name. Name I will be passing Khanam. Method, greet, regular function. Inside this, I'm just going to log this dot name. Now directly if I call in this way, user dot greet, what will be my output? My output will be Khanam. But what I am doing now, I will write user dot greet. I am just copying this function. Okay, I'm just copying this method and I'm assigning to one variable GB. Now this is nothing but variable for which I have just made the copy and I have assigned to this variable. Now this is nothing but function. Why? Because user.greet, it is complete function and that function I have assigned to one variable. Immediately I am not calling in this way. I am just accessing the method. I am assigning to this variable. Now this is nothing but function. Now I am going to call this function. If I call in this way, then context of this will be lost and I will have the result defined. Why now I will have undefined? Because this is nothing but regular function and inside regular function value of this will be undefined. So that is the reason I will have the result defined. So instead what we can do, we can just bind this one user dot greet. Now I will be using this bind method and this bind method I'm just going to bind to this user object. I will just create one variable bound this. Now I will be calling this bound this. Now what will be my output? I have bind to user object. Now when I am calling this one, this will be referring to this object. So my output will be Khanam. So in this way, you can see permanently we can change value of this and later on if we call the function, value of this will not be changed. For whichever value we have bounded, based on that value, I will be having my result. Next use case, it is widely used in event handlers. I will create one function. Function name I will be passing counter. Here I will write this dot count. Count value I will be assigning 0. Then this dot increment. For this I'm just going to assign one function. Here what I will do, each and every time when I'm calling this increment, I just want to increase the value of count. So this dot count plus plus. And inside the log, I just want to display value of count. Now what I will do, below this, I will access one button, document dot get element by ID. And just imagine I am having the button with the ID BTN. Now for this button, I will attach this event listener. Event, I will pass click. Now this is my constructor. For that, I will create one object. Const C is equal to new counter. And here also, I will be giving capital C. Now I will be calling this increment method C dot increment. Now I'm just going to bind with what value I have to bind. I have to bind with this object. So permanently I have changed value of this. Now whenever I click on this button, this will be pointing to this object and inside this object, I will be having all these values, count and increment. So whenever I click on this, value of count will be increased. That count value will be displayed in my console. And third use case for passing partial arguments, we have already seen. passing partial arguments, during that time also bind will be widely used. But let me show you another example. Function. Function name I will write multiply a comma b. Inside this I'm just going to write a multiplied by b. Now here I'm just going to call this function. I will be using bind method. Now I am not having any reference to object, or I am not having any context for this. If we are not having, then simply we can give null. Partial argument, I will be passing 10. So 10 will be assigned to A. It will be returning new function. So I'm just going to create one variable R. Now when I'm calling this R, for this remaining parameter, I will pass the value 5. So what will be my output? I will have 5 multiplied by 10. My output will be 50. If I log this one, my output will be 50. So in this way, we can pass partial argument, and if you do not want to assign this to any context, we can simply pass null. So we are having multiple use cases. If you tell one or two, that is fine. And last use case, you can just explore from yourself. Whenever we are using set timeout to call the method inside the object, during that time also, we can use bind and we can bind to the object. Why? Because set timeout will be running in global context and this will be pointing to Windows. So that is the reason in that situation, if you want to bind, you can proceed with that. Let me just paste that. You can see using this bind method, we can simply bind to this person object, and accordingly, after this millisecond, I will be having the output, hi, I am Alok. So in interview, you can tell bind will be returning new function with a permanently fixed this value. It is often used in callbacks, event handlers, and class methods to preserve the correct context. So that is the reason bind is widely used compared to apply and call method. Next question, polyfill for bind. In older environment, maybe some features will not be supported. So using this polyfill, what we will do, we will be creating our own functionality so that it will be supported in older environment as well. So now we are going to create polyfill for bind. So in interview, they might ask you to create polyfill for bind. First, let us write one example where we will be using this bind method, and I will be passing partial argument. I will create one object person, and for this I'm just going to assign the key name. Name I will be passing Khanam. Below this, I will create one function. Function name I will give greet. Inside this function, I will be passing two parameters, greeting as well as I will be passing one emoji. Then console.log. Inside this log, I will print greeting. Then I will print this name. So to access that name, I will write this dot name. Then finally, I will be printing emoji. So all this data, I just want to print inside this console when this function is called. Directly if I call greet function, for this I will not be able to access the value because in regular function, value of this is undefined based on the strict mode. So what I will do, I'm just going to use bind method. Greet dot bind. Inside this, first thing for which we have to bind, I just have to bind to person. Greeting, I will be writing hello. On this bind method, it will be returning new function. So that one, I'm just going to store inside one variable, say hi. Below this, I will be calling say hi. This hello, it will be assigned to greeting. But here I have to pass one emoji. I will be passing smiley emoji. So what will be my output? My output will be hello, Hanam, and then I will be having my emoji. So this is how bind method will be working. So based on our wish, we can assign the context for this. Now this will be pointing to this person, and from there I can access the name property. Okay, all this is good. This is regular bind method using which we are binding the object. But now we are just going to create polyfill for bind method, which means we will be creating our custom bind method. We will take the exact same reference. For creating this custom bind method, first we should access function prototype inside each and every object, and whenever we are creating any function, inside that we are having this special property prototype. So we have to access And what method I have to create? I will be creating my bind. So this is my custom my bind method. Okay, very similar to bind method. Now inside this first thing, we have to pass the context. For which context at this should be pointing, we have to pass that. Okay, this is dot equal to, this is nothing but a function. Method is also function. Inside this first thing, we should be passing context for this. So first argument, we have passed person, which simply means for this, we are passing the context. So first parameter, I will be passing context. Then second here, we will be having all these bind arguments. So here I am passing partial arguments. So what I will do, I can have one argument, two argument. So all that I'm just going to access. I will be using these three dots, and then I will be writing this bind args. Doesn't matter how many arguments I am having. Using this operator, I will access all the arguments. Now open this function. Inside this function, I will write here this, and this should be pointing to the original function on which we are going to apply this bind. So on which function we have applied bind? We have applied on this greet function. So here inside this blueprint, I will create one variable const original function. I will give the variable as original function. Now this value I have assigned to original function. This basically means on what function we are applying bind. This is nothing but our original function. So here, if I take this example, so greet will be our original function where we are going to apply this bind method. Next, at the end, what bind method will be returning? It will be returning new function. It will return function, and inside this function, I can have remaining arguments. So here again, I can have multiple remaining arguments. Again, I will be using this operator. I will be passing calling arguments. You can give any name. And inside this, at the end, what I have to do, I just have to return this original function. I have to combine both this bind arguments and this call arguments. And whenever I am combining, I will be using inside the array. So both these arguments I will be passing inside the array. So if I am passing inside the array, what method we are having? We are having apply method. Here I will be writing apply. Inside this first context for which this is pointing. Then inside the array, first I will be passing this bind arguments. Then I will be passing this call arguments. Okay, very simple. Based on this reference itself, we are doing all this thing, and at the end we are going to return this output. Now close this return, and also I'm just going to close my prototype function. Now imagine this is our same object and this is the function which we have created. Now to call the function, what is our original function name? Our original function is greet. And now on this, instead of using bind method, we will be using our custom bind. Now context is nothing but person, then greet. Okay, first argument, I will be writing hello. And this entire value, I'm just going to assign to say hi. And this say hi is nothing but the function which we are returning here. This is nothing but a say hi. Now inside this say hi function, I will be passing remaining argument for emoji. This will be my return value, original function dot apply, context is person, and inside this I am having both binding arguments as well as calling arguments. Again, I will have the same output, hello, Hanam, and then emoji. So in this way, we will be creating polyfill for bind. So basically, we will create our own custom method so that it can work in older environment as well. Next question, what is OOP in JavaScript? OOP stands for Object Oriented Programming. And this is nothing but one of the paradigm in JavaScript. And paradigm is nothing but the way we are writing the code. Basically, the style of writing the code. So in JavaScript, we are having multiple paradigms. Inside that, using functions, we will be writing the code. Now, if we consider object-oriented programming, here in this, we will have classes and object. So this is one of the paradigm in JavaScript. Using this, we can write neat and logical code. Now, class is nothing but class is the blueprint. And using this object-oriented programming, we will be working on real object. So here, class will be the blueprint. For example, if you're creating car, directly you will not be working on real car. You will be creating the structure of the car. Basically, you will be making blueprint of the car. And from that blueprint, you will be working on real cars. And those real cars are called as objects. And using this one blueprint, we can create multiple cars. Similarly, using this one blueprint of class, we can create multiple objects. And in JavaScript OOP, in total, we are having four pillars. First is encapsulation, second, abstraction, third, inheritance, and finally, fourth, polymorphism. So encapsulation is inside one class itself, we will have both properties and methods. All the related stuff will be packed inside one class. Abstraction means it will only show the work and rest all whatever internal processing or internal working we are having, that will be hidden. For example, if you're starting the car, immediately car will be starting. But behind the scene, how engine will be starting, that entire stuff you do not have to worry. Using abstraction, whatever is necessary, we will show to the user. Rest all the things will be hidden. And inheritance is, if you are having two classes, one class can inherit from another class. But always remember, JavaScript will not be supporting traditional classes like how we are having in different programming languages. But to understand, this is fine. Inheritance is, if you are having parent class, then child class can inherit all the properties and methods from parent class. Now polymorphism, we are having parent class and we are having child class, and just imagine inside parent class, we are having one method, and inside child class also, we are having the same method. Okay, basically, we are having same method names. So using this polymorphism, we can have the same method, but they will be behaving differently. Whatever behavior we are having, that will be different. Next question, examples of four pillars in OOP. So we have seen what are the four pillars. We have encapsulation, abstraction, inheritance, and polymorphism. Now one by one, we are going to see all the example. Encapsulation simply means entire data will be grouped together. So first, let me write example for encapsulation. I will be creating the class car, and inside this, we have to create this constructor method. Parameter, I will be passing brand. Now to access this, I will write this dot brand, which will be equal to this brand value. Then close this. I will be creating one method start. Inside this, I am simply going to log this dot brand plus started. Close the method and I will be closing this class. Inside this encapsulation, you can see we are having both properties and method bundled inside one group. Now I'm just going to create the object. I will call this new car, and inside this brand I will write A, B, C. And this one I'm just going to assign to one variable. I will write B1. Now if I log B1, this entire object I will be having, inside which I will have brand property with the value ABC, and inside prototype, we will be having the start method. If I access this b1.start successfully, I will be having this value ABC started. So inside encapsulation, all the data will be kept inside one group. Then next example, we are having abstraction, and inside this abstraction, only necessary things will be shown to the user and all the important stuff or all the internal working will be hidden. Now here, if the user is calling this method, okay, if the user is starting the car, user can only start the car. But how the engine is working, how the internal process is going on, user will not be aware of any detail. So this is how abstraction will be working. Another example, if you switch on the AC, you will be getting the air. But you do not know how that internal process will be working, how it is working so that you will be getting the air. So you are not aware of that mechanism. You will only switch on and you will be getting the air. So this is how abstraction will be working. Next, we are having inheritance. Inside inheritance, basically, we are just going to reuse the code. From parent class, child class can inherit all the properties and methods. But as I mentioned, JavaScript will not be supporting real classes. So in JavaScript, we are not having any classes. But here we are using class syntax because behind the scene, it will be working as constructor function. In later questions, we are going to see about constructor function. But in JavaScript, we are not having real classes. Okay, still, I will be showing you this inheritance example. Class, I will write the class name as vehicle. I will give the method move. Inside this, I am logging moving. Close this method and also close the class. Below this, I will create another class. Class name I will be giving bike. Now, whatever method I am having inside the vehicle class, I just want to inherit all the methods inside the bike class. So here we will be using extends keyword. What it is extending? It is extending vehicle class. Open this. Now here I can give another methods. Log. Inside this I just want to log wheel. So in this way we can give another methods. Now if I create the object for bike, let me just create new bike, and this entire value I'm just going to assign to this variable. Now my bike is the object. My bike can access this wheels method, and also my bike can access this move method. Why? Because now it has extended, basically it has inherited all the methods from vehicle class. So this my bike object can access both wheels and move is present inside parent class. And last and fourth pillar, we are having polymorphism, and this is from the Greek word poly means many and morphism means shapes. We can have many shapes. Okay, here I will create one class animal. Method I will be passing speak. Then log I will write animal speaks. Now here let me create another class dog. Dog is an animal which is going to extend from animal. Inside this I will be creating the same method name. I will be creating the same method name. Here I will write dog barks. You can see poly. Using this polymorphism, we can use the same method name inside the child class. And this child class, it is extending all the properties and methods from parent class, doesn't matter. Inside the child class, if we are having the same method which is having inside the parent class, if we create the object for dog class and if we call the method, we will be having this output. So the method which we are having inside the parent class, that will be overridden and we will have the output as dog barks. So these are the examples of four pillars in OOP. Next question, what are JavaScript prototypes? Remember this, JavaScript is prototype based language, which means whenever we are creating any object or if we are creating any function, we are having special property called prototype. Okay, this is the special property which we will be having inside any object. So inside this prototype itself, we will be having all the methods. For example, I just want to access slice method of array. And if you see the MDN document, you will see array dot prototype, and inside this prototype, we will be having slice method. So now whatever array I am creating, okay, suppose imagine this num is the array, easily I can access this slice method. Why? Because this slice is present inside the prototype. Whatever objects we are creating, we are having special property prototype, and inside that whatever properties and methods we are having, we can easily access that. So because of this thing, as I mentioned, in JavaScript, we are not having traditional inheritance. Instead, we are having prototypal inheritance. Why? Because whatever array or whatever object we are creating, we are inheriting all the properties from their prototype. Because inside the prototype itself, we are having all the methods. Now you can see for array, we are having this prototype, and inside this prototype, we are having this method. If we are creating new array, they can easily access this method and we will be having the output. Same goes for map method. If we are writing this behind the scene from this prototype, we are accessing this map method. Same for filter, same for reduce, and it keeps on going. Next question, definitely they might ask you, what is prototypal inheritance? First, let me create one example. Class name, I will write aeroplane. Inside this class, pass the constructor. Inside this, I will write brand. This dot brand is equal to brand. Close this, and here I will be passing one method. I will write fly. Log, I will write flying. Okay, good. I have created one class. Inside that, I have passed the property and also I have passed the method. Now I'm just going to create object for this. New aeroplane. Brand, I will write ABC. And this entire thing, I'm just going to assign to one variable A1. Now, if I just write A1.fly, A1.fly, successfully, I will be able to access the method and I will have the result flying. Now, inside this A1, I am having complete object with the value brand. So, in this way, I will be having brand and I will have the value A, B, C. But this fly method, it will not be present here. Instead, it will be present inside aeroplane prototype. So here, inside this aeroplane, if I just write prototype, aeroplane.prototype, inside that, I will be having this fly method. So whatever object we have created for aeroplane, they can easily access all the methods from this prototype. So this concept is called as prototypal inheritance. Now let me write, we have created our aeroplane class. Okay, this is our aeroplane class. And from that aeroplane, we have created one object, A1. Inside this object, we are only having this brand property. Now when I am calling this A1.fly, first it will be checking here. It is not able to find. And inside each and every object, we will have underscore underscore proto underscore underscore property. Inside this, we will have prototype of this aeroplane. So inside this proto property, we will have aeroplane dot prototype. So aeroplane dot prototype is the proto property of this object. So what it will do, if this method is not available, it will go up. It will be searching in this aeroplane. Yes, in this prototype, we are having this fly method. It will access and we will have the result flying. So in this way, prototypal inheritance will be working. Above this, we will have object constructor and here also we will be having underscore underscore proto property. Inside this proto property, we will have object prototype. Why? Because we are having object constructor, that prototype we will be assigning. Again, we will come here. For this object constructor also, we will be having underscore underscore proto and top level, we will have the value null. So in this way, our prototypal inheritance will be working. So whatever class or whatever constructor we have created, inside that we will be having prototype property. Whatever methods we are adding, that will be present inside this prototype. And whatever object we are creating, if that method is not available inside the object, they will be going up because in each and every object, we are having this property. Using this property, they will be going up and from this prototype, they will access the method and accordingly, we will have the result. So this is how prototypal inheritance will be working. From child to parent, parent to grandparent, it keeps on going and last topmost, we will have the result null. So if you just check this condition, A1 dot underscore underscore proto underscore underscore equal to aeroplane dot prototype, this condition will be true because this aeroplane dot prototype is the prototype of the object. This is not the prototype of aeroplane. Instead, this is the prototype of the object. So from this prototype, whatever methods and properties we are having, easily object can access. Next question, difference between prototype and underscore underscore proto underscore underscore property. Let me write here prototype underscore underscore proto underscore underscore property. Why this prototype is used? Inside this prototype, we will have all the methods which object can access. So here we will be having all methods and properties. And this proto property, this will be present inside each object. And using this proto property, we can go above our prototype chain. Because inside this proto itself, we will get to know for what prototype it is assigned. So using this proto property, we will get to know what chain we have to follow and from where we have to access the properties and methods. And this prototype, it is the property inside our constructor function. property inside constructor function. And this proto, what this is reference to objects internal prototype. So this is nothing but reference to objects internal prototype. So this is just going to refer for what prototype our object is linked. And why this prototype is used? To set up the inheritance, we will be using this prototype property. And why this underscore underscore proto is used? Whenever we are not finding any methods inside the object, to look up, okay, basically to see on what prototype those methods and properties are available, to look up inside the chain, we will be using this prototype property. I will create one function. Function name, I will be passing person. Now if I just log person, person dot prototype, what I will have empty object. Why? Because now inside the prototype we have not added any methods or properties. So this will be empty object. Now later on inside this prototype, if I add methods, then that method will be present inside this object. And later on, whenever we are creating any object using this underscore underscore proto, we will get to know for what prototype it is assigned, and whatever methods we are having inside this object can easily access. So just imagine I have created the object my car. Inside this my car, I will have underscore underscore proto property, and this will be equal to person dot prototype. Why? Because inside this proto we will have this, and when we are doing equal to, we will have the result true. So in simple terms, you can remember prototype will be present inside the parent, and underscore underscore proto will be pointing to parent. So in that way you can remember. Next question, use of object dot create. So in JavaScript, we can create object in three ways. First is constructor function. Second, using ES6 classes. And third, using object.create. And this ES6 classes is more modern, and this is nothing but syntactic sugar over constructor function. But apart from this, we are having another way, that is object.create. Using this object.create, what we can do, suppose imagine I am having A1, this is our object 1, and this is B1, this is our object 2. So manually we can set the prototype of any object to another object. So this is my object 2, this is object 1. So for this object prototype, I can set A1 dot prototype. Manually, I can set the prototype for any object. Let us write the example, you will understand. Create one object, vehicle. Inside this, I will pass one property wheel. For this, I will assign the value 4. I will create the method drive. Inside this, I'm just going to log driving. Okay, this is not any function. This is our normal object vehicle. Now what I will do, using object.create, okay, just focus. Using object.create, I'm just going to assign prototype to another object. So for what prototype? For vehicle, I will create one variable const car is equal to, I will be using object dot create. Now inside this, I will be passing vehicle. Now manually, what I have done, this vehicle prototype, I have set to this car object. Now here, manually what I am doing, I am just creating the object, and this is my object. And for this object, I am setting the prototype as vehicle. Now this car is nothing but object. Inside object, we can add the properties. I will be writing brand. Brand, I will be write A, B, C. And also, I can access the wheel. Here I will write car dot wheel. For this, I will have the output 4. So here, what I have done, I have created one vehicle object. So whatever data I am having inside the object, manually, I am making the object as prototype of this car object. So here I am having car, and inside this car under proto property, I will be having this complete object. So that is the reason when I do car.wheel successfully, I will be able to access this value. So manually, whenever we are having any existing object, for that if we want to create the prototype, during that time we will be using object.create. Next question, constructor function and new keyword. In JavaScript, In what ways we can create the function? We can use function declaration, we can use function expression, and we can use arrow function. But here, to create constructor function, we cannot use arrow function. Why? Because arrow function will not be having their own this keyword. And to create constructor function, it is important we have access to this keyword inside function. So we cannot use arrow function. You can either use function declaration or you can either use function expression syntax. Now let us go with function declaration. I will write function, and whenever we are creating constructor function, this function name first letter should be capital. Open this. Here I will be passing the argument. I will write name and age. Pass this property inside the object. We will write this dot name is equal to name. You can see this is used, so that is the reason arrow function cannot be used. Then this dot age is equal to age. Close this. Now normally how we will be calling the functions, we will write the function name, and inside this we will be passing the arguments Hanam, and then age I will write 18. So in this way normal functions will be called. But to call constructor function, we will be using this new operator. Very useful. To call constructor function, you should be using this new operator. Now here we are creating the object using constructor function. We will create the object. I will write student1. Now if I just log student1, I will have the result here. I will have name. Name will be equal to Khanam, and age. Age will be equal to 18. So in this way, I will be having the output. So using this constructor function, we are creating the object. Okay, this is fine. We have understood constructor function. Now what is this new operator and why this is useful? Without using this, if you are calling, definitely you will not be having any output. Instead, you will have error. If we are using new operator, behind the scene, we will be having 4 steps. Okay. First step, empty object will be created. Now second step, in regular function, what is the value of this? It will be equal to undefined. But in second step, what happens if we are using new keyword? This will be assigned to this empty object. Okay. In this way, for this empty object, our value of this will be assigned. This is the second step. Third step, what happens? This new object will be linked to constructor prototype. Okay. Third step is very important. For this constructor prototype, our new object will be linked. So my constructor is person dot prototype. So here this object proto property will be linked to this constructor prototype. And last final thing, our object will be returned from this constructor function. So later on, whenever I am creating this student, I have already returned the object, and inside that object, I will be having this two values, name and age. So behind the scene, whenever we are using this new operator, these 4 steps will be going on. First, empty object will be created. Second, this will be assigned to empty object. Third, our empty object will be linked to constructor prototype. And fourth, from constructor function, this object will be returned. So these are the 4 steps behind the scene it will be going on. So that is the reason to call the constructor function, we have to use new operator. If we are not using, we will not have any output. Next question, what are ES6 classes and how they will be working? So first, ES stands for ECMAScript, and in 2015, ECMAScript 6 was released, that is 6th version of JavaScript. And inside that version, we are having ES6 classes. And before explaining ES6 classes, first point you can tell JavaScript will not be supporting real classes like how we are having in Java, like how we are having in other programming languages. In JavaScript, we are not having real classes. But still, why this is used? Because if the developer is coming from other programming language, then they can have the same syntax, and using that they can design their code. And whatever syntax we will be writing using ES6 classes, It is nothing but this is syntactic sugar over constructor function. So how our construction function will be working? Exact same internal working we will be having with ES6 classes. So each and every function we will be having this prototype property, and inside this prototype property we can add all the properties and methods. And whenever we are creating any object from the class, whatever properties and methods we are having inside this prototype, easily we can access. And this concept is called as prototypal inheritance. If you consider normal programming language, there we are having inheritance concept. Whatever properties or methods we are having inside the parent, easily child can share that. But in JavaScript, we are having prototypal inheritance. That means inside this prototype itself, we will be having all the properties and methods. So this prototype will be the parent, and whatever object we are creating, they can easily access those properties and methods. Definitely, whatever object we are creating, they will be having their own properties and methods, as well as they can access properties and methods from the prototype. So this concept is called as prototypal inheritance. So exact same working which we have seen in constructor function, exact same logic will be applied for this ES6 classes. To create this, we will be writing this class keyword, and then we are going to pass the class name. Let me write car. And here you do not have to pass this parenthesis. Directly you will be creating this block. And inside this, you will be passing constructor method. Later on, we are going to see the syntax. But in this way, you will be creating the class. And inside the class, you can define properties and methods. And then once we create the instance for this class, whatever instance we have created, they can easily access those properties and methods. So in interview, you can tell ES6 classes are syntactic sugar over JavaScript existing prototypal inheritance using our constructor functions. So exact same how our constructor functions will be working. It will be using the same concept and we can write the code. Next question, how to create class in JavaScript. And when these classes were introduced in ES6, that is ECMAScript 2015, which means in sixth version of JavaScript, these classes were introduced. And in last question, we have already understood how this will be working. Now let us see how to create the class. First, we will be writing this class keyword. Class name, I will be passing person. Open this curly braces. Inside this, we have to pass this constructor method, and then whatever properties I want to define inside the class, that parameters I have to pass. I want name and also I want age. Now, whenever we are creating object, we have to refer to that object. For that, we will be using this operator. This dot name, we will be adding this name property inside the object. For this, we will assign this value name. Then this dot age will be equal to this age. Close this constructor method. Below this, we will be creating one method greet. And as soon as I create this method, what happens? Directly inside this person prototype, this greet method will be added. So whenever we are creating the instance for the class, directly we can access this greet method. So here I will simply write log, and inside this I will be passing hello. You can pass any string, but for simplicity I am only passing hello. Now this is how we are going to create the class. Inside the constructor method, we will be passing the properties which we have to give inside the object. And directly inside the class, we can define the method, and whatever instances we are creating, they can easily access these methods. Now I will be creating instance for this, that is I will be creating object. So exact, we have to use this new keyword. My class name is person, and inside this what I have to pass, first I will be passing name Khanam, and then age, let me pass 38. And this entire value I'm just going to assign to one variable. I will write here const p1. So now this is my object. Inside this object, I will be having these two properties, name and age. And for both, I will be having this value. Now, if I just want to access this greet method, if I write in this way, my output will be hello. Why? Because now this greet will be present inside the prototype of this class, and whatever methods we are having inside the prototype, that methods this object can easily access. But same thing inside constructor function, what we did directly inside the function, we will not be creating the methods. Why? Because if we are creating 1,000 objects, then 1,000 objects will be having access to that method. So in constructor function, what we will be doing, suppose imagine this is our constructor function person, and inside this person prototype, we will be adding this method. So in this way, inside the constructor function, manually inside the prototype, we have to pass this method. Why? Because whichever object wants to access this method, they can easily access from the prototype. But inside this ESS classes, even if we pass the method inside the class, it will be present in the prototype, and whichever object wants to access that, they can easily access the method. So this is how we will be creating classes in ES6 classes. So in interview, you can tell we can create a class in JavaScript using the class keyword, and we can define properties inside the constructor and reusable behavior inside our methods. And behind the scene, it will be working exactly same as constructor function, and whatever methods we are adding inside the class, those will be present inside the prototype. Next question, how does inheritance work in ES6 classes? So inheritance simply means we will have one parent class, and then we will be having child class, and whatever properties and methods we will be having inside the parent class, those can be accessed by this child class, and child class can have their own properties and methods. So this is called as inheritance. But as I mentioned, in JavaScript, we will not be working with real classes. So whatever inheritance it will be happening, it is not the inheritance which will be happening in actual programming language. Instead, it is called as prototypal inheritance. But still here, we can create the parent class, we can create the child class, and we can write the code in such a way that child class can extend all the properties and methods from the parent. Now let us see the example. I will create one class. Class name I will be giving parent. Open this curly braces. I will be writing this constructor method. Inside this I will write name. Only one property I want to create. This dot name is equal to name. Close this, and here directly I will be passing this greet method, and inside this I'm just going to log hello. Close this greet method and also close the class. I will be creating child class name, I will be writing child. Now I have to extend all the properties from parent. So we are having this extends keyword, and from where I have to extend? I have to extend from parent. Okay, this is extends, EXTENDS. Open this curly braces. Inside this, first thing we have to pass this constructor, then properties, I will be passing name and age. Now what I just want to call parent constructor. To call this parent constructor, here we will be using this super keyword. And inside this parent, what property we are having? We are having this name property. So directly we will be passing name from the parent. Now what is missing? Age is missing. So here we will write this dot age will be equal to age. If we are using this super keyword, it simply means we are just calling this parent constructor. Now below this, I will create another method. I will write intro, and inside this, I will be writing intro. So now here inside this child class, we are having access to this age. We are having access to this intro because this property and methods are available inside the class. Apart from that, it will also have access to this name, and it will be having access to this greet. Why? Because it has extended all the properties and methods from the parent. So now if I create one object for child, I will be passing name Hanam, age let me pass 18, object name I will be writing C1. Now if I print C1, inside that I will be having both name and age properties. If I write C1 dot greet, I will be able to access this greet method, and I will have the output hello. And if I access c1.intro, I will be able to access and I will have the output intro. So in this way, whatever object we are creating for the child class, they can extend all the properties and methods on the parent class. So in this way, inheritance will be working in JavaScript. Next question, what is instance of operator? For example, I have created one class name, let me write C. And for this class, I have created one object. So using this instance of operator, we will be checking whatever objects we are creating, these are called as instances. So using this instance of operator, we will be checking whatever object we have created, whether it is an instance of particular constructor or not. So here I have created the class C and object I have created object 1. So what I can check, I will be passing my object 1 instance of class name is C. If this is instance of class C, then my output will be true. Now for example, just imagine I am having another class D, but for this class C, I have created this object. So now if I check object 1 instance of class D, I will have the result false. Why? Because this object is instance of our class C. On top of these classes, we will be having another property object. If you have seen about that prototypal inheritance chain, we also had object at the top. So here if I write object 1 instance of object, then this will also return true. Why? Because all the objects will be inheriting from this object. So that is the reason this will also return true. Maybe in interview, they will be asking this tricky question. Null is an instance of object. And last, we have seen inside this object for proto, we will be having null. So they can ask null is an instance of object. So for this, the answer will be false. Why? Because null will not be having any prototype. In the same way, they can also ask for undefined instance of object. This is also false. Why? Because undefined will also not be having any prototype. Next question, what is shallow copy? Now, if I take an example of object, inside this object, we will have key value pairs. And here I am having function 1 and then I am having function 2. From function 2, if I just pass this object to function 1, then what I am doing, I am just passing reference of that object. If I do some changes inside function 1, then changes will be reflected inside original object. Why? Because we are passing reference. But shallow copy simply means we can create the object and this object we can assign to one variable. So basically we are just making shallow copy of that variable. Basically, we are just making copy of the object. We are not passing the reference or we are not storing the reference. Instead, we are creating copy of that object. For example, I will be creating one object name, I will write original. And inside this, I will give the key as name. For this, I will assign the value Anam. Separate by comma. Then I will be passing one address and inside this I will be assigning one more object. So here I will simply write city, let me write Mysore. Okay, in this way I have created one original object inside which I am having two properties, name and address. Name is assigned to string data and address is assigned to object. Now what I will do, this original object I am just going to assign to one variable. And how I can make copy of that variable? Let me create one variable const. I will give the variable name as shallow. Then here we are just going to make the copy of this original object by passing these three dots. Spread operator and then I will write here original object name. So here what happens? Entire object we are just making the copy and we are going to assign to this shallow. And now if I print shallow, I will be having this exact same object as the output. But there is one problem. Whenever we are doing shallow copy, whatever outer object we are having, this is our outer object. Whatever outer object we are having, only for that copy will be made. But whatever inner object we are having, that will be copied as reference. Okay, which simply means only this outer object will be copied, and inside this, whatever inner object we are having, that will be copied as the reference. And using the shallow, if we change the inner object, it is going to affect in the same memory and this value will be changed. For example, here I will access shallow.name and inside this I will be passing Ria. So from this shallow object, I have access name and I have changed the value Ria. But outer object will be passed as a copy. So if I print original.name, I will have the result Khanam. But if I print shallow.name, only for this name will be changed and I will be having Ria. But nested object will be passed as a reference. So here I will write shallow. From there I will access address and inside this address I will access city. Now city I will be passing Mumbai and this nested object will be copied as reference. So if I just print original dot address dot city, my value will be updated. I will be having Mumbai. And if I print shallow dot address dot city, there also value will be updated and I will be having the result Mumbai, because both will be referring to same memory, and whatever changes I do in shallow copied object, it will also affect in original object. So always remember, whenever we are performing shallow copy, whatever outer values we are having, that will be copied. But inside that object, if we are having nested object, so whenever we are changing something inside the reference copy, it will also affect our original object. So this is all about shallow copy. Of course, we will have lot of limitation we are going to see later. But now let us proceed with another question, purpose of object.assign. This object.assign is built-in JavaScript method. Okay, this is one of the JavaScript built-in method which is already available inside the JavaScript. And why we will be using this method? If we are having one or more object, then we can easily merge the object, as well as we can create shallow copy of the object using this object.assign. Previously, we have used spread operator and we have made the shallow copy. But inside JavaScript, we are already having this method. So using this method also, we can do the shallow copy. Let us write one example. I will create object 1. For this, I will give the key as A, value I will be assigning 1. Then I will be creating another object. Object 2 is equal to B colon 2. Then I will be creating another object, and for this I will assign the value 3. So inside first object I am having the key as A, second object I am having key as B, and third object I am having key as C. Now what I want, this entire object I just want to merge into single object. So const I will create one variable merged, and for this I will be using object.assign, and inside this we will be passing some parameters. First is the target where this object has to be merged. So in our case, where we have to merge all this object, we have to merge inside one new object. So target will be empty object. Then we have to pass all the object, that is all the sources for which we have to do the merging. I want to merge all this. So here I will write object 1, object 2 and object 3. So all these three objects will be merged inside this object. Now if I print this merged, I will have the output A colon 1, then B colon 2 and then C colon 3. So in this way, I will combine all the objects and I will give the output. But I also mentioned object.assign will also be used for shallow copy. Let us write the example. Const, I will create one variable original is equal to, give the key name, and for this I will assign Khanam, and then I will be passing age, and for this I will be assigning 28. Okay, you can also give the nested object as well, but let us continue. Const create one variable copy is equal to, I will write object dot assign. First thing, I have to pass the target. I just want to use this empty object. then what object I have to pass? I have to pass this original. What I am doing? I am just merging this original inside this object. So what I have done? I have just created copy of my original object and I have assigned to this copied variable. Now if I do copy dot age is equal to 35, and if I print copy.age, I will have the result 35. If I print original.age, I will have the result 28. Why? Because whatever outer variables we are having, that will be copied. But if we are having nested, then it will be behaving in exact same way. Okay. What example we have seen, it will be behaving in exact same way. And inside original object as well as in copied object, the data will be changed. I will be telling you one of the most important use case of object.assign. First use case we have already seen. If you want to merge all the object, we can use object.assign, or if you want to make shallow copy, then also we can use object.assign. And third and most important use case, if we want to set some default settings. Okay, if I want to set some default settings, we can use this object.assign, because while merging two objects, if the same property is present in both the object, then whatever first object we have given, from there properties will be overridden. Let us see the example. So here I will create the variable name. I will write default setting. Inside this default theme, I will be passing light, and also let me write language. Language I will be passing English. I will be creating another object, and these are user settings. Now what user will be doing? User will be setting the language as Hindi. Okay, I have created two objects with default setting and user setting. Below this, I will be creating final setting is equal to object dot assign empty object target. First, I will be passing default setting, then I will be passing user setting. So inside default, I am having theme and I am having language with English. But inside this user setting, I am only having language with Hindi. So we are having same properties. So this will be overridden. And if I print this final setting, I will be having theme and language. And for language, I will have the value Hindi. So this is the best use case of object.assign. If you want to override some properties, in that case, we can use this object.assign. So in interview, you can tell object.assign is mainly used to merge multiple objects or to create a shallow copy of an object. And it is helpful in scenarios where you want to override default configurations or avoid direct mutation. In that scenarios, this object.assign will be very helpful. Next question, what is deep copy? So in shallow copy, what was the problem? Whatever outer variables we are having, only that will be copied and nested object will be passed as the reference. But inside this deep copy, whatever outer variables we are having, as well as if we are having any nested object, everything will be copied as an independent object. So original object and copied object both will not be related in any way. Original object will be stored in different memory and copied object will be stored in different memory. So this is the basic difference between shallow copy and deep copy. Now let us see one example of deep copy. So here I have created one object. Object name is original. Key I have passed name. Value I have given Khanam. And inside this address I have assigned another object. Now what I will do, I just want to make deep copy of this object. So first, this entire object I will be converting to string. For that, we are having this JSON.stringify method. And inside this, I will be passing this object name. So first, I'm just going to convert to string, and after that, I will convert to JSON. For converting into JSON, we are having JSON.parse. And this entire value, I'm just going to store inside the variable C1. So in this way, I'm just going to make deep copy of this object. So first I will convert to string, and after that I will convert to JSON. Now if I print C1, I will be having this complete object as the output. and this original object, it will be in different memory location, and this C1 object, it will be in different memory location. So outer variables as well as nested object, both will be copied and they will be behaving as independent object. Now I will be making some changes. C1 dot name, instead of Khanam, I will be passing Ria. Now if I print C1 dot name and if I print original dot name, for this I will have Ria and for this I will be having Khanam. No changes. Now I just want to change this city. I will write C1 dot address dot city. Instead of Bengaluru, I will be passing Mysore. Now if I print this C1 dot A dot city, I will have the result Mysore. But if I print original dot address dot city, I will have the result Bengaluru. There will not be any change. Why? Because whatever data we have copied as independent object. So this is called as deep copy. Why this is happening? Because in deep copy, this nested object will also be stored in different memory. So that is the reason we are able to perform this deep copy of the object. Next question, difference between shallow copy and deep copy. Let me write shallow copy and deep copy. The first difference, talking about memory, shallow copy will be taking partial memory. Why? Because nested object and whatever copied object we are having, they are going to share the same memory. So it will be taking partial memory, and deep copy, it will take full memory. So whenever we are doing copy, it will be stored in complete new memory. Then how we can do shallow copy? Till now we have seen two ways, using object.assign as well as using this spread operator. And how we can do deep copy? We have seen json.stringify, and this entire result again we are just going to convert to JSON. So we will use json.parse. We are having another method as well. For example, we are having lodash deep clone. As of now, you do not have to worry about that. But using this object.assign and spread operator, we can perform shallow copy. To perform deep copy, we will use JSON stringify, and then we are going to convert to JSON. And later on, we are going to see the limitation of this. But as of now, let us continue. Whenever we are doing this shallow copy, performance will be faster. But when it comes to deep copy, performance will be slower and also it is costly operation. And talking about mutations, it is not safe. Why? Because if you are changing the copied object, it will also change in original object. But inside this deep copy, mutations will be same. Why? Because entire object will be saved in another memory location. So shallow copy replicates only the top level object, while deep copy is going to replicate all the nested object as well. While deep copy is going to replicate all the nested level object, ensuring complete independence in memory. Next question, what is the limitation of using this method while performing deep copy? So whenever we are using this method to perform deep copy, for example, imagine if we are having functions inside the object, if we are having undefined, or if we are having any date or map or set or symbol, if we are having any of this data inside the object while performing deep copy using this method, then this entire data will be lost. Okay, entire data will be lost. Let me write one example. Const obj is equal to, I will give the key as name, and for this I will assign the value Khanam. Then next I will be creating one age, and for this I will assign the value undefined. Then I will be creating one method. I will assign this function, and inside this I will be passing birth, and for this I will give the value new date. You can see I have passed undefined, I have passed function, I have also passed the date. And what I mentioned, whenever we are using this complete method, whatever content we are having, this entire thing will be lost. Now I will be creating one variable. Let me write copy is equal to json.parse, json.stringify, and inside this I will be passing this object. Now, what will be the expected output? Whatever object I am having here, that entire object will be copied as it is. But actually, it will not be happening. Instead, what will be my output? For this age, we are having undefined. So inside this CP object, I will have name. And for this, I will have the result Khanam. We are having undefined, so this will be removed. So this age will not be included inside this object. Then we are having this function will also be lost. So inside this object, function will also not be included. But inside this function, we are having birth property, and for this we have assigned date. So if we are having date, then this entire result will be converted to string. So here I will be having this birth property, and for this I will have the result, okay, something inside the string. So inside string, I will have the result. And if you are having map, set or symbol, entire thing will be removed. So functions will be removed. If you are having any undefined value, that will be removed. And this entire date, it will be converted to string. Map, set and symbol, this entire data will be removed. So this is the limitation of this method. So whenever we are using this method, all these things will be done. So in my copied object, I will have name and birth keys, rest entire thing will be removed. So definitely this is not the best solution, but in interview, if you are able to explain this, they will be impressed. So what you can do, instead of using this method, you can use more modern way of doing this deep clone. For that, we will be using this structured clone method. Okay, just imagine this is my original object. Now here I will create one variable deep, and for this I'm just going to pass this structured clone, and inside this I will be passing my original object. So in this way I have just made structured copy. Now whatever changes I do, and inside this deep object I will be having complete independent object, and whatever changes I do inside this deep object, it will only reflect in this object. It is not going to change in our original object. So in this way you can do deep copy if you just want to avoid this kind of limitations. Next question, what is weak set in JavaScript? So first, let me tell you, weak set is one of the built-in object in JavaScript. So this is built-in object in JavaScript. And inside this weak set, we can only store object and arrays. And we already know inside our JavaScript engine, we will be having call stack and heap. So this is our call stack and this will be our heap. And where our JavaScript code will be executed, it will be executed inside the call stack. And whenever we are creating object and arrays, entire data will be stored inside the heap. But inside this weak set, we can store object and arrays, but whatever data we are having, it will be having weak reference, which means whatever memory we are having inside the heap, that can be removed easily. So whatever memory we are having, that is temporary. I hope you already know, inside this heap, directly using garbage collection, we cannot clean the memory. But using this weak set, whatever object and arrays we are having, their memory will be temporary and easily that can be cleaned using garbage collection. And how we will be creating weak set? Let me create one variable. I will give the variable name as my set. We will use this new operator. Then I will be passing this weak set. Then create one object, const obj is equal to, I will give the key as name, and for this I will assign the value Khanam. Now what I want, inside this weak set, I just want to store this object. So for that we are having this add method, and inside this I will be passing this obj. So in this way, inside this weak set, I have stored the object. So always remember, it can only store arrays and object. If I want to store any string or primitive data, then it will be giving me error. We are having another method, myset.has, and inside this I will be passing object. So inside this myset, if I am having this object, yes, I am having this object, so my result will be true. We are also having delete method. So we are having simple method using which we can create simple APIs. If I talk about normal object, I can loop through all the object and I can get the result. But if I talk about this weak set, we cannot do any iteration. I cannot use any for each method as well as I cannot use any loops. And as I mentioned, memory will be temporary. So here, as soon as I do this, object is equal to null. What garbage collector will be doing? It is just going to remove this object memory from the heap. And also, whatever object we are having inside the set, that will also be removed. So inside this weak set, we can store arrays and object, and whatever memory they are having, that will be temporary. And as soon as I assign object to null, their memory will be removed, as well as from the weak set, that object will be removed. Now if I try to add some number, so inside this weak set, I'm just going to add this number 1, 2, 3. In this case, I will be having error. Why? Because we are using invalid value to store inside the set. Set can only store arrays and objects. You might be asked another question where this weak set is used. So mostly it is used in circular reference. So using this weak set, we can easily tell which object is already remembered. So when we are traveling, if we are having the object which is already visited, so in that kind of situation, we can use this weak set. And why this is called as weak? Because whatever references we are having, it is not going to prevent garbage collection. As soon as we assign null to object, then memory will be automatically cleaned. Next question, what is weak map? So inside object, what we will be having, we will have key and value pairs. So inside normal object, we will have key and value pairs. And using this weak map, what we will be doing, we will be creating one locker, and inside this locker, we will be passing complete object as the key. Okay, inside normal object, we will have key value pairs, but using this key map, we are going to create one locker kind of thing, and inside that locker, our entire object will be passing as the key. But using this weak map, we will be creating one locker, and for this locker, we will be passing entire object as the key. So why we are creating the locker? If we want to keep some secret things, or if we want to keep some valuable things, in that situation, we will be creating the locker. So exact same thing happens here. Whenever we want to store some private data, we will be using this weak map. So whenever we want to store some private data, we will be using this weak map. And again, it is called as weak. Why? Because memory can be easily erased. Same syntax, const. I will write my week is equal to new week map. I will create one object. Object name, I will be passing person. For this, I will give the key as name, and then I will be passing the value Khanam. Now I'm just going to set this person inside this my week. My week, for setting, we are having set method. First, I will be passing my object name. Object name is person. And second, for this entire object, I have to pass the key. Key I will be passing secret. So now, if I just want to access this value, I will write my week dot. I want to get the value, so we are using get method. And inside this, I will be passing person. So what value I will be having? I will have the value secret. So in this way, for entire object, we will be passing the key. And if you want to access that key, we will use the get method. And inside that, we are going to pass the object. And as I mentioned, unless and until this person is live, we can keep the data. But as soon as I assign person to null, entire memory will be released. So that is the reason it is also called as weak map. So now the question is why this weak map is used. As I mentioned, normal arrays or object, they will be stored inside the heap, and unless and until we don't delete the memory or we don't erase the memory, they will permanently remain inside the heap. And in some situation, it is just going to do memory leak. But if we are using weak map, and if we have just assigned null to object, then what it will do, it is simply going to erase the memory from the heap, and due to which we will not have any memory leak problems. And inside this also, we can only store arrays and object. We cannot store any primitive data. And inside this also, we cannot store any primitive data. If we are doing, then we are going to have the error. Next question, what are map, filter, reduce and for each methods? First, let us talk about map method. And this map method, filter method, reduce method, these are called as higher order functions. And what are higher order functions? Function which will be taking another function as the argument, or function which is returning another function. Those are called as higher order function. So using this map method, what we will do? First, let me create one array, const variable. I will be passing ARR, and inside this I will pass the values 1, 2, 3. Now using this map method, what we will do, we will be iterating through all the elements inside the array, and whatever changes we want to do for each element, we can perform that operation. And this map method, it is going to return new array. So here I will be writing ARR. On this array, I have to apply this map method. And this is higher order function. So inside this, I will be passing another function as the argument. So here, let me give the variable I. First time when it is looping, value of I will be 1. Second time it is 2. And third time it is 3. And on each iteration, I just want to multiply with 2. So first time value of I is 1. I just want to multiply with 2. Second time value of I is 2. 2 multiplied by 2, my answer will be 4. And third time my value of I is 3. 3 multiplied by 2, my answer will be 6. And what this map method will be doing, it is going to return the new array. Whatever original array we are having, it is not going to affect that original array. So for that, I'm just going to create one variable MA. Using this, what I have done, for each and every element, I'm just going to multiply with 2. So here, my output will be 1 2s are 2, 2 2s are 4, and 3 2s are 6. So this will be my final output when I print this MA. Next, talking about filter method. This filter method will also going to return the new array, but the only difference is, instead of transforming complete array, what we will do, we will be passing some condition. So if the condition is true, only then that element will be included inside the array. If the condition is false, then that element will not be included inside the array. Same array, let us consider. On this array, I have to apply this filter method. Pass the callback function. Here I will be passing I as the argument. First time it will be 1, second time it will be 2, and third time it will be 3. What I want to include, if my I is not equal to 2, only that elements I have to include. It is also going to return a new array. So here I will write FA. The first time value of I is 1. 1 not equal to 2. Yes, condition is true. So 1 will be included. 2 not equal to 2. Okay, second iteration, value of I is 2. 2 not equal to 2, condition fails. So 2 will not be present. Third time, value of I is 3. 3 not equal to 2, condition is true. So 3 will be included. So for this, my output will be 1 comma 3. So basically, this filter method is used for filtering the elements, and it is also going to return the new array. And this filter method is widely used whenever you want to delete some list, okay, in React, or let it be in JavaScript. There, in this kind of situation, you will be passing the condition, and accordingly, you are just going to filter that element from the array. Next, we are having reduce method. And what this reduce method will be doing, it is going to perform the operation on the array, and it is going to generate one final value. It is not going to return any array. Instead, it will be generating some final value. So on this array, I will be applying this reduce method, and inside this, I will be passing callback function. And here I will be passing two arguments. First, I will pass ACC accumulator, and second I will be passing sum. You can give any variable. Then what operation I have to perform? On each and every iteration, I just want to add all the elements. So here I will be writing accumulator plus whatever sum value I am having, I will be passing that sum. Here we will be passing comma. Initial value of accumulator, I will be passing 0. Okay, you can also pass the current element here or you can give any name. So first time for accumulator, I have passed 0 and current value is 1. So when we are adding this 0 plus 1, my output will be 1. So now second time, whatever result we are having now, that will be our accumulator and this is current value. Next value is 2. So we will be adding 1 plus 2, we will have 3. Then 3 is accumulator, last value is 3. 3 plus 3, I will have the result 6. So this 6 we are just going to store inside one variable. So in this way, we are going to work with map method, filter method and reduce method. And all these are higher order functions. Next, we are having for each. Whenever we want to work with array elements, okay, here we will not be returning any array. Instead, for each, it will be returning undefined. So why this will be used? Whenever we want to perform some operation on the array, and if we just want to log the data or if we want to update the DOM, in that situation, we will be using for each. So on the same array, I will be applying. It will not be returning anything. So I do not have to store the value. For each, I will be passing the callback function num. And here I'm just going to log num. Okay, let me just do num multiplied by 2. So what it will be giving? It will be giving me the output as 2 twos are 4 and 3 twos are 6. So in this way, what output we have got for map method, exact same output we are just going to display inside the console. This method is basically used whenever you want to do some debugging. In that situation, you can use this for each. But if you want to return something, then definitely you have to use map method. So in interview, you can tell map, filter and reduce are pure functions which is going to return new values. But for each, it will be used only for side effects like we can display the data inside the log and also it will not be returning anything. So map method, for each and every element, we are giving the new version. Filter method, based on the condition, we are selecting the elements. Reduce method, we are combining all the elements and generating one final result. For each method, we are working with each and every element without thinking of the return value. Next question, widely asked in interviews, difference between for each and map method. Here, let me write map method and here I will be writing for each loop. The first difference, why this map method is used. If you are having any array, to transform that array, to transform completely, we will be using map method. And for each method, to iterate through, okay, we are simply going to iterate and we are going to perform specific operation. Second difference, map method, what it will be returning? It will be returning new array. After transforming, it is going to return the new array, but for each, it will be returning undefined. Third, when you want to use this map method, whenever you want to generate some new array with transform data, during that time, you have to use this map method. And when you have to use this for each method, whenever you want to perform some action on the elements, during that time, you have to use this for each method. Next, using map method, we can easily chain map method, reduce method, filter method, but using for each method, chaining is not possible. For example, I will create one array. Array name, I will be passing result. Inside this, I will write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Directly, I can do the chaining, filter method. What I want to include, I just want to include n modulus of 2, which is not equal to 0. So what it will be returning? It will be returning 1, 3 and 5. So this is my final array after doing this filtration. Now on this array, I will be applying map method. Now what I will do, for each and every element, I'm just going to multiply with 10. So here I will have 10, 30 and 50. Now using reduce method, I'm just going to combine and I will be adding all the data. I will write sum comma n. You can give any variables. Sum plus n initial value, I will be passing 0. After adding all these things, my final value will be 90. So directly on this result, we are doing the chaining, and when I print this result, I will have the output 90. But if we are creating separate variable, accordingly, we will be making the changes. But directly if we are chaining, our output will be in this way. But using for each loop, this kind of chaining is not possible. Now what is common between map method and for each method? The common is whatever operations we are performing, it is not going to modify our original array. Our original array will not be affected. But I have seen many students who will be doing this common mistake. I will create the variable result. Just imagine I am having array num. Inside this, I am having 1, 2, 3. Now I am applying for each. So here I will be passing callback function and I am doing num multiplied by 2. And we already know if we are having only one line of code, manually we do not have to write return keyword. Automatically this value will be returned. But what I mentioned, for each, it will not be returning anything. Instead, it will be returning undefined. So here, if I am trying to return something, my output will be undefined. So in this kind of situation, whenever you want to transform the array, instead of for each, you have to use map method. So some of the best use cases when you can use for each, if you want to do some side effects like logging, modifying the DOM or saving something inside the database, then you can use this for each loop. And when to use this map method, if you want to return the complete new array after transforming each and every element, during that time you can use this map method. So these are some of the basic differences which you can tell in interview. This is also widely asked question in interview. Some of the use cases of reduce method. The first use case we have already seen. If we want to find sum of all the array elements, then during that time we can use this reduce method. We will be passing accumulator, then we are going to add accumulator and sum. We will assign the accumulator as 0 and accordingly we will perform the operation. So this example we have already seen. Next, we can find maximum and minimum number. Find maximum and minimum number from the array. Let me write the example. Const nums. I will give 3, 8, 1, 6, 9. So from here, what is maximum? Maximum is 9 and minimum is 1. So how we can find? I will create one variable max. On this nums, I will be applying this reduce method. Inside this, we will be passing accumulator and we will be passing current value. Now on this math function, we are having this max method. Inside this, I will be passing accumulator and current value. So from both values, whichever is maximum, that value we are going to access. And current value of accumulator, we are just going to assign the least value. We cannot assign 0. Instead, I will be assigning minus infinity. This is the least value. So that value I am going to assign. So first time accumulator will be infinity and current value will be 3. So 3 comma minus infinity. From here maximum is 3. Now accumulator value is 3, current value is 8. What is maximum? Maximum is 8. Accumulator is 8, current value I will be having 1. So maximum is 8. Then accumulator 8, current value 6, maximum 8. Accumulator 8, current value 9, maximum is 9. So in this way, I'm just going to return maximum value. For minimum value, you have to write math.minimum. Accumulator, you will be passing plus infinity. So in that case, you will have the minimum value as 1. Next, widely asked question, you have to flatten 2D array. Flatten 2D array. Let me write the example. Const, here I will be writing nested is equal to inside one array, I am having another array. 1, 2, 3, 4 and then 5, 6. After flattening up, what should be my output? My output should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So inside one array, I should be having all the elements. So for this also, we can use reduce method. Const flat is equal to nested dot reduce. What we have to pass? We have to pass accumulator, and then we will be passing current value. Now what I will do, on this accumulator, I will apply this concat method, and with what value I will be concatenating? I will be concatenating with this current value. And what initial value I will assign to my accumulator? I will assign this empty array. The first time my accumulator is empty array. Inside this empty array, I'm just going to concatenate this current value, that is 1 comma 2. So 1 comma 2 will be stored inside this array. The next time this value will be stored. Next time this value will be stored. My final output will be this one. Now I'm just going to paste some examples, basically use cases of reduce. So whichever you remember in interview, that you can explain. I have pasted some examples, and all these are use cases of reduce method. Next use case, count frequency of elements. So inside the array, 2 times I am having apple, 2 times I am having banana, and 1 time I am having orange. So in this way, we can create the final object. Here you can see for accumulator, we have assigned this empty object. So my final object will be in object format. So using this code, you can simply count number of frequency of elements. Then next use case, group by property, that is array of object. So inside this array, I am having age, and also I am having this name property. For two objects, I am having the age as 20. So here for this 20 age, I am having this name, that is A and C. So both we are going to group, and for this age 21, we are only having name B. So in this way, we are going to group. And again, accumulator, we are using object. So final output will also be in the form of object. Okay, just practice. Do not leave all this example. At least one time do the dry run and understand all these examples. Next, removing duplicates from an array. So using this logic, you can see I am having 2 and 4 twice. So duplicates will be removed, and finally we are having this output. Accumulator, we have passed empty array. So final output will also be array. Next, convert array to object. So here I am having entries array. Inside that I am having nested array. Inside first array I am having name, that is hyphen, and inside second array I am having age 23. So in object, this will be key, this will be value, this will be key, and this will be value. Accumulator we have passed as object. So in this way, I will be having my output. So here also we will be using reduce method. Next question, implement your own map method by using reduce method. So here what we are doing, we are just creating our own map method. So here we are just creating our own map method by the concept of reduce method. So here we are creating our own map method by using reduce method. You can see we have created this function, and at the end we are returning accumulator. Accumulator is empty array, so my final output will be this one. But here you can see this is my array, and on that I am doing this transformation. It is returning complete new array with the value 10, 20 and 30. So successfully we are able to implement own map method by using this reduce method. Next, very important use case. If we want to calculate total cart price, then we can use this reduce method. Exact same thing, how we are finding some similar way. From this object, we will only access this price, and we are just going to add inside the accumulator. So here accumulator value is normal value. So our output will also be in normal value. Last and final use case, chaining transforms. That is, we are using function composition. What is function composition? We will combine two or more function, and we are going to generate one larger function. This is like one function, this is another function, and this is another function. We will combine all this function, and we will be generating one function. The first function, it is returning x plus 1. Second function, x multiplied by 2, and here we are updating the value. So whatever result we are having, on that result we are going to multiply with 2. On whatever result I am having, on that result I am just going to do minus 3. So that we are just going to return and this also we can implement using reduce method. So these are some of the use cases of reduce method. I am not telling you to by heart each and everything. You don't have to remember all these things. One or two, if you are able to remember while giving the interview, that would be great. Next question, destructuring of arrays and object. Modern feature which were introduced in ECMAScript 6. So first, let us see array destructuring. Here I will create one array. For this, I will assign the value 1, 2 and 3. Now, if I want to print all the elements inside the array, definitely I can use the loops, or I can use ARR of 0. I can print this one, ARR of 1 and ARR of 2. Why I am passing these numbers? Because array index number will be starting from 0. So here I will have 0, 1, 2. So if I print in this way successfully, I will have the result. For this I will have 1, for this I will have 2 and for this I will be having 3. But what I want, for each and every element, I just want to pass some variables. So during that time, we are going to use this array destructuring. So here I have created the variable and after equal to sign, I am giving this symbol. But while performing destructuring, before equal to, we will be passing this array symbol. So for this one, I will give the variable A. For this two, I will give B. And for 3, I will be giving C. And from which array I have destructured? I have destructured from this array. So now if I print A, B, C, my value will be 1, 2 and 3. Successfully, we are able to access individual values. Now what I want, while giving the names, I just want to skip this second element. So how I can destructure? Let me write const. For 1, now I will be giving first. I want to skip the second. So here I will pass comma. Again, I will be passing comma, which means I have just skipped the second element. Then I will be passing third. So now if I print from which array, this is my array. If I print first and if I print third, for this I will have 1 and for this I will be having 3. So whenever we are destructuring array, order has to be maintained. So whatever variable we are creating here, this variable will be assigned to the first element itself. And using this array destructuring, one use case is we can easily swap the elements. For example, I am having x as 10 and y as 5. After swapping, I want x as 5 and y as 10. So using this array destructuring, we can easily perform this operation. So first, this is x and this is y. Let me cancel. So here I will be writing x, y, and inside this array I will be passing yx. Now here value of y is 5 and value of x is 10. While assigning for x, now I will be having this 5 and for y I will be having 10. Exact same position values will be assigned and successfully we are able to swap the elements. Coming to object destructuring, let me create one object const user. Inside this I will be passing name. Name I will write Khanam. Age I will pass 25 and then I will also pass city. City, let me write Mysore. So here also, while creating the object after equal to, we are having this curly braces. But while destructuring, before equal to, we will be passing this curly braces. And from which object I am destructuring? I am destructuring from this user object. And here, whatever property names we are having, exact same property names we have to pass. So here I will be passing name, then I will be passing age, and then I will be passing city. If I do not pass city, then also no problem. Now if I print name, my value will be Khanam. If I print age, my value will be 25. And here order doesn't matter. I can also write age name. If I print age, I will have 25. If I print name, I will be having Khanam. But only thing is, whatever property names we are having, exact same name we have to pass while doing this object destructuring. You can also rename the properties. So here, let me write const. For this name, what I want, I just want to change to username. So in this way, I can change. But here, whatever property we are passing, exact same thing. For age, I will be writing user age. From which object? From this user object. Now if I print name and age, I will have the result undefined. But if I print username, I will have Khanam. And if I print user age, I will have 25. Next question. What is spread and rest operators? This is also modern feature which were introduced in ECMAScript 6. So first, let us talk about spread operator. Spread operator syntax is we will be using these three dots. And by the name itself, we can understand we are going to spread the elements. Now coming to rest operator, for rest operator also, we will be using these three dots. And from name itself, we can understand rest operator means rest of the elements. Spread means spreading the elements. Rest means rest of the elements. And for both, we will be using three dots. Do not get confused. For spread also, we are going to use three dots. And for rest also, we are going to use three dots. First, let us see the example for spread operator. And I believe you are already aware of this spread operator where we have used when we did shallow copy of an object. During that time, we have used this spread operator. But now let us see some more examples. I will create one array. Inside this, I will be passing 1, 2 and 3. I will be creating another array. Here let me write array 1. I will create array 2 and inside this whatever elements I am having inside the array, entire data I just want to pass here. For that I will be writing these three dots. Here I will be writing array 1. So from this array 1 I just want to spread all the elements and then inside this array 2 apart from 1, 2 and 3 I also want 4 and 5. So when I print array 1, I will have the output 1, 2 and 3. When I print array 2, I will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why? Because I have spread all the elements of array 1 and also I have added 4 and 5. Let us see another example we can also use for merging the array. A is equal to 1, 2, then another variable B. I will write 3 and 4. I will create another variable C. Now inside this, I want the elements both from A and B. So what I can do, spread operator A separate by comma, spread operator B. So whatever elements I am having inside A, that will be spread. Whatever elements I am having inside B, that will be spread. So my final output will be 1, 2, 3 and 4. So shallow copy we have already seen for object. Now let us see for arrays. Here I will create array is equal to 10, 20. I will be creating another array, copy, spread operator. I will be passing this array. Now what I have done, I have just made the shallow copy. So shallow copy means whatever outer variables we are having that will not be affected. But inside this, if I am having another nested array, then that will be affected. So here, if I write copy of 0 is equal to 30. Now when I print copy, I will have 30 and 20. But when I print array, I will only have 10 and 20. So whatever changes I do inside this copied array, it will not be affected in original array. And this spread operator you can also use in functions. Here let me create one array nums. I will be passing 1, 2 and 3. Now what I want to log, I just want to log mat.max and inside this I'm just going to spread all the elements from this array. So what I'm doing, I'm just going to find maximum of this 1, 2 and 3. My output will be 3. So whenever we are passing arguments, we can simply use the spread operator and we can spread all the elements. Now last example, using object, we are going to see how this operator will be working. Const user is equal to, I will be passing name I will be writing Khanam and then I will be passing age I will be passing 25. Create this const new user is equal to inside this object I just want to spread all the properties from this user object as well as I want to add another property city. I will be writing Bengaluru. Okay, all the properties I have just spread from the user object and also I have added another property city for which I have also given the value. Now when I print new user, I will have name, I will have age, as well as I will be having the city property. But inside this user, I will only have name and age. Now coming to REST operator example. For this also, we are having the three dots, and from name itself, we can understand rest of the elements. And most important thing, before seeing the example, always remember REST operator we will always be using at the end. Spread operator we can use in the middle, we can use first, we can use last, because we are spreading the elements. But REST operator we will always be using at the end. Why? Because we have to capture all the rest elements. So that is the reason it will be used in the end. First, let me create one array. Nums is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4. Now what I just want to do array destructuring. For array destructuring, for this one, I will give first, and for next, and for rest elements, I will be passing the variable as others. You can see at the end, I will be using this rest operator. So first, if I print, I will be having this, and if I print others, inside another array, I will be having 2, 3, and 4. And from which array I have to destructure? I have to destructure from this nums. This also we can use in functions. So first, let me call the function sum, and inside this I will be passing the argument as 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now here I will be creating the function sum, and inside this I just want to access all the elements. So here I will be writing this rest operator. Why I am using rest operator? Because here you can see I am passing 1, 2, 3, 4. So using this rest operator, I am just going to capture all the elements. And now inside this function, using reduce logic, you can add all the elements and you can return the output. When we log this, we should have the output as 10. So doesn't matter how many arguments we are passing, each and every argument will be captured. Why? Because we are using rest operator. So the major difference between spread and rest, let me write spread, three dots, then rest, three dots. Why we will be using spread? Whenever we want to expand, or if we want to unpack the values, we will be using spread operator. Rest operator when we want to gather, or if we want to pack remaining elements, during that time we will be using rest operator. And where this operator can be used, we can use in arrays, we can use in object, as well as we can use in function calls. And rest operator we can use in function parameters. You can see inside function parameter itself we are passing, but spread operator we can pass inside the function call. The rest operator inside function parameters, while performing destructuring we can use. Okay, we have already seen the example. While performing destructuring also we can use this rest operator. And what this will be returning? This will be returning individual values. Okay, spread operator it will be returning individual values, and rest operator it will either return array or it will either return object. So in this example, you can see for others, we have used rest operator and we are applying on this array. So what it will return? It will return array of 2, 3, 4. So it will either return array or it will either return object. So in function call, how we will be passing math.max, and inside this, if I am having array, I will be using this spread operator, and this will be used inside function parameter sum. So in this way, I will be passing this parameter. Always remember spread operator and rest operator we cannot use in non-iterables like numbers, booleans. In those in non-iterable values, we cannot use these operators. Next question, what are template literals? This is also modern ES6 feature. First, let me create the variable. Let name is equal to Khanam. Now what I just want to display this name. So here I will write console.log, and inside this I will be passing hello. I have to concatenate with this name. So my output will be hello Khanam. So in this way we were writing, but now using this template literals, we do not have to concatenate in this way. Instead, Here, let me write console.log. We will be using this backticks. I will write hello. Whatever variable we want to display, we will write dollar, and inside this curly braces, we will pass this variable name and then close the backticks. So in this way, we will be using template string. If you are using QWERTY keyboard, we are having numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and before 1, you will be having this another button. You will have tilde symbol and you will be having backticks. So this backticks we are going to use. Using this template literals, one of the most common use cases, we can easily write multi lines of code. So previously, if I want to display apple, then second line, if I want to display mango, here I have to put /n, which means manually I am telling I have to go to next line. But now using this template string, I will write apple, hit enter, I will be writing mango. Now directly it will be coming in another line when I just print this data. One more most important use case, inside this template literal, we can also evaluate the expression. I can write 5 plus 3, my output will be 8. Very important literal. Widely, you will also use in JavaScript as well as you will also use in React. Next, we are having for of loop. It is not normal for loop. We are having for of loop. And this for of loop, it will only be applied on iterable objects. So what are iterable objects? For example, I am having array 1, 2 and 3. So each and every element I can iterate. So these are called as iterable object. And this for of loop will only be applied on this iterable objects. So we are having arrays, we are having strings, then we also have sets, we are having maps, we have node list. You do not have to worry. These are some of the examples of iterable objects. First, let me write the syntax for create one variable const. I will give the variable name as item of iterable. And inside this, I will be using this item. Okay, let me write the example. Then you will understand. Const array name, I will be writing fruit. Fruit, I will be passing apple. Then I will be passing banana. And then I will be passing mango. I will use this for of loop for const. For this, let me give fruits. Item, I will write fruit of iterable is nothing but fruits. Now, if I log fruit, what will be my output? First time, I will have the output as apple. Then I will be having banana and then I will be having mango. And whenever we are looping through array, whatever values we are having, it is going to return that value. It is not going to return any index number. It will be returning the values. But same thing, using for loop, what we will be doing, we will be passing those three conditions. Then we have to print fruits of I. So based on this index number, value will be displayed. But using this for of loop, directly we are printing the values. String is also iterable. Let me just create one variable. Variable name, I will be writing name. Pass this khanam. Then for of loop for const. Let me write character of name. Now when I print ch, okay, when I log this, I will have k, h, a, n, a, m. Okay, individual values I will be having as the output. Next example, using set, and this set can also be asked as an individual question. What is set? And write the syntax of set. So here, first let me create the set. For creating the set, we will be using this new operator, and inside this I will pass 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. And what this set will be doing, it is just going to return unique values. Const, I will create the variable u. Now, if I just print u, I will have the output as 1, 2 and 3. It is just going to return unique values. I will use for of loop, const, unique, unique of, my iterable is u. I'm just going to log unique. Now, what will be my output? My output will be 1, 2 and 3. So, whatever duplicate values we are having, that will be skipped. Then next, we are having map method. This can also be asked as an individual question. Inside this map, we are just going to map key value pairs. New map. I will be writing this nested array name. For this name, I will give the value Khanam. Separate by comma. Then here I will be creating age. For this age, I will be passing 20. Close this array and also close the map. And this entire value, I'm just going to assign to one variable, my map. I'm just going to iterate for const. Now inside this, I'm having key value pairs. So here, in this way, I'm just going to pass my item, key and value. For of iterable is my map, and inside this what I have to log, I have to log this key. Now we can use template literal key colon, and then I will be passing this value. When I print the output, I will have name as Khanam first iteration, second iteration age as 20. So on this map also we can use this for of loop. Now the next question could be, when this for of loop should not be used. We cannot use this for of loop with normal objects. Okay, normal objects, we cannot use this for of loop. So if we are doing that, we are going to have the error. Okay, let me just write the example. Const user is equal to, I will be writing name as Khanam. Okay, this is a normal object. Age, I will be passing 15. For const, let me write key of user. So here I cannot pass key value because this is not the array, but inside this map, in this format we are passing. So that is the reason this will be taken as complete one item. And now inside this, if I log key here, I will be having error. User is not iterable. Why? Because for of loop will only be applied on iterable object. But this cannot be applied on normal object. Why? Because this is not iterable. So if you want to iterate normal object, you can either use for in loop, or you can also use object dot entries plus for of. Object dot entries plus for of. You can combine both and you can iterate through the object. Next question, what are default parameters? So here I will create one function. Function name, I will be passing greet. I will write name, and while passing this parameter, I will be passing default value. Default value, I have passed guest. Now here I'm just going to log. Here I will be writing hello, and then whatever value I will be getting from user, that value I just want to print. Now here I'm just going to call greet. I will not be passing any arguments. Below this I will be calling greet with the value Khanam. So here, if the argument is not passed, but for this, we have already assigned the default value. So here, I will have the output as hello guest. And for second, I have given the value. So this will not be considered. I will have hello Khanam. So in some situation, this default parameters will be very helpful. Maybe sometimes we forget to pass the arguments. In that situation, if you are having the default value, then that default value will be considered. And while calling the function, if I am not passing any argument, my output will be hello undefined. So instead of displaying hello undefined, we can pass the default value guest, and that value can be shown to the user. We can pass multiple default parameters as well. So here, for example, I have created one function sum. Here I will be writing a is equal to 1, b is equal to 1, and inside this I can return a plus b. And while calling the function, if I am not passing any arguments, 1 and 1 will be taken. If I am passing 1, only for A, 1 will be taken, and for B, this value will be taken. For example, if I pass 5, now A is 5, B will be taken as 1, both will be added. If I take 5 and 6, A is 5, B is 6, and in this case, both the values will be added. So for multiple parameters also, we can assign the default value. So these are called as default parameters. But now, coming back to this example, here I will be writing greet. Now, instead of passing any value, I am passing null. And what is null? Manually, we are telling absence of value. So if we are passing null, then this default value will not be taken and my output will be hello null. Why? Because manually we are telling absence of value. So this is also something. So that is the reason I will have hello null instead of hello guest. Next question. What is enhanced object literal? This is also modern JavaScript feature. So in this, we are having three major updates. So first is property shorthand, second, method shorthand, and third, computing property names. We will see the examples, then you will understand. So inside this enhanced object literal, we are having three major updates: property shorthand, method shorthand, and computing property names. So using this, we can create dynamic keys inside our object. So first, let us see the property shorthand. I will create one object. Object, I will be passing user. And old, here I will be passing key and then I will be passing the value. I will pass key and then I will be passing the value. And maybe I have created these two variables outside, and for that I have assigned some values. So old way doesn't matter. If you are having same key or property, we will be writing in this way. But inside this enhanced object literal, so property shorthand, what we have done, if both keys and values are same, then we do not have to repeat. We can only write once. In this way, we are going to pass the properties. So this is same as this one and this is same as this one. So this is our first feature, property shorthand. Next, we are having method shorthand. Let me create one object, user. And olden days, how we used to create the method, we will be passing this and then we are going to assign this function. And whatever logic we want, we will be writing inside this function. But inside this object literal, what we can do, I will create object, user, method shorthand. Directly, we can pass the method. We do not have to use any function keyword. Directly in this way, like how we are calling the function, in that way, we can pass this and then we are going to open the curly braces. So this is our method shorthand. And last, computing property names. Using this, we can create our dynamic keys. Here, let me create one variable prop. And for this, I'm just going to assign the value score. I will create one variable game and this is nothing but my object. Now here you can see dynamically, I'm just going to give this prop. So whatever prop value I will be having, that will be assigned here. I will assign the value 100. Here we have to use colons. Then here dynamically, here I will write level. And for this, I will also concatenate this one. Here I will be passing easy. You can see dynamically I am creating keys for this object. Now if I print game, what will be my output? My output will be score of 100 and level 1. If we are adding string and number, it will be concatenated. I will have level 1 and for this I will have the value easy. You can see dynamically we are assigning this keys. So this was also introduced in modern JavaScript. Now let me show you one bonus example. I will create one variable first. First value I will be writing Khanam. Then another variable second. And for this I'm just going to assign coding. Create one object const. Object name I will be passing full name. For this first I just have to assign the same. I do not have to pass the same thing. Then I will be passing second. You can see property shorthand. I will create the method get name and inside this what I want to log this. Okay, let me use this template string. This dot first separate by comma, then this dot second. And when I just access this full name dot get name, what will be my output? My output will be Hanam coding. In this way, we are just going to write property shorthand, method shorthand, and accordingly, we are going to generate the output. Next question, what is optional chaining? And this was introduced in ECMAScript 2020. Let us write the example, then you will understand. Here, I will create one variable user and for this, I'm just going to assign empty object. Now what I want to access? I just want to access user dot address dot city. Definitely, we are not having any properties. If we are not having any properties inside the object, our output will be undefined. Now, using if statement, I just have to check for this result. So here, I will write if first statement, if I am having user object and operator, inside that, if I am having address property and inside this user, I am having address property and inside address, if I am having city. If all the statements are true, only then I'm just going to log user.address.city. You can see each and every property I have to check. If it is existing, only then I have to display this city. Else, I will write here log. Inside this, I will write city not found. You can see whatever statements we are passing, those are complex. Maybe as a beginner, you do not want to write this entire thing. Instead, what we can do, we can use this optional chaining. Instead of passing that complete statement, what we can do, simply log this user optional chaining dot address. If we are having user, inside that we are checking if we are having this address or not. Then again optional chaining, inside that we are checking if we are having this city or not. So if we are not having, we will not be having any error. Instead, we will have the result defined. You can see instead of passing this complete thing, using this optional chaining, we are checking whether this property exists in user and whether this property exists in city. Instead of throwing error, if it is not existing, it will be returning defined. Now let me write one example, then you will understand. Const user is equal to name. Name, let me pass Seema. Age, I will pass 20. Address, I will be passing city. City, let me pass Mysore. Now here, I'm just going to write log user. Inside this user, I'm checking if I'm having address. Yes, I'm having address. And inside this address, I'm checking city. If we are not having city, it will be returning undefined. But we are having city, so it will be returning Mysore. But here, I will be writing user colon profile and then optional chaining email. So we are having user, but inside user we are not having profile, and inside profile we are not having email, so our output will be undefined. Very important. And this optional chaining will be widely used in APIs. Okay, whenever you are getting some APIs from third party, or if you are creating our own APIs, during that time widely we will be using this optional chaining concept. Okay, we can also use inside the array. Let me also show that example. Const array is equal to, let me write 1, 2 and 3. Now while logging, I can check array optional chaining. If I am having first index, give me the value, my output will be 2. Array optional chaining, fifth index, I am not having fifth index, I will have the result undefined. And one more thing, very important, this optional chaining will only work inside objects. It will be working inside arrays and functions. But if you're doing in this way, you are creating one variable and for this you are just passing this name. So in this way, while doing the assignment, we cannot use this optional chaining. This is not valid. Next question, what is logical OR operator? So first, what is OR operator? If we are having two conditions, condition 1 and condition 2, if any one condition is true, then our output will be true. But now let us see about this logical OR operator. Result, I will have expression 1, logical OR operator, expression 2. So here, if the expression 1 is true, then our output will be expression 1. It is not even going to check what we are having inside expression 2. If the first expression is true, directly it will be returning expression 1 as the output. If our expression 1 is false, okay, then directly it will be returning expression 2. But we are having some use cases as well. I have pasted some example. Before that, what are falsy values in JavaScript? We are having false 0, empty string, nan, null and undefined. So all these are falsy values in JavaScript. Apart from this, all are truthy values. Empty array, empty object, truthy. So all these are truthy values. First condition what we have seen, if the expression 1 is true, immediately it is going to return expression 1 as the output. If the expression 1 is false, immediately it will be returning expression 2 as the output. Here expression 1 is false, expression 2 is also false, so it is going to return the last value. So here I am having last value as high. Next, expression 1 is false, expression 2 is also false. If both are false, what it will be returning? Whatever value we are having in next expression, that will be the output. Then this is truthy, so our output will be hello. It is going to return expression 1. This is false, so it will be returning 5. And for example, imagine I am having 0, null and false. If all are falsy values, then whatever last value I am having, that will be my output. So in this way, logical OR operator will be working, and we have this some use cases we have already seen. So now tell me what will be the output of this one. I am having false, I am having 0 and I am having null. All are falsy values, so last value will be returned, that is null. Now let us write the example where this will be useful. I will create one variable user input, and for this I am just going to assign empty string. I will create one variable name. Here I will be writing user input logical OR operator. If this is false, then I have to return guessed. Now I'm just going to log name. So what will be my output? For user input, I am having empty string. Empty string is nothing but falsy value. If this is false, my output will be guessed. But here if I am having some name for user, let me write Khanam. So here Khanam will be there. Khanam is truthy value. So if I print name, I will have the result Khanam. In interview, you can tell logical OR operator in JavaScript returns the first truthy value or the last falsy value if none are truthy. It's commonly used for setting default values and controlling the flow using short circuiting. So in this way, for setting default values, we are going to use this logical OR operator. Next is logical AND operator. So what is AND operator? If I am having condition 1 and condition 2, if both the conditions are true, only then it is going to return true. If any one condition is false, then it will be returning false. Now let us talk about this logical AND operator. I am having expression 1, logical AND expression 2. So if expression 1 is false, immediately it will be returning expression 1. But in logical OR, if expression 1 was false, what we were returning? We were returning expression 2 because maybe expression 2 can be true. But here, if the first expression is false, then immediately we are going to return expression 1. Second, if expression 1 is true, then it is immediately going to return expression 2. Do not get confused. If it is true, maybe expression 2 can also be true. So in that case, it will be returning expression 2. So expression 1 is false, it will return expression 1 itself. Whatever false value we are having, it is going to return that false value. If expression 1 is true, then it is going to move to the next value and that will be printed. Let us see some examples. Expression 1 is true, so immediately it will be returning expression 2, that is false. Expression 1 is true, it will be returning hello. Expression 1 is false, it will be returning false. Expression 1 is true, it will be returning second expression null. And here, expression 1 is true, it will go to next expression. This is also true, so here it will be returning C. Then this is false, immediately it will be returning false. Let us see some examples. I will create one variable is logged in. I am going to assign the value true. Is logged in. If this is true, then log welcome user. So here, if expression 1 is true, then what we have to print? We have to print welcome user. If expression 1 is false, then our output will be false. But here it is true, so our output will be welcome user. We can also check for multiple condition. Let age is equal to 25 and let has ID, and for this I will be passing through. If age is greater than 18, logical and operator has ID. If this is true, then what I have to print? I have to print access granted. Age is 25, 25 greater than 18. Yes, this is going to return true. Logical and operator has ID is also true. So if this is true, it is going to return true. So final value will be true. If this condition is true, my output will be access granted. So do not get confused with logical or operator and logical and operator. Logical or is if any one of the condition is true, our output will be true. But and if both conditions are true, only then our output will be true. So here we will have expression 1 and expression 2. If expression 1 is true, then our output will be expression 1. If our expression 1 is false, then our output will be expression 2. Coming to logical and expression 1 and expression 2. If our expression 1 is true, okay, if our expression 1 is true, then our output will be expression 2. If our expression 1 is false, then it will be returning expression 1. Okay, do not get confused. If you practice, you will understand how this will be working. Next question, what is nullish coalescing operator? Before that, what are falsy values? We are having false, 0, null, empty string, undefined, and not a number. In some situation, if we are using logical or operator, let me create let count is equal to 0. I will write let display count logical or I will be passing 10. So here in logical or operator, what we have seen, if this first expression is false, immediately return this second expression. So here my output will be 10, but definitely my count is 0. So in this case, my output has to be 0. But if we are using logical or operator, if this first expression is false, immediately it is going to return to second expression. But in some cases, false and 0 are widely used. Here, if I am having false, I have to display false. If I am having 0, I have to display 0. And also, maybe if you are having empty string, then in that also, I have to display empty string. So if we are using logical or operator, in first expression, if we are having any one of these values, my output will be second expression. But I do not want this one. So instead, what we will be using? We will be using this nullish coalescing operator. Here I will be using count operator and then I will be passing 10. Now for this, I will have the result 0. And how this will be working? If my first expression is either undefined or if it is null, only then it is going to move to second expression. Apart from this both values, if you are having false, it will be giving false. If you are having 0, it will be giving 0. If you are having empty string, then it will be giving empty string. It is not going to go to next expression. Whatever valid result we want to display, that result will be displayed. Let me write one example. Const user name. Name I will be passing Khanam. Age 0. And then I will write is admin. Is admin I will be passing false. I have created one object. Now what I want to log, I will write user dot age or 18. Now what is user dot age? It is 0. So this is falsy value and we are using logical or operator. If first expression is false, immediately it will be returning 18. So definitely this is wrong answer. But instead of this, if we are using this nullish coalescing operator, here we are having 0, 0 it will be considered. So it is going to return 0, which is nothing but true. And this will be best going with optional chaining. Optional chaining, we are having this question mark and dot. Nullish coalescing, we are having two question marks. So how this will be having best combo? Let me create one object. I will create one variable city. And for this, I will write user dot address, I am using optional chaining city. So here I will have the result undefined. If I am having undefined, then what I have to tell? I will tell city not found. And why this will be working? Because nullish coalescing operator, it will only work for null and undefined. It will be returning undefined. So what will be my output? My output will be city not found. So in this case of scenarios, you can use nullish coalescing as well as you can use optional chaining operators. Let me write some examples. Null question mark x. So in this case, what will be the output? Our output will be null. If I write false x, in this case, what will be the output? Our output will be false. If I write undefined x, our output will be undefined. If I write 0x, our output will be 0. If I write empty string x, our output will be empty string. Okay, in this case of scenarios, definitely we are going to use this nullish coalescing operator. Next question, what are modules and what is import and export? So module is nothing but you are writing JavaScript code. This is first JS file, second JS file and third JS file. So each and every file will be represented as separate module. And inside each file, we can have variables, we can have the logic, we can have the functions, as well as we can have the classes. So inside each and every module, we can have all these different things. JavaScript also follows modularity, which simply means if we are having larger code, then what we will do, this code we are going to divide into smaller files. And inside each and every file, we will be having all this content so that our code will be reusable, readable, and also for maintaining it will be very easy. If you are not using modules, imagine you are working in larger project and inside one file itself, if you are having lot of content, then maybe you will be having lot of duplicate code. Maintaining the code will be very difficult and also we cannot use that complete code. So for that, we are going to use separate modules. Now, for example, I am having file 1, okay, module 1, and I am having module 2. Now what I want, whatever code I am having inside module 2, entire thing I just have to put inside module 1. So here what I will do, whatever code I am having, I am just going to do the export and in whichever file I want to use the code, here I will be using import. So here I'm just going to export the functionality and inside this I'm just going to import the functionality so that I can use the entire code which is present inside module 2. So in two ways we can import and export. First we are having named import and export and second we are having default export. Okay, default export and import. So first let us talk about named export. Here I will write export const. I will create one function at a comma b and directly I'm just going to return a plus b. So this is my module 2 and in this file I'm just going to export this add functionality. Now to import in module 1 what I will be doing, I will write import. We are doing named export, so here I will be writing add. So whatever variable you have exported, exact same name you have to import from in whichever location we are having this module, that path we have to pass. And after that, whatever code I am having, that will be included. And if I do add 2 comma 3, my output will be 5. Okay, basically if I print this, my output will be 5. So this is our name export. Whatever name we are exporting, exact same name we have to import and we have to wrap in curly braces. Now coming to default export, whenever we are doing default export, here we have to write this keyword export default. Then directly I can export this complete function. Imagine I have written the function and I have exported the function, but while importing I can give any name because in one file we can only have one default export. So while importing, doesn't matter what name we are having, it is going to refer to that default export and we do not have to wrap in any curly braces. Here I can write some from whichever path we are having, that we have to pass. We do not have to wrap in curly braces, as well as we do not have to give the exact same name. Whatever name we want, we can pass the same name. In one file, we can have multiple name export, but we can only have one default export. And always remember, whenever you are importing, you should always pass this .js extension. And inside HTML file, while passing the script tag, we will be passing type attribute for which we will assign module. Okay, very important to pass this attribute along with this module value. Last question, what is the use of object.freeze, object.entries and object.values method? So first, let us start with object.freeze method. So what this method will be doing, it is just going to freeze our object, which means if we are having the object, we can only read the properties. We cannot add, okay? Adding is not possible. Deleting is not possible, as well as we cannot change any properties. If we are having object and if we have done object.freeze, we can only read the properties inside the object. We cannot add the properties, we cannot delete the properties, as well as we cannot change the content of the properties. Example, create one object, object name person, and inside this I will write name. Name I will be passing Khanam. Age I will be passing 20. Now what I will do, I will be using this object dot freeze, and inside this I will be passing my object which I want to freeze. Now this person is freezed. I can only read the properties if I write person dot name. Okay, if I print this, I will have the output. But if I do person dot name equal to Seema, if I try to update this, I will be having error. This is not possible. If I try to add another property, person dot city is equal to Mysore, here also I will be having error because we have freeze the object. We cannot update, we cannot add, as well as we cannot delete the properties. I will write delete person dot name. So this is also not possible because we can only read the properties, or we can only read the content from the object. We cannot add, we cannot update, as well as we cannot delete. And one more important point, this is only going to do shallow freeze. And what is shallow copy? Whatever outer object we are having, that will be copied, and nested object will be copied as the reference. So here it is only going to do the shallow copy. So whatever outer properties we are having, only for that it is going to freeze. If we are having nested object, then we can perform all the changes. Now let me write the example. Const object name user. Inside this, now I will change the name Seema. Here I will be writing address, and inside this I will be passing city. City, let me write Bengaluru. After this, I'm just going to freeze this object dot freeze, and inside this I will be passing my object which I have to freeze. Now if I do user dot address dot city, if I try to modify, here I will be writing Delhi. Okay, it will be working. Why? Because this object dot freeze, it is only going to do shallow freeze. So whatever nested object we are having, it will not be affected. We can add, we can delete, as well as we can update. So what is the real use case of this object dot freeze? So this will be used in configuration settings, which should be never changed during our app cycle. So very important, in configuration settings, this will be used. Example, I will create one variable config object dot freeze, and inside this directly I will be passing object API key. Maybe I am having some value, then timeout. For this, maybe I am having some value. So this data should never be deleted, should never be modified, as well as we cannot add anything inside this. So for configuration settings, we can use this object dot freeze. Next method, we are having object dot values. First, let me create one object user name. I will be passing Khanam, age 20, then city, Bengaluru. Now what I want to print, I just want to print object dot values, and inside this I will be passing user. So what this object dot values will be returning, it will be returning array of all the values. So my output will be, for name I am having the value Khanam, for age I am having 20, and for this city I am having Bengaluru. So this will be my output. So what this object dot values will be returning? It will be returning array of all the values from the object. And when this can be useful, inside one object you are having subject, and for each subject you are having some values. Okay, you are having some marks. So using object dot values, we can access all these values, and using this reduce method, we can add all the values and we can return one final value. So this is the use case of object dot values. If you want to perform some operation with values, you can use object dot values. Then next we are having object dot entries. And while talking about for off loop, I have already mentioned in normal object, we cannot use this for off loop. To use for off loop in object, we have to use this object dot entries. So now let us understand what is this object dot entries. So what this will be returning? It will be returning key value pairs. So what it will be returning? It will be returning array of key value pairs. Let us take the same example. Okay, user, name, age and city. So what this will be returning? Here let me write object dot entries. Inside this I will be passing user. So array, inside this first it will be passing name, and for this name I am having the value Khanam. Then for second we are having age, and for age I am having 22. Then I am having city, and for city I am having Bengaluru. So array of object, it is going to return in the form of key value pairs. So now we are having like nested array. So definitely now we can use this for off loop. How we can use? Let me write for const. Here I will be passing key value of object dot entries. Inside this, I will be passing my object user. Now what I want to log? I just want to log key and value. You can use template string and you can display this data. So first time when it is looping, my key is name and value is Khanam. Second time it is looping age and 20. Third time city and Bengaluru. So in this way, using this object dot entries, in normal object also we can apply this for off loop. So these are JavaScript interview question. Before going to interview, if you practice all these questions, you will be very confident and you can answer almost all the questions in interview. I hope you have taken all the notes and also you have downloaded the ebook. If you're having any doubts, you can ask your doubts in comment section, as well as if you want me to create part 2, then also let me know in the comment section. In that, we will be doing the coding, we will use the editor, we will be doing the coding, as well as I will be including some advanced JavaScript question which will also help you in your JavaScript interview. So that's all for this complete lecture. Thank you so much for watching.